said, okay, you're scrambled. Like one of the greatest weapons of scramble can ever he was like, no, scramble.
It's Brittany, bitch.
So
and I am back in the form of a new company, the Michael Scott Paper Company.
And back. Okay, of course, we want to do experiments on the back, but makes sense. But he's going to use it for you. And so that was one of the few times I put my foot down and said, you're
not going to make this one.
And
you literally wouldn't teach him anything else until you got a guillotine.
Love the hair.
And
Morning, Michael. Hello.
As gifted as Gary Tillman is,
they took away my parking space, but they can't take away my pride.
There was something going on that Gary just couldn't get a guillotine. And
I would like to invite you all to come along with me on a journey.
Success until ultimately it came one of his best weapons. We had to go through like 15 different variations of guillotine, and so he found one which actually worked.
Welcome
for him. And
to the Michael Scott Paper Company.
I said, no, you have to learn this.
So the long search had to do more with the physical characteristics. Like you couldn't figure out the right.
It made sense. It made sense in case of Arizona because there were more opportunities for men.
We could take the
You
customer.
can see that you couldn't find two more polar opposites psychologically than Georgia and this monstrosity on my left.
Hey, Kelly.
And I've never said
Charles,
to
you
my
wanted me.
athletes, hey,
No, I'm in back, Kelly.
sort of demeanor you
The
should
new
carry
receptionist
yourself with.
is also named Kelly,
I'm
so Kelly
myself
Kapoor
a
has
very
decided to
full
hover around my desk
character.
so that she
And
can run
the
into
last
Charles'
person
office every time he calls for Kelly.
delving out moral
She
advice
thinks that if she
would be,
says, you wanted me enough,
the
he
only
will
thing
in
is
fact
that
want her.
of course, I believe
It's not the
some
worst
things are
plan
off
she's
limits,
ever had.
but as long as it's done in the context of sport,
Yes,
with no one
Charles.
physically attacking
Yes, you
people,
wanted me.
do anything crazy,
We're
because
the core, you core.
then I give always zero
If we're changing names, can I be Aaron?
moral advice to
My
my
middle
athletes. I'm a
name.
judicial coach, I'm not a preacher.
Very pretty.
Next,
Well, you know what my middle name is? Rajniganda, and I hate it. I hate it.
We're athletes, we're professional
I thought
athletes.
Roger Uganda was a boy's name.
Living because people see us perform. Same thing in actor, same thing in singer.
We are in the heart of it,
Especially in the fight
and the
days,
surge of water carries our business out to the
it
sea.
needs
What should we do now?
with emotion.
We wait and hope that people show up to the pancake luncheon. I don't know. I think I have done absolutely everything you can do to prepare for the day. I have updated our contacts. I have gotten quotes from suppliers. I have sent out an invite for our big grand opening pancake luncheon. 6 yeses, 1 maybe, only 11 no's, and 788 not yet replies. But of that group, 782 have read it. I'm going to need 800 of these on a nice gray paper. These are coupon for unparalleled customers.
yeah, that's what it carries, but you're right, the authenticity.
I make that one copy, and I become the girl who makes copies. And by the end of the day, I'm receptionist again. The worst part is,
you think of George St. Pierre, you think like a highly
paper comes out all warm and stuff,
martial artist.
and it's cold in there.
Do you know
Because it's technically a
who his
closet.
favorite fighter to watch were? You probably be thinking, oh, probably someone who's really technically advanced.
What do you think?
Actually,
Check.
it was Mark Coleman, Kevin Randall.
Oh, nope, clearly a hunter. Knows how to throw an outfit together.
It was a hammer.
Yes, I'm taking Andy hunting after work. Not long ago, we were sexual competitors. I used to hate him. I studied him to figure out why I hated him so much. But I blossomed into a very real friendship, as these things often do.
Have you ever met those
You
guys?
should come down this weekend, man. Yeah. Well, you got strength stuff.
Let me tell you, it was awesome. and
It's always
they
the
had this
micro
crazy, larger than life personality.
Yeah, she's like,
And most things they did make no
probably a
sense
6 in the yard, but she's
but,
like 7 here.
but that's their appeal.
Then the boss is no boss redundant.
George loved to watch them more than anything.
You never knew what
It's a small space.
these guys. I remember when
Can
Mark
I get a,
on the site, I was jumping.
You can run down.
Yeah.
Sure.
He beat Igor Borchevchin. Nice one to me.
What the hell is a rundown?
Because of the emotion that they
Let's
run.
read that rundown by.
George
Silly
is
boss.
actually
Okay,
very,
just get it right.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Normally,
Of course.
when I
Good dive in.
ask
So the
what is
rundown.
the
I've been exhausted. This is
and what makes people watch a fight, you talk about the idea that fighters are entertainers, and that's absolutely correct. They are. It's this weird industry where you're
There's a ghost in this
both an
office.
athlete and an entertainer,
Woman was murdered on
and
this
you
very
need to
floor
be
in
successful in both
1916.
regards to
Patty
become
McGonagall.
financially
She's a
successful.
prostitute.
Insofar as your favorite
That
athlete
place used to be a brothel.
to watch at least
There's a
people
tavern on the
who
ground
seems
floor.
like the core of
It's
who
crazy.
you are.
She was
I've
bludgeoned to
always
death
said
by the
that
business
most
end of a
people,
riding crowd.
if you look at,
Oh, it's gruesome.
say, 1 million people watch
And so
a
she
great
walks these
video,
hallways.
what percentage
Tapping
of
on her
those 1 million
shoulder.
people
That
have a
could be Hattie.
genuine
Begging
technical
for her life.
understanding
And it
of
could be
what's happening as they
the
watch a
archive.
fight? It's
Oh,
tiny. It's absolutely tiny.
Just
The
kidding.
vast
You finding
majority
everything okay?
of
Yeah.
people who watches a professional
Definitely.
fight have almost no technical understanding.
You know this is awkward.
Because they relate to the fight. It's the only way they can.
Uh-oh.
It's through emotion. And so when they get a sense that these two don't like each other, then
So I
they
see
relate
by
to the fight. Only a tiny percentage of people watching a given professional fight can relate to it on a technical level. The overwhelming majority is always from an emotional perspective. That's why when you see things
Hey,
that shows
Ron,
that news,
did you get to that
they
copy
never
from
focus
before?
on
That was better than that.
tactics and
But
techniques
so
of
and
the
so.
fight. They
I was
focus on
insulting to say that you're
emotion,
good at something.
preparation,
The thing you're saying I'm
to
good
use
at
their
is
own
pushing the
family
green
members
button.
to get ready. It's
I'm not
always
judging it.
emotional
It's like,
because that's
I could run GI,
99% of the
but
viewers relate
I couldn't fix the car.
to. If I had
It's not saying that one's better than the other.
Seriously?
if I had
Sounds like one of those is better than the
two
other.
world champions coming
What the hell? Listen. I need somebody to make a copy of
I
this.
know so little
Because
about
I don't make copies, I'm the
chess
boss.
tactics and
Got it?
I can't really form any
I make
kind of
originals.
technical
Yeah, I make originals too.
Shut
Shut up. Stop it. Bickering.
But if you
Stop
tell me
it.
that these two chess players hate each other's
Yeah.
guts and they've got a rivalry which goes back 5 years and they've said this and that about each other in public, then suddenly my ears pick up and I'm like, oh, okay, this sounds interesting. Because I just don't have the knowledge to appreciate what's going on the board in a chess game, to be able to appreciate the technical nuances of what they're doing. So any interest that I have in the chess match is going to have to come from some kind of emotional level because I'm just not qualified to make technical assessments. And that's exactly how it is in the case of both grappling and mixed martial arts. That's why the ones who evoke the most attention are always the ones who can form some kind of emotional appeal. Conor McGregor was the all-time master.
Seriously? This is what's so important, putting naked pictures on the desktop.
That's me and my friend Jasmine from Thailand.
I don't look at your friend Jasmine's boobs all day.
You could be hot too if you made any effort at all.
Like how?
I
How my hair long?
remember.
This is from
I
the
was
South.
very young, so I watched this fight
They're
later.
getting on those old one.
Probably that Sugar Ray Leonard.
I think these two good to be here, and Peggy is not as much fun to
Gee,
Michael, we can hear you.
I don't think nobody
Phone, please.
beat. I think it was
Skill-wise
was the
He's being a giant babe.
Okay, it's my turn.
Roberto
Don't
Duran.
take that. Give that back. Go
Give it
back.
that Kuma. What are you gonna do with it? We can make another spreadsheet. Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
It's my turn. Come on. Ryan?
They always say that it is a mistake to hire your friends, and they are right. So I hired my best friends. This is what I get?
He's a man. And I was like,
Cody,
which was a mistake.
look to.
Then later on, he beat Roberto Duran quite easy. No, there was the favorite. Everybody remembers that no last thing. But my point is, emotion can be used in a way it can make derail your opponent. I felt a lot of opponents trying to do that.
The last thing I want to do
That was my way to
step on
defend myself
bunk,
against.
man. And
some kind of food,
So I would see her.
like a shit.
Some
Some other guy like
No.
Florida,
You've been here longer.
express himself differently, of course. English better.
I just want you to have better. You know, just
Giving back. That's his. He's a counter attacker. But that's the way he responds.
Listen up.
The aggression of the American attack. I think everybody's different.
It has come to my attention
Interesting that John said
that some people in this office are not getting along with other people in this office. And I think I have come up with the reason why. This office space is too small. Okay. Four corners in this room. Each corner is to be a personal space for each one of you, whichever corner you want, and make it your own. We can work from home, or you could fire one of us. Whoever has that situation. Guys, thank you for the offers, but I want you to get pumped about this corner idea. All right, 1, 2, 3. What are we gonna do? No, you're supposed to say rock the house. Rock the house.
But rather than me try to tell
Sentence.
behave like this before it fight, I would have been probably more forceful between rounds.
this rundown Mediterranean.
I know, but it sounds like the rundown's really important.
Charles, I can do is run down the
more
whole
beneficial impact on my head than
I can't.
some forms of trickery.
Try another sentence.
Oh, that was
It
crazy.
needs to tell you is
Jojo?
Jose Albert.
Yeah. He's really doing that in the parking lot in front of a car.
It was
It
it
was
was purpose that Conor McGregor
No,
did
we
this.
just did
Like
that.
they Albert come over aggressive to the front and stuff. Is the next time you
No, that one.
punch him.
No, that
That's what I
no,
believe.
you know which one I'm talking about.
In the state. There's
No,
a great one.
no,
My match against Cyborg. 2018 of the Worlds. Where he didn't even try to
I
win.
thought that was your
Just had one to smack him
No,
in the
this
face.
is wrong.
I was so angry. I was talking shit to him before the match. And it was like the finals.
So my corner's the one with the copier?
Match of the weekend. And he just didn't even try to pass my guard or do anything. He just wanted to hit me in the face. And I was like, sick. He was fucking crushing the first video. That's all I watched. Like a grown
Well, I don't want to hide from
Gordon, one thing I've always been very impressed with you, and that's
We're starting on that rundown yet?
no matter how easy talk gets, before a
Oh,
match
this is
with
just
you,
something I'm taking a break
when you
with.
go out to
Yeah, we'll
grab
get back to the rundown.
you're absolutely
Rundown.
like I've never gone into a
Rundown. I
match
take a look at just so I know what
anything other than
like rundown you're looking for. Just keep it simple. Keep it simple. That's what I'm doing. But I am working hard on this one.
being able to
Very hard.
separate
Very
very
hard.
well
Release.
the idea of Wilton and
No.
Deeds.
Trying
And
to
I think that's always been one
shit.
of your
Right.
one of your
He's right. What's
strengths.
lots of this shit.
The way I often measure this is when a match is over, I will ask the athlete questions about the match. And if they can't answer the question, what are you doing with your body?
I've never seen
What
Charles.
test have you used? And then the third
Hey,
thing
Charles.
is into
I know you're a very busy man,
they
so I'll
can't
cut right
answer
to the
that. That
chase.
tells me
Okay.
they
I'd
just
like my own
relying
job
on
then.
instincts
I
and
don't know
emotion.
what to tell you. Job. It's
Gordon, it's like a logbook. It's like, okay,
Well, I
let's
could
say
come back as a
that,
salesman. I have experience now.
Judy Town set up from
Or I could come back as your personal assistant. You know, sort your mail, set your appointments. I know all the people.
absolutely stone cold.
Personal shopper.
Speaking of emotion,
Well, it's great catching up with you.
will
And I'll see you around the building.
actually set up the space Andre Galvan.
I'm just gonna sit here for a little bit longer if that's okay.
Who is Andre
Your hair
Galvan?
smells so good.
Can you
I
tell
don't
the
remember it
story
smelling
of
so
your
good.
piece with,
Chairs are
the
so
emotional
comfortable.
interaction?
Yeah. So Andre is he's considered the greatest.
Oh, hey, Stanley, Phyllis, come on in.
Champion.
Welcome, welcome.
Youngest
We'll give you the tour.
ADCC champion. Six gold medals.
That's
And
cute.
I've been trying to compete
You remember Ryan?
pretty much since I got
And
my
Pam around here somewhere.
She's upstairs talking to Charles. The first EBI that I did, and he ended up
What
going
for?
out, and then I've been trying to get matches with him. And
We say till
he would
5.
always say no and give one of these matches. And then
Maybe the microscope paper company.
I was like, hey, Andre said he was retiring after this.
I should leave,
This competition, so if he
go,
wants to retire,
start my own paper company. That'll show him.
I think it's great, but if he wants to compete, then that's great. Yeah, it's super nice.
They certainly pancakes. They are delicious. They are nutritious. They are complimentary.
And we started going back and forth.
Young sir, would you like a free pancake? I'm texting. I don't want to get my hands dirty. Ryan, enough with the texting machine. Come on. Tuck in your shirt. You're the face of this company. Hey, Pam.
Hey.
Sort of disappeared there for a while. Where have you been?
Yeah, I need to take care of some stuff.
Yeah?
That's as specific as I'd like to be.
Well, at least you're still being honest with me.
There's the rundown you asked for. I may have expanded some areas that you weren't prepared for, but I've axed that so everyone distributed it.
It's interesting how he shows up. He can
Sure.
keep under control enough.
You got it first.
Emotion.
No.
This fear of losing your throne,
I'll make sure
is it just a human being like a
it's the same
cyborg
format.
just becoming
So that distribution
unstable?
list is
It might just be me.
it's gonna be my
It's
when I
just not enough.
use the money.
He was cool for a while, and then I just not enough.
Just faxing.
Everyone gets
My dad,
so emotional.
your brother dad.
We're small, but we're eager to make a name for ourselves.
That they want to actually come forward and
Do you have a card?
beat me, like two swings.
Nope, I don't have a card, but I'll do you one better. A little scrap of paper.
I said, like, what I'm gonna do to Tim's praise is gonna be
He's
great.
a terrible boss.
He's
He
like,
got our nation in a circle to the cookies and they push it like I don't know what this is.
But either has that effect or have the
I'll take him to my kid.
They know I talk so much shit leading up to the match that they're so afraid to lose that they just get super strong. But either has one effect or they want to beat me, or they want to just they're so afraid to get submitted that they know they can't.
Sorry. I like that song. You're good.
Do you think this match happened?
That was great, but it's just sort of, it's still a little choppy. But don't worry, it's hard. I mean, it'll take a while too. It's like,
I've been trying to do it for 6 years.
oh my God, you heard that? I'm so embarrassed. I'm so like rusty. You're really coming along. It's really technically proficient, but you know, you have no harbor soul. Like, really?
Take me home, country road. Take it home.
Welcome. What up, KG?
Time restricted eating and prolonged fasting. As long as you've done something. The longest I've done is 5 days. I do it quite often. I do 4 times a year. I do
Welcome, KG. How are you?
water.
That I was eating peanut butter and tuna fish
And
sandwich.
I like it.
Can you hear me? Welcome. Glad that you guys are here.
I decided to make that sandwich. Real life.
Welcome.
Disgusting.
How are you?
It is a disgusting sandwich.
What do you want me to do?
Because when I drink,
Sure.
other people, doesn't matter what I eat. If we all eat the same thing, I always tell them that my food right now tastes better than all of you. You know, I have this
thing that I believe sometimes you need to put yourself into suffering to realize how pleasurable something is. And I can't personally, like diet wise, I eat whatever, whenever. I no longer have any problem with this. But if I would have a competition coming up, like knowing that what I know now about my body, I would orient myself more towards an animal-based diet. That's because I tried different things, and that's the kind of diet that I believe helped me having less inflammation and feel better in terms of performance for doing something physical.
High protein, high fat.
Well, this is different between animal-based diet and protein. I mean, there is carbs. There's a lot of fruit. I get a lot of carbs, a lot of organs. I know a little bit about paleontology and the past of prehistoric human, and I know that. And not only about that, I know because I've traveled sort of place in the world. I went to visit the Maasai in Africa, the hunter-gatherer tribe, and I know that when they kill an animal, they go for the organs first. And I know most predatory animals, they do the same thing. So organs, I believe, is something that normally in our culture, in the western part of the world, we don't really eat, but it's something that is really nutritious.
Have you been able to convince girls to try that?
We talk about diets. It's a different situation. I think Jordan is a heavyweight. He doesn't want to lose weight. The heavyweight, the range of my range was I was welterweight, middleweight, but heavyweight. Some of the guys can compete against. It might be 300 pounds. So if you lose weight, it's a big problem. You know what I mean? So. And there is things that will work for me that might not work for Gordon. So he has to make his own experience. And I told Gordon sometimes when everybody goes left, try to go right. See how you feel good.
So, not a topic that's part of your optimization, optimal performance formula.
Well, what I used to do before my stomach issues, and for those of you listening who know how I had recurrent staph infection in 2018, and I took a bunch of oral antibiotics and it just completely wiped out my stomach. So I just was diagnosed, I was misdiagnosed as gastroparesis. So for those of you messaging me on Instagram who are just watching Rogan asking about my gastroparesis, that's not what I had. They misdiagnosed it, and I did some other tests, and for 4 years I didn't even know what it was. And then I got this, went to this doctor in California who diagnosed me with H. pylori, and then a fungal bacterial overgrowth in my small intestines. So the issues in the small intestines. So what I used to do was like seasons where I'd have a very clean season where I was competing. I would have a lower body weight, and I would do like an off season, kind of like a bodybuilder, where I would eat a lot more food and a little bit dirtier food, and I would have cheeseburgers and pizza at nighttime that had the extra calories. But now I can't eat those foods because they upset my stomach. So now I pretty much just try to eat whatever I can and maintain weight as best I can based on how my stomach feels. So right now it's like rice, chicken, eggs, fish, vegetables, fruits, and pretty much nothing else. So anything hard to digest, anything spicy, red meat, fast food, all that's hard to me.
Which sucks because in
All
Texas,
fast things, barbecue.
and I mean, this diet is really important to you, trying to tell. Like, is that something you think about for athletes? I don't know. This is part of it. I've to be honest with you, I've never seen any measurable improvement in sports performance in jiu-jitsu by change of diet. I do believe that diet is important for longevity in human beings. I do think it makes a difference, especially once you get past the age of 40. With regards to longevity, for older athletes, I do believe it makes some difference. But my observation is in athletes and in their youth, working up into their prime, I've seen athletes have the worst diets. God bless Trevor Stevens, that guy won Olympic silver medal basically on McDonald's and candy. Joyce St. Pierre, for 80% of her career, you were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
Fettuccine Alfredo was my
Yeah.
my meal of choice before a championship fight.
Gordon in his youth was just Five Guys hamburgers. Keraton, same thing. I've worked with Japanese judo players who smoked a pack of cigarettes a day and won the gold medals. I've worked with Russian wrestlers who just ate whatever was put in front of them, and their athletic performance was outstanding. With the other guys who did have what would be considered a very clean diet, and their performance was even better than females on that. So I've never seen someone say, okay, I changed my diet, and because of that, there was a measurable improvement.
Another way to phrase it though is I have noticed with a lot of elite athletes, what they eat, they begin to believe that either is not hindrance or it's actually good. And Charles sees it as an example of somebody who eats shitty because he believes it's like there's a power, because wherever he's traveling across the world, he can't rely on healthy, good food to be there. So I'm going to eat shitty so that like my body knows how to perform under without Skittles or whatever. Everywhere's got McDonald's. So that makes like, and they convince themselves. And you talk about Russian athletes, a lot of them have very strong beliefs about like this a particular food being good for them.
But there's no agreement.
Exactly, there's no agreement.
Yeah.
So belief is more important than the actual fact.
Yeah.
If I can, after a night out and you hang over, I think the best thing, and I'm saying this in all sincerity, I think the best thing to eat to me was like a cheeseburgers with you can call that a pizza in fact, because it's very fat, it's greasy, so the next day when you wake up, I think you feel better because it absorbs the alcohol.
There you go.
You get trained.
My mom told me the same story once, and then I tried. It was like I was coming over for some party, and I woke up. I was probably 19 or 20. I woke up, and my mom was like, "Yeah, just have a cheeseburger or go eat something greasy." I did, and I was like, "Oh, I feel kind of better now."
I do not know the science, the exact science behind it, but I always notice, and I don't know if it's placebo. I always notice that if I party hard and I've been drinking a lot, if I don't eat before I go into bed, if I don't eat shitty food, the next day I will wake up and feel worse than if I eat shitty food. That's better. I know it sounds crazy. I don't know why, but it works for me.
Yeah, but it's also hard to discourage from extreme performance. So the discussions we're having is much the that this might not apply to like recreational athlete, but for the elite. I've just seen champions in every kind of combat sport, and I've never seen a correlation between dietary habit and performance in people under the age of 30. I do believe that diet is important for longevity, however, and for that alone, it may well be worth investing time in. But with regards to sports performance, at least in jiu-jitsu, I've never seen any significant difference. Well, we had a little bit of a difference in opinion on this, I think. What about strength training and muscle building? Or at least we had a discussion about this too. But what do you believe is the value of training outside of this? So fitness, lifting heavy, lifting explosive, all kinds of lifting.
Me personally, yeah, and that comes from John. I used to do like train like a bodybuilder before because I thought in my early days of competition that was the most efficient way to do things. Because it was I was watching Jean-Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger. We thought back in the days that was the thing. That's how you should do it to get ready for a fight. And I realized later on uh, that it's all about efficiency. And some guys they don't do this at all. They do it pretty well. So I do cross training for longevity. It's mostly for the like a therapy. It's more therapeutic than for performance to keep my body healthy. To do certain movements that are different than what I do in the gym in combat sports. Keep me healthy and athletic.
So all these big movement stuff that you've done outside the sport, that was therapeutic, mostly therapeutic. I think it does transcend to performance, but it's mostly therapeutic. I do not believe that squatting 5 plates or bench pressing 3 plates will make me a better fighter. I do not. I believe actually it could hurt me more. It could damage me more than benefit. So when somebody who on Instagram posts a lot of pictures of you being shredded, huge, what's the value of strength?
So I do like a combination of John got us big into like gymnastics type movements, like toast bar and muscle ups and things like that when we were young. Like toast bar because that's like the exact motion you have to do your retaining guard is beneath the chest. So I do a lot of that stuff in combination with I do a lot of opposite of George. I do a lot of bodybuilding workouts where I do like a basic split, like a chest and triceps, back and biceps day. And the idea is that weightlifting should always be a supplement to jiu-jitsu. So you should be missing a jiu-jitsu session to lift weights. So I do probably train jiu-jitsu every day, and I lift 3 to 4 times a week. It's like lifting 7 days a week is too much. Lifting takes a lot of energy to do hard lifts like that. But my idea is, if you want to get good at jiu-jitsu, do jiu-jitsu. If you want to be bigger and stronger, lift weights and food. And I generally don't go super heavy when I lift. You start putting crazy weight and start tearing muscles and stuff. So I usually do moderate weights with a very high rep range of 4 sets of 20 with a drop set at the end to feed muscles, break the fibers, and grow.
Okay, so 4 sets of 20. That's interesting. So that's more for endurance and raw strength.
Yeah. And also, I think close to the competition, I'll pick the intensity up. And while there's no real way to get significant gains in VO2 max, I think that lifting and just getting used to mentally redlining gets me kind of in competition shape. Because a lot of times in jiu-jitsu, the guys I'm training with, they're not on a technical level where they can physically exhaust me to the point where I feel like I'm going to die. But I get most of that like when I'm wrestling, because I'm not as efficient in wrestling, so I get a lot more tired. And lifting, you do like 4 sets of 20 leg press to squat, and you go back and forth. Like you're like about to die at the end. And I feel like it gets me in the mental habit of redlining before competition.
But does muscle help you? It's like the actual mass of muscle. Like this, so
I think being stronger will always help.
Will always help.
Yeah. To some degree, it's not going to be to a degree where it overrides efficiency, but I think that it can't help being or can't hurt being stronger.
There's a bunch of people who believe, depending on the sport, that strength can quickly become that have detrimental effects to efficiency.
Yeah, like I agree with that.
Certain kind. I mean, if strength is like very cleanly, purely applied to the exact movements of the sport. So in judo, the explosiveness you need is very difficult to replicate in any kind of way except by doing judo.
Yeah, I mean, for us, the thing I have to understand is only so much technique that can overcome a certain amount of strength. Like if we all try to fight silverback gorilla, it's going to kill us. But that being said, I do think that, like, for example, heavyweights are usually the least technical because they rely on their size and strength to beat smaller people. But I think that if you stay with this discipline of doing everything very precise, I'm training a lot of smaller people most of the time, so I get out of the habit of using my strength. I think if you're very precise with the way that you train, I think the extra size and strength can help you.
Quick question: how would you fight a silverback gorilla? I mean, is there which animal do you think you can actually defeat that would be impressive? That most people would say you can't.
You know, I don't have an answer to this. I want to say that me and John had like a 4-hour discussion on this one time. I'm like, what would win, bear or gorilla? And he went into like this whole dissertation about how like jaguars spin underneath like barrenbowl silverbacks and kill them and like rip their artery in their legs out. It was amazing.
I guess okay. So before we talk about strength, now let me ask you: what do you think people would be surprised by if 2 animals faced? One of them would win. People wouldn't predict that. So they would be surprised by the effectiveness of a certain animal at fighting in the forest, in the jungle. So like, whoa, slow down there. Okay. So there's two animals of different species fighting, and most people would take. Also, for example, the lion gets a lot of credit for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why the king of the jungle. Well, a lot of people told me that the lion, for example, the tiger could be a lion. Yeah, this is one of those age-old debates with, in grappling, in fighting, it feels like some animals use teeth and some use other parts of their body also. Like a bear, actually, I don't even know how they're extraordinarily powerful and long claws, and in addition, they're powerful biters as well. But I wonder, the same with this little guy. I don't know how much I love them having. We need Joe Rogan for that. I think so. Yeah, I think so. So, your question is going in about 5 different. So it started with strength, and let's go back there, which is, do you think for an athlete, let's stick to grappling. Do you think strength is helpful or detrimental? I've always believed that two things will create whatever effectiveness you have in grappling. Those are your skill set and your attributes. And the best athletes are those who excel in it. Don't kid yourself. If someone gets twice as strong by some kind of magic potion, they're going to be a more effective grappler. If someone gets twice the level of endurance that they had previously, they will be a more effective grappler. These physical attributes have a very important outcome on a very important effect on the outcome of matches. It's always a good thing to be stronger. It's always a good thing to have better endurance. It's always a good thing to have better balance of whatever other attribute you throw out there. Gordon's point was, okay, everyone agrees on that, but there's a problem. In order to build these things, you have to carve into other elements of your training regimen. And then it becomes, well, which becomes more important? Increases in strength or increases in skill? There comes a point where investing in strength training starts to get diminishing returns. I can't tell the difference between someone who bench presses 300 pounds on the mat versus someone who bench presses 400 pounds. But that's a big difference. That's a 100-pound difference. And for an athlete to go from bench pressing 300 pounds to 400 pounds, that would require a great deal of training effort and focus. But if I can't tell the difference when I grapple, why not? Okay, once you get to a certain strength level, it doesn't really help that much to go from a 400-pound bench press to a 450-pound bench press. At that stage, you're really getting diminishing returns on your training investment. Now, skills, on the other hand, you have experienced far less in terms of diminishing returns. Every new skill you develop can translate very, very well into big increases in performance. Look at the example of Gary Tony that we talked about earlier. Investments in guillotine made a significant improvement in his effectiveness in matches and led directly to some of his most important victories. But if he had invested the same amount of training time in developing a bench press that was 25 pounds more than previously, that would have no influence on those matches. So the question always becomes, everyone acknowledges that these physical attributes are important. Everyone understands that becoming stronger or fitter is a desirable thing, and every athlete should work on it. The interesting question becomes, okay, at what point do you start to say, I'm not going to be helped by further increases in strength training or endurance training? And my athletes is in the overwhelming majority of cases, if there's any kind of doubt, invest more heavily in skill training than attribute training, especially once you get to a certain level of the attributes. But the interesting thing that I think you should account for your strength training is there's Instagram, there's the world. It seems to be more fun to build muscle mass. It's like an addiction that people have. There's also economic elements too, right? Most people, I hate to say this, but it's true. Most people are more concerned with image than function, and it's hard to sell a fighter or a jiu-jitsu athlete who doesn't look like one. That's it. Yeah, it's a tough sell. Now, you can do it in fighting and jiu-jitsu because ultimately it's about whose hand is raised at the end of the match. And you can even use it as a selling point. You can be a guy that doesn't look like a shooting marine, but he looks like as a selling point. But if you give most people the choice between looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger winning matches versus looking like Fedor winning matches, most people would say, I wish I looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And so most athletes feel almost like an economic compulsion to be in good shape and in order to advance their marketability. Yeah, Nike's not going to sponsor Fedor or Tank Abbott. Yeah, Tank Abbott. No, Fedor. Yeah, we at the very top. There's something about us that it's an image of strength. So it's also a personal thing. If you look at yourself in the mirror, you like what you see. You know what I mean? You find yourself attractive. You know what can you do to make you look better? And to me, it was one of the reasons I work out. Well, I'm sure if Fedor looks in the mirror, he says I look damn good. Yeah, great, me too. That's why there are some people, it's harder for them. I mean, all right. So, question on training. You guys, John, Gordon, train often 3 times a day, every day. George had a different, like, a different approach to training. So what is, no, I don't mean to kind of the opposite or something. It's just not just in the day. So, and obviously you are legitimately at the very top in terms of performance and accomplishment in the field. So what have you learned about what it takes to train to become not just a leader, but the best? I say, a lot of people when they train, they see training hard. But you do be very confident and very disciplined. You need to train, but you don't need to train hard as you do. That's what John taught me. For me, the nervous system sometimes I feel if I load it up it comes to a point that it's too much. There's no more information that I can absorb. So and I do believe that it's something that you can train to the capacity of people to learn and absorb everything. And I did a lot of things, but when I was getting ready for a fight, especially with fighting, I like to do it too. Because when I fight, it's 5 rounds. I don't like them hours in the gym because I need to know how hard I can be going for 25 minutes. Like not for 2 hours, 25 minutes. And my last fight, John and I, we were thinking of how could we make me more of a better finisher, more opportunist. And John, I remember when we were training with Gordon, Jake Shirkane, Gary Thornton, my round of grappling were different than if I would be training for Abu Dhabi, for EBI or something. Like in grappling, the round was longer. But in a mixed martial arts fight, it's crazy rare that you spend more than 4 minutes or 4 minutes and a half on the ground. It's very unlikely. I mean, it can happen. So I remember, you remember we did the round 3 minutes. We did all the round I was doing were 3 minutes long. So it gives a different rhythm. The training. It forces me to be more unfortunate, be more of a physical. Because I don't 2 minutes do what I need to do. If I see something I need to overthink.
Welcome.
You know what I mean?
How are you, Dai Good? Dai Gokul? What's good?
When you're a mixed martial arts fighter, I felt with you.
Hello?
The result was great, and I think before it was a great good idea for me not to do, be very careful to the body. Yeah, try to get out and then try to focus on finishing, getting out. I mean, please build up your foundation. I believe you need that
a lot of volume. But when you get ready for competition, you need to be something that replicate what are you most passionate about in life? What are we talking about? What do you think? Like, is there rest days, 5 days a week? What's the day? Is there any one formula like that? I do not believe in overtraining. I believe in proper rest. I believe you can be under rest. People always link that immediately to the volume of work, how much volume they train, which could be something else. How are you feeling emotionally? Are you having problems, personal problems? You have a hard time sleeping because someone died, or I don't know. You hold money, you're broke, or like, you know what I mean? There's something that you have psychologically or emotionally that made it in a way that you cannot sleep well because you're stressed, your cortisol level is high, you know what I mean? All these factors need to be taken into consideration. It's not only about the volume of training. People always think the volume of the training is the only thing that can affect recuperation, which is not. Yes, you have to minimize the amount of stress from all kinds of factors. It's a very stressful job to be a professional combat athlete, whether you're a grappler, a boxer, a kickboxer, a fighter, and you need to be taken into account. Is it more or less stressful marriage? Next question. So, I don't know how to ask this question, given what George just said, but training 3 times a day and finishing. What have you learned about what brings out the best in you as you move up?
So over the recent years, I've actually changed it up a little bit. When I was coming up through from white to black belt, I felt that the volume was the most important. So it would be anywhere from like 3 to 7 sessions a day, going from school to school from New York to New Jersey. And I think the volume was very important to build skills, where I just didn't know how to move my body at purple belt like I should. So I think that building the skills is super important. I think that early on is very important. Now I already have the skill built. I think that acquiring more knowledge is the most important. So I find that if I do so many sessions a day, if I do 3 sessions a day, I just sometimes by the 3rd session, I'm just like so mentally, like there's so much information put in my head the first 2 sessions, and I feel like I'm not even there mentally on the 3rd session. So I feel like doing less volume now and having more mental clarity per session is more important because I already have the foundational skills for it.
So a lot of your training is almost like just thinking, like learning.
A lot of it. So I'll do our schedule's been messed up since the pandemic because Triangles got shut down and they were using a French gym in Puerto Rico. Now we're using a French gym in Austin. But once again, we're have a set up schedule where I pretty much just be there all day long. Right now, I do like a lifting session in the morning, and then I'll come in and teach at Enzo. So I'm there mentally, I'm seeing what's going on and I'm playing around with ideas in my head. And then I'm there physically and very sharp mentally for the competition class during the 1 p.m. session. And then after that, I'll go home, rest, and get ready for the next day.
What have you about seeing parts of the athletes? Is there a universal rule that applies, or is it athletes with one thing needs to be racist? George and Gordon play very different sports with very different athletic demands. Gordon can be in matches that range from anywhere from 6 minutes to literally hours. As a result, the overall pacing and intensity of matches is massively different. Most obviously, there's no striking of Gordon's striking by its very nature is a much more explosive physical action than grappling. Grappling is primarily an isometric kind of sport based on isometric tension and endurance. Georgia's sport does feature a significant amount of isometric tension, but
the majority of it is based around explosion. So the physical demands of the two sports are radically different. In addition, the time application is radically different. George raised a very interesting point. His matches seem long, 25 points for a championship match. But always understand that the mixed martial arts fight at championship level, if it goes the distance, is really five-round matches. Each round is a match in itself, and that's exactly how you score. You score who wins the most matches for the 5 matches. As a result, the application of techniques, especially the grappling techniques, has to be done at a certain pace. As George pointed out, realistically, the maximum application you're going to get in most situations is somewhere between 15 seconds to 3 minutes. Even for a specialized grappler like Damian Hyatt, there's still a significant part of each round which is spent in setup to actually get the match to the ground. It's very likely that at some point you're going to stand up out of grappling and you have to reinitiate the entire process again. So that even for specialized grapplers, you might be spending only 3 minutes after 5 minute round on the ground. And as a result, you've got to get your work done in a very short time frame. Gordon Ryan, once it goes to the ground, can go to the ground because he chooses to sit to the ground. You may spend the entire match in ground positions. As a result, the matches have completely different pacing, completely different physical demands, and the preparation that the athletes go through will reflect that. If George St. Pierre in training for mixed martial arts becomes fatigued to a point where he's no longer physically effective and able to defend himself, the consequences for that and MMA training can be very deep indeed. Okay, if you make a mistake in mixed martial arts because you're fatigued and tired, and you take a full-pound roundhouse kick to the head, that's some deep consequences. A grappler doesn't have to face that. You can be completely exhausted in grappling and just sit in the bottom and practice with survival skills. We just don't get submitted from bottom out. And that can still be an effective training session. Complete and utter physical breakdown of fatigue can end an athlete's career in mixed martial arts. The consequences of training through fatigue in MMA are potentially very deep, very disturbing. The consequences of training through complete physical exhaustion and grappling aren't really that severe. Okay, you just tap whenever there's a problem, just tap. And so they're very, very different sports in the way you prepare for them. And a grappling athlete like Gordon Ryan, he can take many more liberties with physical exhaustion and the amount of hours a day you spend in training than you do with mixed martial arts. That can actually be a benefit of exhaustion as a framework of learning. So, like from a place of exhaustion, is there any benefit? You said being at the bottom of the mat, sort of understanding jiu-jitsu, grappling is a lot deeper because you're absolutely, because then the only thing you have left in your favor is your technique, and then you'll see how technical you are. In addition, you'll get to explore realms inside your mind that we don't spend a lot of time in, and you'll learn a lot about yourself and your ability to explore, which will have potentially great benefits in similar situations and countries.
Yeah, there's for recreational, getting exhaustion allows you the great benefit to experience, and it feels like to really get dominated at an even greater frequency than you otherwise would. And there's something there. It's an animalistic thing that's very unpleasant. And then afterwards, it takes you to a place of like humility, and it forces you to rethink in positive ways. There's something about dominance. If you get dominated a few times, you can rationalize it somehow. You say, okay, I've screwed this up. But when you're exhausted and you have to do like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, or an hour of just being dominated over and over and over being submitted, it's a very good process for other avenues of life, I find. I can't explain why. I'm driving home crying after listening to Bruce Springsteen, but afterwards, yeah,
afterwards somehow you could think clear, you could see clear of what is the right path for life in all walks of life, like relationships, work, but also grappling. Actually, the grappling is the hardest one to see what you have to do. It clarifies other habits, the humility. It removes bullshit. It's like we see the world through some kind of fog and it just removes it. Now you can see things clearly. I don't know what that is. I think it's important, like you mentioned, to push yourself sometimes to see how far you can go. Because sometimes you can go further than what you think, and it can boost your confidence. You know, you can push yourself to a certain limit, and maybe you thought your limit was before that. You push to it, but like John mentioned, it's a risky thing to do in striking because if you're exhausted, you're gonna get brain damage. Grappling, it's, you tackle something, but you can do it also in strength conditioning. I like to track. I do it all the time. I can feel it. It helps me to know myself better. I think it's important. It's a good point.
It's like the scrimmage wrestling rounds we did. It's like if you stop moving, that you're gonna get scored on, and in your mind, like there's no mechanical reason why I should give up the score here. But you're so exhausted where you're like, oh man, this is terrible. And if I stop moving, and if I don't stop moving, it'll be twice as exhausting when you actually do stand up. So it's an interesting game to play.
It's your pride, but also that keep you sharp. You know what I mean? Because you just want to lay down and see it because you're completely exhausted. What do you think is the connection, John, between this ego pride thing, martial arts, and actual violence with our ancestors? Do you think you ever plug into that? Do you think there's echoes of something going on there? Like you mentioned, you have flaws and demons. Is it deep in there somewhere? Do you think we're struggling with those demons? Yeah, you'll need to pay attention close to what it's going to say with today's. Wow, that was not only my being dominating it's on me dominating. No, we have another question.
It's kind of like the scene where they're like, okay, now we interview you.
Yeah, you went down the. What do you think? I mean, do you? I don't mean just the line between what is martial arts and what is violence. I mean, there seems to be a gray area, and that connects us to the evolutionary ancestors. I mean, I think there's a deep recognition of all of us that, and this is the evidence is so easy to see in daily life. If you're walking down the street and suddenly you hear a commotion, two people are fighting, you will see literally everyone on that street stop whatever they're doing and watch the fight. Humans are fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself why. And of course, it's the recognition that for a significant part of our evolutionary history, violence is one of the most important elements in human existence. As much as we curse it, as much as we talk badly of it, the juxtaposition between humans' social nature and their need for each other to get along, to express love amongst the various members of a given community. There are disputes between humans that can't be resolved, and ultimately, throughout history, violence has been the number one method of conflict resolution, for better or for worse. And there's a recognition in all of us that this is where we come from, and there's a reason why combat sports have this thing where people will watch them and they might even be repulsed by them, but they find it difficult to take their eyes from them. And I do believe that most combat athletes carry that sense of their, even if it's on a subconscious level, this kind of belief that this is who we are. George used the word pride, and I believe that's a big part of it. I believe that most humans have this sense of self-worth and pride, which they're willing to fight with. And if it gets crossed by someone else, they're going to stand. Some people will stand more early, and some people will be pushed further back. But everyone's got that line beyond which they won't be pushed. And there's some kind of deep recognition in all of us that we have that somewhere within us, no matter how hard we try to bury it or have you. And that's why I believe there will always be this eternal interest in combat sports. Now, I don't believe that most people today have any kind of respect for unrestricted violence or non-consensual violence. I think most good people are repulsed by that, and I'm sure that as humanity improves out into the future, that will become more and more widespread. But that's not to say we can't exercise these old evolutionary humans inside of us, and sometimes there are just disputes between different people, different cultures, different nations, but ultimately it's going to come into a shoving match and then degenerate further into violence. There's always going to be a need for humans to be able to express themselves through violent methods, to use physical force to get to their goals and objectives. Our need as humans is always to find a balance between the two forces of conflict and cooperation. We need cooperation because humans isolate from each other are more or less helpless and useless. In order to advance, human communities need to build and grow. And so that sense of cooperation occurs in most of our daily lives. But there will also be irresolvable conflicts that physical force has to be used to form a resolution. And so most human beings find themselves swinging like a pendulum between conflict and cooperation. And that is something which really gives birth, I think, to combat sports. Because, sorry.
So I really have to ask you, there's a guy from Harvard named Richard Grant, and there's a lot of people who believe this. He wrote this book that basically there's a lot of what happened, how do we get apes to humans, like what was the magic, right? A lot of people attribute it to God. There's a lot of different theories. So he actually, his theory is basically the beta male that the way you develop a bad leader that knock off the if you cooperate. And so we build by practicing the leader. And so, and anytime an alpha male would rise, we would develop our skill further and further of cooperation. So we're all just, that's this theory that cooperation is so distinct. I wonder what you think about this attention to violence and cooperation, how important is this cooperation to be?
What's up, big dog?
If you can look at it in the
Hello. Hola. Hello.
any given training, jiu-jitsu, mixed martial arts is similar to solo athlete steps into the cage or steps onto the mat. Like all of your preparation is done in a cooperative training environment with many peers, and as much as it's an individual sport, all of your preparation is done as part of a group. Um, there's a sense in which that's an interesting metaphor for humanity itself, but then we do have given community more hand. With regards to the whole alpha male, beta male thing, humans are it's true this is correct. You know, most primates do have very strongly defined alpha males, rule the roost and determine the entire direction of the community that they build around themselves. Humans, on the other hand, don't have an alpha male strict biological sense of someone who's responsible for the next generation, dominates all the female population, etc. Physical dominance. So we do, on the other hand, have our own version of alpha males as far as we're political and sociological leaders who have a disproportionate impact on the direction of the community. Um, so
the cooperation allowed us to have a greater scale of hierarchy with the alpha male on top, with the alpha creature on top.
yeah, and it's a fascinating theory.
In nature, we're very weak as a species, so we need to cooperate in order to evolve. That I think made us top of the food chain.
If you look at humanity in nature, really the two things that seem to, more than anything else, determine whether or not a given human community will be successful in a predatory world are numbers and technology. Okay, the more your numbers increase and the higher the technological weapons and support systems you have around you, the more successful you'll be in a predatory world. So it's not clear that just killing off the idea of an alpha male is the single biggest thing. The rise of technology and the growth of community after the imposition of language, these are other things that would have been very, very important factors in humanity's lives. George, you made an interesting point. If you look at humans, just the raw material humans with and a predatory animal kingdom were just the absolute bottom of the food chain. We don't have a single effective weapon other than that of an average endurance. That's about it. But you put us in a community, we can talk to each other with language, give us the time to come up with technological advances such as metal, and suddenly a human will go from no combat effectiveness in the animal kingdom to a human armed with a simple metal tip spear can kill damn near any animal in the animal kingdom and live in this group.
I'll beat your silverback, I'll fight him in the deep water pool because he cannot swim. I don't have to touch him. What's wrong? How can get him into the pool? You know why? Because someone told me, because we live in a community, someone told me that information. So I know that's what I'm doing.
Like you taught you. Well, you have to convince them. You have to somehow convince them to join you in the world, which is very difficult.
Yeah.
Very problem. Very, very difficult. From a technical perspective, John, you've looked at mixed martial arts, fighting in general, and grappling. What's the difference between fighting and grappling? That's something I'd love to ask all of you. Maybe John, you can start.
When you talk about fighting, you mean unrestricted MMA type fighting.
Yeah, I'm used to unrestricted MMA type, but MMA type fighting. So there's streaming fighting.
Yeah.
There's MMA fighting, and then there's grappling. Is really the sport of grappling.
You're saying a difference between MMA and grappling?
Yes.
Okay.
See, that would have been a much better question.
Yes. The single. When you talk about grappling, you talk about jiu-jitsu rules.
Yeah, I mean, you could maybe also mention different rule sets that somehow fundamentally challenge that change the sport.
In the sport of mixed martial arts, you've got two ways to inflict damage on the human body. You've got kinetic energy, which is done through striking, kicking, knees, elbows, fists, and you've got isometric tension used along the lines of lever and fulcrum, which can be used for strangulation and joint breaking. In grappling, you lose one of those. You no longer allowed to hit your opponent with kinetic energy. You can do it accidentally through a throw, but you're not allowed to just knock someone out with a throat. Most grappling sports, it can happen, but it's relatively rare, and it's not encouraged by the rules there. So, you got close. So there's a sense in which in mixed martial arts you get twice as many problems to deal with, and they occur in a much shorter time frame. The single biggest difference between grappling technique as a weapon in human combat versus striking technique is time. Grappling technique takes a huge amount of time to apply. Okay, the great advantage of grappling technique is certainty of outcome. Once you get there, it takes a huge amount of time to set up a takedown, physically take them down, work your way to a dominant position, culminating your opponent's back, and then apply a stranglehold. That's a long chain of events, as opposed to a strong punch or kick, which can take a quarter of a second in application from start to finish, and the match is over. And so there's a sense in which grappling is it's fighting for the patient and the calculating, whereas striking is much more for in this short time frame where everything gets done in the blink of an eye. There's a sense also which grappling is a much more forgiving sport. You can make a terrible mistake, end up in a terrible position, and still fight your way out of it. In mixed martial arts, it's much, much less forgiving. If you get hit and stunned, your chances of recovery are minimal. You're going to get swarmed on, and unless it's right at the end of the round, it's very, very hard to recover from getting hit and swarmed on. So there's this sense in which the biggest difference between this time of application and technique in mixed martial arts, it's incredibly unforgiving in terms of time. Even the smallest error can have the deepest consequences. In grappling, you can make massive errors and still come back and win. Grappling will typically be won in a much higher percentage case by the more skilled and conditioned grappler. Whereas there is much more of what they call punches in mixed martial arts, where there's a much higher likelihood of a lesser athlete defeating a greater athlete in MMA than there is in grappling, simply because of time of application of techniques. Even the smallest period of inattention in MMA, and the match is over. Gordon Ryan could fall asleep for 30 seconds, have his opponent mounted on and wake up and finish him 5 minutes later. That's not going to happen in MMA.
Okay, so the stakes are much higher. You can do a lot of damage in very small amount of time, and it's just the dynamics, tons of dynamics of how things happen.
Everything still will be a reflection of that. Then you go further into things like rule sets. In the sport of grappling, Gordon Ryan comes out and sits down in the middle of the mat. His opponent must follow him to the ground and engage. In mixed martial arts, you come to the center of the cage and sit down. The other guy can walk away from you. They're completely oriented in different directions. Grappling is ground-centered. MMA is typically standing-centered. Begin at every round, you have to start standing again. If I disengage from the ground grappling situation, stand up and walk away from my opponent must follow me to the feet. In grappling, it's the exact opposite. If I sit to the ground, my opponent must follow me to the ground, working into the rule set. And so one is inherently ground-oriented, one is inherently standing-oriented.
So it's more difficult to dictate where the fight happens.
Yes, you have to be able to impose where the fight is, whereas in grappling, you can simply choose it.
So, Jordan, what is your sense of the difference in terms of how you approach between the two sports? So you also are a student of wrestling, grappling. So in preparing for fights, what parts of grappling purely the sport do you have to leave behind?
I'm very lucky. I had the opportunity to train with, I consider, the best mentor trainer,
Welcome. How are you?
the best rappers that I can train with. They were there to help me.
Hello.
In my career. So
How are you?
Hello. How was your day? Famales, how are you? That's good. I didn't want to talk to you.
My training is, of course, because I dedicate time in one specific area, are a world class at that in only particular area. I always, for me, like the idea more when you learn to be very competent in every of those areas, striking, grappling, takedown, and all those areas, being just very good at one and not as good as others. Because I like the idea that it gives me more options. When I fight someone, I can mold myself to become the perfect nemesis for that person better all the way around. If I do not have those well-rounded skills,
Yeah, so that's cool to work with technology. What about you? And, what do you think is very distinct about grappling in the way you approach it?
I think most of it was covered, but I think that one of the big things is the fact that when you're looking at MMA, you have a pretty general agreed upon and unified solution where if you look at UFC versus Bellator, they're slight differences in the rules maybe, but it's pretty much the same thing. Whereas in grappling, you have EBI rules, you have ADCC rules, you have IBJJF rules, you have no time limit rules, and each rule set plays the skills of different athletes. If you do the ADCC rules, generally it's slightly biased towards wrestlers. Well, they can stall to the overtime and hit a takedown the overtime, not really doing anything you should do, but it's more takedown, they're going to win. Whereas if you have like an EPI, for example, you have to finish the guy in regulation, or you start in a jiu-jitsu position with your back taken, or in an armbar. So I think that you have certain rule sets that play in favor of certain athletes. And certain athletes who win in one rule set, and then they just have no chance to win in the other. Like when I fought Yuri the first time in EBI, I beat him in EBI. The chances of me beating him on that night in their ADCC rule set were probably pretty low. When I fought Leon Trujillo on their ADCC rule set, he beat me that day, and with him beating me in the same day in the EBI rule set were next to zero. So I think it's interesting that in MMA you have one unified rule set which has small differences, but all generally the same. And in Jiu-Jitsu you have a wide variety of rule sets that have biases towards certain athlete skill sets.
You mentioned that as well. I gotta ask you again about ADCC. You have lost very, very good times in your career. One, I mean, the same true for George. And the first was ever submitted to was a good man,
Black belt.
a black belt. He is ADCC world champion, multiple-time IBJJF world champion. You may face ADCC or else. Will you beat
Yes, I have to say that's right. I fought him initially when I first got my black belt. Then I fought him a year later, 2016 and 2017. And despite what people remember about the match, whenever people talk about it, oh yeah, the guy who's pretty supportive. And no one remembers that the first match was like a 45-minute war. And the second match was a full 20 minutes basically. And if I didn't get my back taken in the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, it went into extra time. That did change the outcome of the match. I think that if you look at Felipe's performances, especially Nogi, specifically Nogi, since then, it looks like he's almost got numbers. Whereas since that match, 2017, the only match he lost after that was against Vinny Magalesh by points. And I'm on like a 55 match win streak over the course of 4 years, winning all the major tournaments. And Felipe, since that match, I think is like 5-2 Nogi. He's lost his last two matches. One was convincingly where he's dominated by Andre, and the other by submission. So I don't think he's progressed nearly as fast. If anything, he looks even worse than he was 2018, 2017 based on his previous performances. That being said, I know he's going to come in training very hard. He's going to be prepared, but I just don't think that in terms of technical ability, we're near my level. And he was much bigger than me both times we fought. The first time he was much bigger. The second time he was a little bit less than me. So now that the advantage in technicality and it's not going to be a physicality advantage. So I think he's just very unique everywhere.
This is a good example of a scientific response to a question. Yeah, so he's not. That's not you. You're not deeply concerned in terms of the type of performance, because you have and you will be facing a lot of people.
Yeah, that's actually my opinion for easier matches because of the fact that we're relatively the same size. If I show up at 230 pounds, like a lot of the guys that are 260, 270 plus, that extra weight does make a difference. I think out of that entire bracket, Felipe is probably going to be one of the easiest matches because of the fact that I think he's still taking damage. He's taking down the fastest guard. Whereas I feel like the other guys, they're so bigger, they're very cagey. It may take me a while to actually take them to the ground and get on top of them. I think it may be longer and drawn out matches because of the fact that they're so much bigger. Probably it's hard to take them down. But Felipe is relatively my size. His wrestling is atrocious. So I've already taken him down last ADCC match. So I'm pretty sure I can just put him down past him and finish him.
Well, I'm not sure what response I was expecting, but that was pretty beautiful. We talked about the last night that George had and John brought it up his house yesterday, I believe. The point is we're talking about wrestling. I think that's a fascinating thing. That is an incredible display of strategy, of skill, of heart. George, could you maybe talk about that by John, maybe too? What lessons you gave him that way? Well, maybe it also what happened to you.
Oh yeah. So I was fighting as well. But in the third round, I tear my thermostat. And I don't want to look at the bottom and just push my knee down, try to pass my guard, and I hear that. I don't know what. He were on his back. He switched to armbar. He played the leg back. He went into the previous injury. Yes, and then it gets worse. And I heard that. I didn't know what it was, but it really hurt. So came back and it happened. There's a famous video one that goes on the internet about when I go back in the corner. And I tell my coach, I don't know what it is. I think it's muscle. Jackson is like, I don't care. Hit him with your growing. I was very worried because I wasn't trained. I didn't know what I had. So I didn't know the gravity of it. Plays on your mind. I had to bite down my mouthpiece and the fight. It was ahead of the scorecard. And I need to strong. What was your strategy in terms of strikes, in terms of wrestling? It was such a difficult opponent to take down. Yeah, well, at first I knew I would have a good jab, to stay always from the outside, fight him from the outside and use my footwork because he was like he was much bigger and much stronger than me. And I didn't want never to front of him. So it was all the way out, all the way in. And when I was coming all the way in, it was my proactive reactive. That where I myself initiated the takedown by using distraction, the jab, make it hand goes up and then I do with single or double leg, or react by baiting him before he hit me. Then while he's coming to hit me, I change that over. That's the way I like to take out. But some guys, for example, like Khabib, for example, he's very good at bringing his defense, you change the rest. I find that for me, myself, I specialize in explosives right now. The center of the economics, I found it more economical.
What did you see with your commenting, John, about the wrestling? That was quite interesting. I mean, also, you generally comment on the fact that Jewish and people don't think you wrestle.
I wrestled. I started wrestling at 19 years old, but I wrestled some very good Russian guys. So they took me on money. They're winning, but my ability to cover distance come from karate. It's not from wrestling. Wrestling is how I finish once I get the leg. How I finish the takedown.
So the timing and the explosion inspired. I think an important distinction to make here is when George made Rock's computer, I believe George had a great extent of MMA history with regards to this. And this is the creation of George Hughes' shootboxing, which is the amalgamation of striking technique, in George's case, mostly karate, which was his martial arts background, into grappling, in particular takedowns. When most people say so-and-so is in mixed martial arts, you have to be very careful what they mean by this. There are many highly credentialed wrestlers in the early days of martial arts who went in and truly struggled to take down. Now, these are very difficult wrestlers who in a wrestling would easily take down the but in a striking situation where the ranges are completely different and the setups are entirely different, the stances are different, even the overall conditions are no longer really shoot. People underestimate just what an impact it is for a wrestler to take the shoes off. You lose like 20% of your forward drive when you take off the shoes. All of these make massive differences in whether or not you have contact to kind of for a takedown. As George pointed out, the true value of MMA is finishing the takedown once you've established contact, but that's only about 20% of the action of the mixed martial arts takedown. 80% of that is understanding range, rhythm, setup, opportunity, setups, and that's not the wrestling. Even the overall conditions of the but in the sport of wrestling, you start at very close range in a very bent stance, and you're expected to wrestle in the international stance for 3 minutes at a time. Now, suddenly, you're outplayed, and you're not wearing shoes. All the conditions of the rhythm of the theater is different. The counters are completely different. It's just an entirely different animal. And so George was an early recognizer of this and started putting the emphasis on direct training for shootboxing in addition to wrestling. So he practiced with very good wrestling, natural wrestling type, just sport of wrestling. And that's what made the finishing takedowns. But it was in his shootboxing training, which he himself likes to develop. Remember, George started at a time when MMA was pretty damn young, and if you entered the sport of mixed martial arts, George, it wasn't even allowed on TV. Like it was completely banned in his country. It was physically banned. They had to fight on Indian reservations, and this is way back in the West Day thing. And so, as a young developing athlete, he had to more or less do this by himself. If you ever want to hear some incredible stories about teenage George St. Pierre, and he had a coach who used to make him put on boxing gloves. Now, he was 16, 17 years old. Just put him on a hardwood floor against a professional boxer who was in his late 20s of his career. And he said, George, you're not allowed to punch. You just got to take him down when he tries to knock you out. And it was great.
Yeah, he was like you're gonna adapt or
And he
he could have been very bad, but he was great.
but there's a sense here in which people think, oh, you what is your takedown ability? MMA is your wrestling skill. That your wrestling skill is your finishing ability of takedown. But there's so much more to it than that. Whenever people say, what are the broad elements that determine
But on the shortest possible record, let's get the same thing. The athletes can dominate the pace of the match. The athlete can dominate the direction of the match. And the athlete can dominate the setups will win the vast majority of fights they're in. Those three things, the direction, the pace, the setups. You dominate all three of those, you're going to win matches. You're right. George would always go for the direction front because he could stop the other guy taking down and could impose his own takedowns at any point. So whether it's the ground, whether it's standing, was always up. George had the most sophisticated array of setups to takedowns that I personally witnessed. The whole distinction between reactive and proactive takedowns became very early in George's career, and he excelled on both. Because people tend to favor one or the other. Most athletes have a very hard time imposing their setups on the opponent. As a result, they have to use the cage as a crutch for their setups, where they just put someone towards the cage and then come down on the cage. George is one of the very few people who's equally good against the cage or the other. You can do so in both proactive and reactive situations. And the scary thing is that as good as all of you saw him reacted to, anyone who knows George as a coach would tell you he's twice as good as that in the gym. He would often be up against people several weight divisions above himself. I could sit here all day and go plans, but I always laugh at people tell this is the greatest pound guy that personally seen George take that guy down. Should have the gym. I can't say it. We can talk about that. It's just training. But I've seen George go with people all the way up to like heavyweight, one of the greatest names in the history of the sport. Put them down, advanced position on the ground, dominating training. It's what he did during that time. George, I deeply admire many of the things that we do, not just in the octagon, but in training as well. The impact he had the degree to which takedowns with useless was absolutely inspirational. That's why one of the reasons why I always say the only athlete that would taught me more than I taught you. It's opened my eyes to the people of shooting and how I grew up in that time. I'm lucky to talk about shooting really with that kid boy that match. And I grew up in a time where it was boxing, kickboxing, and it was very habit. And this young man here is the inspiration to within a half day. So comfortably being complimented. If George St. Pierre and Khabib Nurmagomedov each other in the prime, that's a very question. Yeah, but what are the different trajectories you see? Oh, okay, how does each one win? If one wins, one wins. What happens? Interesting. They're actually similar in size, despite the fact that George fought at welterweight. He fought at lightweight. If you see these things of similar height, he's actually a more thick set. Yeah, he's actually heavily around. George walked around most of his career between 188 and 91 pounds. And so Khabib actually would, ironically, have that kind of size and strength advantage, despite being the lightweight. That's been the general trend as MMA has grown. Athletes would come further down in weight to make weight divisions. I believe that George has the best takedowns in history in the open, in the cage. Khabib was his great strength was using the fence to facilitate takedowns. Other great strength was not only his ability to take people down, but to keep people for extended periods of time. Both of them were powerful strikers on the ground and could do terrible things on the floor. So they're both very young. Khabib was mostly a puncher. Right? George was mostly an elbow from the front. But both lay waste to opponents. with strikes on the floor. Both of them were highly competent with submissions. They weren't submission specialists, so this is someone like Gordon Ryan, but they were certainly with submission holds. Fascinating ideas.
It's almost like
Yeah, I do believe that they could probably stand up on each other. I don't think either one could hold together after a whole round. Both of them are notoriously difficult people to hold down. So I don't think that whoever won the first day that wins the match. I don't think it's like that. I do believe that George will have a decisive advantage in striking and distance management. The few times that Khabib did look shaky because when Khabib was either advancing forward menacingly, but when he hit to fight moving backwards, there was a definite asymmetry between his ability to fight going forwards, which was very good, and his ability to fight going backwards, which was noticeably weaker. George would often fight both forwards and backwards. The Thiago Alves, most of his training time, was going backwards. That's probably the single biggest difference between the two athletes' skill level would be at the stand position. On the ground, Khabib's slight edge of takedowns on the fence, George's slight edge of takedowns in the center. Ability to inflict damage on the floor, roughly equal. Ability to fight off the back, roughly equal. Ability to stand up and bottom, roughly equal. Very, very hard match. In terms of the biggest difference in skill level is going to be in the stand position. And so it would come down to that doesn't necessarily mean that Khabib would lose in the stand position. He might just push to the fence and just use match tactics where he kept the fight on the fence for significant periods of time. You can win rounds in that fashion. So it's a match that can go either way. Both of them are absolutely the best that you'll ever see. I've always believed that greatest mixed martial arts I've ever seen in my life. George St. Pierre, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and Jim Jones. The three of them have some interesting similarities and differences. All three beat every single person they ever faced. I know John Jones officially has lost by TK, but no one believes that was possible. George does have 2 losses, but he defeated both athletes decisively in their matches. Khabib did it by having no losses. Interestingly, all 3 athletes had at least one match which was controversial in terms of who won and who lost. John Jones has had several matches with could have gone either way on the scorecard. Khabib's match against Jason Timpal could have gone either way. George's match with Hendricks could have gone either way. They all had matches they won, which people would dispute the outcome. So that was a similarity between the 3 of them. All 3 of them have had the ability to dominate the direction of fights. When they want it to go down, it goes down. When they don't want it to go down, it doesn't. That's why I've got such a heavy emphasis that a mixed martial arts champion must be able to determine the direction of the fights. It's the single most important attribute that they all must have. As to which of the 3 is the best, it's going to come down to criteria. You can't hold which answer you get as to which of those 3 is the greatest of all time will come down to the criteria that you use. Okay, is it undefeated? Is it the amount of time, or is it the quality of the opponents that you have? If you do it by quality of opponents, I think you probably have to give it to George. If you do it by measured dominance, not undefeated, then you have to go to Khabib. Arguably, you could say the same for John Jones. His one loss is by DQ. But then you could also say the last 3 or 4 fights that Jones hasn't been the same measure of dominance as we saw previously. So ultimately, you've got those 3 guys. And then,
What's going on, Alex? How you living, Pim?
It says more about who you are as a viewer.
Nice to meet you too. Welcome to Harry Potter Obama Sound Like Teddy New. Glad you're here.
more
Am I what?
you are as if you were going to close enough doing it.
You are interesting. I am a champion post.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. How's your day going?
Please DM. Please my DM.
Okay.
So he's not even because the generation that is present, there is a huge capacity. They have knowledge, technologies that we didn't have, and we had the knowledge that the other did not have before. But I believe the best result is even more. As good as they are today, I think in sport where you can measure performance, track and field, Olympic lifting, you know if one is better than the other one because you can measure performance. Fighting is also useful. We always debate that we would win, but tendency in sport is that performance gets better. I don't think it's because the athlete necessarily get better, it's because they have access to better technology, knowledge, and they learn from their predecessor. As long as that knowledge is transferred forward. So something tells me that the greatest of all time lived a few thousand years ago, and it's forgotten. Some of the greatest warriors. Can you imagine the kind of grapplers who just the history didn't record them? There could have been small tribes that developed in the UFC, and they've developed the kind of things. You have to think of like the Gracies. It's a small family was able to develop so much so quickly. I often has this discussion with Tony, and I think it's very important. You mentioned. I asked you very several times, like, what would happen if you would take a fighter of modern days facing the champion of creation? This is interesting. And you brought some incredible good point, and people don't realize it. Yeah, I think one of the great tragedies of martial arts history is our loss of the historical roots of penetration. Like most of what we know is from modern times actually lost it in fires of the Library of Alexandria, and we're left with a pitiful amount of information on penetration images. But what we do know is that there was a very large participation in sport, and it was widely considered the most popular sport in the world, and that it was represented in the ancient republics for many hundreds of years, plus a long period of time before its introduction into the ancient republics. And so the development time that it may have had would be very significant. It, as far as we know, most of the development has been in major Greek city-states for literally hundreds of years for that. Giving its prestige as an Olympic sport, the best athletes have been doing. Some of the sharpest minds that we know of in human history were involved in sport. Plato, the great philosopher, was a creationist in his youth. In fact, his name, Plato, is a nickname. Plautus is like Plato. It means poor, big guy, the big guy. And he spoke often about penetration in his written works. Imagine people with the intelligence of Plato thinking about grappling techniques for hundreds of years in the most popular Olympic sport of that time. Significant numbers of people, financial backing, city-states put great prestige on Olympic success. They funneled athletes in, brought in the best coaches, and they had that for many years. It's quite conceivable that the best penetration athletes were of the absolute first quality. And it's so sad to think we never know what was this skill level. It's interesting to think about what kind of techniques they developed, whether there's stuff we haven't discovered yet. In class, you're talking about the most effective takedown strategy in wrestling, collegiate wrestling. So maybe let me ask first, because we offline talked about this too. What is the highest percentage submission in grappling? Overall, you have to go with the rear naked strangles from behind. If you look at most tournaments, most rule sets, it has success across all rule sets all weight divisions, all body types. It doesn't require any kind of specific physical advantage such as height in order to be effective. But it works equally well with fighting and grappling. Um, it will work regardless of how physically and mentally tough your opponent is. Okay, he will have a very high percentage technique in modern day competition. But if your opponent simply makes up his mind that he's not going to tap and is willing to take the physical damage, it won't result in the end of the match. A stranglehold by contrast will always end the match, regardless of your opponent's mental toughness. So I believe it's fair to say that at the end of the day, the single most high percentage method of submitting people in grappling is a renegade.
So when you look at an athlete, you're going to it's like what's the best Mr. Gary with the routine? What's the best submission to really invest in? Is it the rear naked choke? To really invest in development, like understanding the entirety of the system that leads into that.
Oh, I think that's to do all, obviously. But if I had like one submission, only one submission I could pick for the rest of my life, it would be a rear naked.
Can you explain maybe some of the actual technical details of why that's the case?
Well, as John spoke about, they're different joint locks, whereas you don't have to tap. You can just let your leg break and keep going with your triangle. There's no, there's none of that. And then it's just an inherent advantage you have being behind someone. Whereas if you go for an arm, you start from top mount and you're facing the guy, then you put him down and you're not directly behind him with leg locks, you're facing the guy. Whereas when you're on someone's back, you have them in a pin where you can, your chest to back, you have a body triangle, and you're pinning the guy in place. He can't pull it out, he can't grease his way out most of the time. And there's an inherent advantage you have being behind him due to the fact that we're poorly set up to deal with threats behind us.
So that, you should say that's the most dominant position you get to, like more than mount, more than back control.
I think if you look at most matches historically, most guys get stuck in positions for long amounts of time. The guys with their back taken. You get an explosive guy from bottom mount, he can bridge, and he can off bounce you and lock half guard maybe and work back to guard. But someone locks a body triangle on his back, that's where you see most guys getting in place for long amounts of time.
There's a body triangle, like a well-understood thing. Was that an invention at the point? Like as a system, as a pretty
Have some of your listeners can correct me on this, but I believe there was a technique banned in judo called Tojin, which involved crossing feet or locking a triangle around the abdominals from the back. And it was banned in judo, I believe, because of intestinal injuries which occurred in the early developmental days of judo. And in the modern era, when I first began jiu-jitsu, body triangles were relatively rare. They were not standard class. And sometime around the late 1990s, early 2000s, people started to realize that this is a stronger method of control. It greatly increases the amount of control you have with your opponent's hips and torso over regular hours. It's not for all athletes. It's difficult for most people of shorter, thicker stature to employ on big people. If your opponent's very broad built with the stomach, it's almost impossible to apply. And so, because it can't be applied to all people, it tends not to be taught much at the beginner level. And so, as a result, it was always seen as a kind of a specialist move for taller athletes at a higher level of competition rather than a broad-based move for everyone or every body type and every class to employ. So it just didn't get emphasized that much. But in top level competition now, I think you would see that it's very apparent that the vast majority of athletes, whenever they have the opportunity or choice between body triangle and regular ground, the majority of modern athletes would choose a body triangle.
So we also had this conversation about wrestling, and maybe George, you can comment on that. What's the highest percentage? Not statistically speaking, perhaps that's also interesting we kind of talked about, but just for you, in terms of mastery of the takedown, what's the best way to take it down if you would think in wrestling?
Well, I personally, for me, it depends. Well, every fighter are different. They have a different set of skill. For me, when I look someone who want to bring down a tree, a big, strong, high tree, cut it from the base. So the legs, that's what we stand on. So it was to attack the leg.
But is it single leg, double leg? Is it we talked about like there's also the John Smith low single catch out. You know if that's applicable for your kids at all.
You can use it, but it runs the insufficient ones. It's not impossible to use, but without shoes and in situations that play for submission holds and scoring, it's a little more difficult to use. It is interesting. Something being a high percentage in terms of effectiveness tells a story. You're saying that every athlete is different, but if it's more effective for most people, and it's interesting. It's interesting what John talked about is that the highest percentage thing is actually in collegiate wrestling. He was talking about is on the defensive side. So blocking a takedown and spinning out to the back. So that's an interesting idea. And also there's all of these kind of going in from synchronous, which you go double, or wizard position with doing knee tap. There's all these kinds of combinations that seem to be effectively a bit different. It seems like there's maybe it's a scientific way of thinking, but it seems like there is some conclusion to be drawn there. Oh yeah, I believe the high percentage move. There's a reason why they work. I think it's made for a bigger amount of people. For example, one of my main strengths, athletic strengths, is I'm an explosive person. So I use techniques that are explosive. If I get a single leg, one of my things I like to do is to go for the doubles, power doubles. But for someone else, for example, in single leg position, maybe dice, like body trick is better. He's more a Greco guy, actually, or he's a shooting guy. He's gonna go for something else. So, but there is moves that are, I would say, like just mentioned, like universal. Statistically speaking, the highest percentage that goes for pretty much everybody. Everybody pretty much can do a Jimmy, and it's very easy. But it's not everybody that can knock a triangle with their legs. So those moves you're gonna get choked. Like a Jimmy is the highest percentage move because it's maybe more accessible. It's accessible for a bigger height.
Yeah, based on the physical characteristics of the people. Do you draw any these high percentages, John, for in terms of what to focus on?
Yeah, absolutely. Jiu-jitsu has an ocean of moves, and you can get lost in the ocean. You can drift for a long period of time and end up with a motion for it. So my whole thing is focus. We only live one lifetime, and your training lifetime is much shorter than your actual lifetime. So in that time, I'm really dying on that. That's true. Um, I put a very high value on choosing what I believe to be most high percentage moves and putting an extraordinary amount of focus on them. The only problem is that in one generation, moves which can be considered low percentage might actually turn out to be high percentage in another generation. For example, we talked earlier about lectures. I was first out to today we consider the ultimate low percentage move. And a big part of my career has been convincing people that in fact that was incorrect, that it can't be a high percentage move. We just change our approach to them. So we can't just follow tradition and say, oh, this is low percentage, this is high percentage. It has to be part of a fairly systematic study where you investigate what are the reasons why it's high percentage or low percentage. With regards to takedowns, if you look at what we can consider the most high percentage takedowns, if you're in front of someone, the single most high percentage way of taking them down is to get a hold of both of their legs and push them backwards. Okay, to get a hold of one of their legs and put a force on them, they can use their other leg to free themselves and hop around and funk their way out of takedowns, cause all kinds of problems. I don't care how athletic your opponent is. If you get a hold of firm grip of both his legs and start pushing backwards, he's going to fall down. Now, he might be able to recover from there, but he will fall down. Even easier than that is to be behind someone. Takedowns in front of someone, difficult. You go right into their hips, and head, their
hands, those all the things. If you're already behind something and you're doing what in America they're referring to as an athlete, this is significantly easier than taking something down from the front. If you have control, they get in the front headlock position. You've already closed distance on your front floor. You have close contact. You don't have to worry about shooting anything. There's no score out. You don't have to worry about guillotines, kimaras, or standard defenses. Those are intrinsically easier takedowns out of front headlock. So if we're going to talk about high percentage technique, I always go back to the mechanics of it rather than just historical tradition, because historical tradition can be wrong. It was wrong about leg locks. It can be wrong about other things too. So my primary thing is, okay, talk to me about mechanics. That's what always going to determine if something is high percentage or not. Dawn pointed out earlier, if you're behind someone, you have innate physical advantages over the other guy. The human body is set up entirely to defend threats from the front. We are adapted to defending threats from the rear. You don't have eyes in the leg out here, you can't apply pushing strength. If you get behind, takedowns are 10 times easier from behind someone than in front of someone. If you have to take someone down from the front, get a hold of both of their legs. If you can get a hold of both of their legs and apply a pushing force, you will almost knock them down. If you can get a hold of their head and do takedowns from there, again, it's much easier because most of the defensive apparatus is being taken before the takedown need to be carried. And so, for me, the most high percentage takedowns will always be from the front, double legs. From any takedown from the back is going to be significantly easier than any takedown from the front. So all manner of takedowns are going to be very high percentage. And takedowns done out of situations where the opponent is broken down in front of you and you have either front headlock or front chest wrap position are going to be significantly easier than takedowns from the other.
Of course, you have to consider the whole spectrum of mechanics. It's possible that an outside low single leading to a double leg is a much higher percentage. There's a lot of chain wrestling yet, that needs to be considered as a possibility. Maybe a straight on double. And part of this cultural too. Are people afraid of this kind of thing that they keep to be the case with leg locks? Are people aware of this? Are they worried about this? Are they training to this, to defend this? And then there's opponent specific, of course, that with Jordan Forrest, people preparing for the double, which is why he had to develop a whole other kind of different stuff. And then the head to all the different controls, all the different ties, the move set. And that's where it's fascinating to see the effect of group set because judo for the past, I think, 20 years went through this every Olympics, different changes to the rule set, but fundamentally different in terms of what's allowed to grip, whether you're allowed to touch the legs at all. It was a big one in 2012, I think. And that changed the sport completely. It's so interesting. And it's so interesting to watch how tiny change in the pool can change the sport at the highest when you talk about people competing at the highest level. And the cool thing there is the rule change happens on the scale of every 50 years. So you get to see people that are at the top of their game have to be competing. So it's not like you have a new generation of people coming up with the rules. They have to oh shit, you're not allowed to. It's the equivalent of saying you're not allowed to kick anymore. Because you're not allowed to grab legs.
Interestingly, if you look at the case of judo, if you look at the world rankings of athletes, when they went through one of the most significant rule changes in judo history, where they banned any form of grabbing the legs, the ranking of athletes didn't change much.
Yeah, that tells you that
there's a reason why those guys should be top there.
And it doesn't have to do with the specific rule set.
Think about that in terms of, imagine, for example, in mixed martial arts, if they just said, hey, starting next week, instead of having 3 5-minute rounds, it's going to be 15 minutes straight. That would massively change preparation of the athletes. It's a different game. And judo literally was a different game before 2010 and after 2010. And yet, the international ranking didn't really change that much. The countries that were dominant before remained dominant. The athletes that remained before largely remained the same. You would think with such a massive game, all the rankings these thought upside down, but they would. And again, it goes back to this idea that there's a reason why guys at the top are at the top.
Now for something completely different about say George brought up Balthazar. We'll likely probably talk about Balthazar on this podcast, and then John had this skeptical look at his face about it. So let me ask John and Gordon, do you think there's intelligent alien civilizations out there in the universe outside of our own? The universe is unimaginably large. The idea that we are the only life forms in a cosmos as large as is I think naive and foolish. There's a very high likelihood that if life could evolve on this planet, that could have done so on many other planets around the cosmos. I think anyone who puts even a moment still into this would realize there's almost certainly other forms of life out there. The real question about the alien community is have they got here and are they sorting out planet and sulfur sources and making observations and periodically stealing people for experimentation. Doesn't have to be sulfur sources, it could be different other sources.
And that question, I'm not really. I think recently, Navy footage has come out showing some very interesting phenomena. If you talk to almost any experienced pilot, they will tell you they've seen things in the upper atmosphere that are very difficult to explain. I'll be the first one to agree with you. There are some things out there that are extremely difficult to explain.
Literally, UFOs, unidentified.
Yeah, we just don't know what they are. But to go from the idea that there's things out there that we don't understand to there's like little creatures running around and these somehow exist. This was a judgment. I just say I'll make this obviously that it's possible, but all the evidence that I've been shown so far was insufficient to come to any kind of definite conclusions until aliens land in Central Park on Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. and get out with and start shooting people at every many of the stories that you tell.
Well, what about if it's not aliens or radar? It's something very different, very difficult to detect for us humans.
And that's very human, which at that point it's a fascinating idea, really, it's possible, but show me the evidence.
All right, what about you? Do you look at the cosmos and ponder the stars often?
I think it's fair points John raised. Something really interesting I saw the other day was someone posted like if an alien or a civilization 65 million light years away somehow managed to look at Earth, they would theoretically see the dinosaurs because they're 65 million light years away. So like imagine us looking at galaxies that are 100 million light years away. That's 100 million years ago. You have no idea what you're showing now. So that's what's super interesting to me about it.
Yeah, the expanse is huge, and so much stuff to be coming out there yet. The scary thing, of course, is they haven't visited us yet. There has to be a good reason for it. And the set of scary reasons involve the fact that they maybe once it gets sufficiently advanced in their development, they destroy itself naturally. As humans seem to be approaching now. We more and more have the tools to destroy ourselves completely in terms of our weapon systems. And we're developing them more and more. They're becoming better and better. And then we're starting to get angry on Twitter and Instagram with each other. Those are good points to raise.
Yes, there is. Everything that they will perish.
One day, yeah. There's also just the sheer difficulty of travel through space. Space is unimaginably inhospitable environment. And to the best of our knowledge, even with theoretical speed we can attain space, even if we could travel the speed without remotely close enough, still the distances need to be traveled to get to even relatively close solar systems are very long. If you look at astronauts who have spent significant amounts of time in space just orbiting the Earth. It has severe health effects on it. We're just not built for space. We're supposed to be in a gravitational environment.
But you're referring to your biological meat bag that's containing essence of the mind that is down to Earth. Maybe we could transfer the mind alone. The bag, the meat bag is not designed for space, but maybe the again, this context of the mind is
It's possible.
what do you think? You folks who like difficult things, what do you think about Elon Musk with as Mars? Is this something you find interesting or a aimless pursuit?
I think it's a must or a salvation. We need to about something on the planet because historically in the past we knew that we've been bombarded by asteroids, volcano, and crazy things happening here. It's very unstable. You know, if you look at it through a lifetime of a human being, it's nothing. But just with 1,000 years ago, what happened? So there is cataclysm that happened at the time. It's very unstable. So if we want to survive as a species, we need to get out to be able to get out and spread it.
So these are the early steps on a really long journey. Is there something about like we don't get that exploration in most modern society. The kind of exploring that people did throughout the centuries of come to the North America, just throughout, we were shrouded in physical uncertainty of what's out there. And now we get to do the same kind of exploration with Mars. Is there any aspect of you that wants to travel out to space, that wants to travel to Mars? The goal is to allow civilians to travel, perhaps in our lifetime, meaning affordably, to do so now, affordably.
Traveling to space and traveling to Mars are two different things. I think I would like to travel into space. I don't know if I would like to travel all the way to Mars.
Because of the risks involved. Boring. Is there some part of you that
I think that if I was like 40% of my life, I would like to travel.
Because it would be that
just the experience. Yeah. If I go to Mars, that's it.
Hey, with the technology we have now, in the future, maybe our children of our children will be able to experience that.
well, the whole design of the Starship that SpaceX is working on is supposed to come back. It's supposed to be reusable. So it's not a one-way ticket. That's the whole point. It's always come back and forth, back and forth.
What's the time frame between two planets that you travel with?
I think the current thing you'd be stuck on Mars for 3 years.
But how long does it take to get from Earth to Mars?
All the pretty, I'm not exactly sure. Like, I don't know, on the scale of months, not scale of years.
You might have be healthy when you come back. All the astronauts they experience health issues. Use a lot of muscle mass,
Yeah.
I don't think the technology is good right now.
Let's say
It is. I would love to be doing it for at least it's safe.
you are also the first one for a professional fighter to sacrifice his body, something. So there's some sacrifice we do.
I don't want to be the first. I leave the other one, but when I know it's safe, okay, come here.
One of the things that people say, and this is something I wonder about, is it's like kind of kill you or something. Once you're out in space and you look out and you see Earth, you look back at Earth, the experience is like anything else. Like you can't replicate it. Just to look back at the blue dot. That
You just see like Earth disappear.
yeah, disappear into the distance. And then you get to stand on Mars and see, and just to look, you're standing on the ground and you're looking out, and you see the planet from which you came and where you might not be coming back. But there's a challenge to it. The risk is tremendous. And I don't know, I find that risk really compelling for some reason. That could be just the exploration. I guess it's a genetic thing too, how much do you like to explore. Is the same film which, even in the base case scenario where they did get the technology to rescue Mars in a fairly short period of time, it's kind of an inauthentic sense of exploration because
your participation in it is no more exciting than your participation in an airline flying to a foreign country. You're basically, you didn't have anything to do with the creation of the vessel. You're not in command of the vessel. You're not in any way, shape, or form important to the mission. You're just a person sitting on the passenger seat. And you get off at a destination and say, well, you would if you flew to Singapore or London or something like that.
Well, there's a hierarchy. There's a leadership, and there's a bunch of people that all have roles. You don't get to go to Mars without having this skill set to contribute.
You made it sound like space tour.
Well, yeah, I think it's a long time before you have space tours, and to Mars we have nothing to contribute.
Like you will have to go through like a training program.
And there's technical things that you contribute. So they would bring people, in terms of agriculture. I don't think
Okay, so this sounds like they're more like explorers. Like you talked before about explorers of human history, but Magellan's it's all on the boat. Every person on the boat has a specific function. They were all into the mission for the expansion. If they were working on the boat, the performance of the crew would somehow suffer. So this sounds much better.
and with Magellan, I think most of them died.
A significant number, like,
And from bacteria, and I mean, from things that are unexpected. So, and if we discover life on Mars, who knows what that is? Because like a manned mission to Mars would likely be very driven by the research to do all the kind of exploration required to find life.
Now, from Mr. Musk's point of view as a developer, presumably there has some kind of financial incentive too. Is there some kind of financial benefit to Mars missions? Is presumably there wouldn't be that many people on Earth that could afford a ticket to pay for the kind of research and development that require those. Is there some kind of money on Mars or millions that would be used?
I think there's a lot of answers to this. The only honest answer is the one that looks back into human history, where we did a lot of things just because we could. A lot of hard things just because we could, and that led to a lot of innovation that ultimately made our life better. So this is why you have NASA. This is why you have government organization. Like, what's the purpose of NASA? NASA would answer that by saying, okay, well, we're helping launch satellites up there. They'll have a bunch of answers. But the reality is, programs were funded in large part by our desire to explore again. And there's some aspects to which we have to only invest into that because, historically speaking, that has produced a lot of things along the way that were coming out unexpected. Like administrators funded by public tax away. And how was Musk going to fund this? Well, currently, most of the funding for SpaceX is NASA giving money so they're making a competition. Who can get our satellites to go to just like the space station to resupply the space station. We need to launch satellites. Who's going to carry those quote-unquote payload? They just need NASA's paying what the heck to get kilograms of thing up into space. Wonder, this is massive suspicion. Why did they just give up? But they realized when Mr. Musk came along, Bezos, others, that said we could do it for 1/10 the price. So why should the taxpayers pay for it? Why don't you NASA do a YouTube, which is like to test out cutting edge stuff, make sure they're safe. And now that we've developed a car, let us UPS and FedEx take care of doing this at scale, doing it cheaper, doing it better. I mean, that's the argument. And NASA could realize it took way too long. So when you're investing millions, billions of dollars into a project, the bureaucracy builds up. So
Welcome.
I mean, you really have to test that project. Then you have something like going on and says, well, let's do launches every week. And as opposed to just throwing away the rocket, reuse the rocket. That was one of the cutting edge inventions. It's a dumb idea. Like Elon says, why do you throw away the equivalent of role playing every time you throw it away?
Why are we every time going with this message try that with the space shuttle? Yes, we did that with the space shuttle, not the scale that with the space shuttle was seen as this like majestic, amazing thing that requires a huge amount of investment. But Musk's more basic rocket should be reused. Cut cost. Do you think like the more technology we have, the more specializing that for that piece of technology, there is different direction. You just expect now that there's specialized in this and that, other direction. Yeah, there's under specialization and more stuff. It's fascinating because is it making us more dumb? And make it like yeah, I don't know. You know yourself like it's that beta male of society because we're just collective intelligence. We rely on each other more and more. And I do also see sort of the rise of conspiracy and all these kinds of things because like I've been talking to folks about fire. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. There's a large community of people that believe there is fire. And that idea to in this day and age, all the idea that's the only thing for a large number of people. And I think that the consequence of this kind of specialization is just a huge amount of expertise. But if you look out to our world and try to use it simply about existence, we are losing the skills to do that. There's more and more people specializing usually in general who are like extremely good at specific things. Are we capable now to do a robot that's self-aware? That's one thing. It's self-aware. It's been listening. But do you think you would think it's self-aware? That's a good question. I mean, I ask this question all the time. The robots, there's a sense of when they turn off, something entered them. Wow. When it turns off, something left. If they move a certain kind of way, it's surprising. There's certain elements that enable us to see the magic in a living being. And some of them we can care about, we can maybe list them, but it's the ability to surprise you. It's the ability to make mistakes and learn from them visibly. It's a bunch of things that you just, I don't know, it just feels like it has the magic of the being, and which is what humans have. And I try to think about how do you replicate that in a machine. So when you turn it on, it like dies every time. So for most machines, we don't feel that. We don't unplug things. We don't feel that way. I don't know why we feel that way. It's an interesting question. But I think when the robot has certain qualities, like memory, like ability to recognize you, yeah, you start to feel like you're turning off more of it. So whenever I have robots that recognize and remember this is important, then all the things we experienced together, then it's like shit. That's a good thing. But does he remember? It feels like does he remember your robot? Does he remember things that happened before level? Is it like he's sleeping? Like you wake up, or is he like dead? So right now, no, I remember every time. Yeah, it's storing. Remember, the memories are basically like, okay, we walked around in the kitchen, and then you looked at. I mean, the memories, the data. It's not like we experience able to actually experience anything deep like humans can. But just the fact of memory. It's like the toaster or the microwave don't give a shit about me. They don't know me. They don't know me by name. They wouldn't recognize my face as being different from Gordon's. They wouldn't know the difference. And they would remember the microwave girl doesn't remember the times I've been sad or like what I put into it. Doesn't remember this. When I was being a fat ass, I was being a good J. All just those memories are enough to Of course, that's kind of anthropomorphism between each other, but that's that's something that makes me feel it's possible to create systems which we can have connection around you, like similar to dogs, cats is one. It just makes me, and that's what's interesting to me because ultimately I feel like they'll help us understand ourselves and maybe practice. Anyway, well, let me ask the next question. Now that we're together, I've spoken to John, I've spoken to George. What advice would you give to young folks? Whether we're talking about sport, like excelling, becoming great at grappling, become great at fighting, become great at whatever sport to take on, or at life in general, whether that may be in high school or college, what advice would you give them to excel at that thing you take on?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this because I'm only 26. So you said advice to young people. For me, I think the two biggest things are find something that you're talented in and you enjoy. I think that if you enjoy something but you're terrible at it, it's going to be hard for you to be successful in life in that given area. And it's going to be hard to do something for long amounts of time if you're talented at it but you enjoy doing it. It's easy to come in and train hard for 2 months or for a year. You can be very talented, but if you come in, it's a different story to come in every day for 5 years in a row, for 10 years in a row, for 15 years in a row. So I think finding something that you're talented in and something you enjoy are probably the two biggest things, right?
How do you find the joy in it? So you've been training, let's say, a lot. You've been doing it for a long time. Is there ways to rediscover the joy in it?
Yeah, for me, initially, it was just learning new stuff. As if I felt them every day, you learn, you see different moves, and you're like, oh man, that's awesome. And then when I started to compete more seriously towards my professional career was the joy of giving camps and seeing the result of those camps, beating high-level athletes. And then it got to a point where I'd beaten all the high-level athletes already, so who am I going to compete against? So now for me, the joy is just being the best athlete I could possibly be until and reach my pride, which I'm hoping is somewhere between 35 and 40. So instead of competing against the other athletes, that would be boring because I already beat all the rest of the guys. I know that I can be better in a year from now or 2 years from now than I am today. That for me is exciting.
By the way, is there some aspect of teaching that's exciting too?
Yeah,
Because you become a better and better teacher over the years.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy teaching. I used to teach a lot before I met John, and then I met John, and I was like, I just have no idea how to teach. So that's like a completely different element of the sport. Doing things and being good at doing things, being good at winning, and actually being able to communicate those skills and knowledge to a vast amount of people is two completely different things.
George, advice for people like yourself? Well, first I would tell them find what you want to do. And long term, use certain things, maybe sometimes you do stuff, but where you want to propel yourself for the future. Not what your parents, your grandma, what you want to do. Once you find it, you cannot doing it by yourself. Everything that is big achievement in life, you cannot doing it by yourself. So what I would say is, second thing is try to build up your team. Try to build up your team. You are going to achieve your goal of people that are competent and people that you trust. We both confidence and trust. I see a lot of people sometimes in business, for example, they hire people that they trust, but they turn out to be competent. So now you have to hire and otherwise your business goes down. The same problem if you do the opposite. You hire someone that is competent, but you cannot trust. He's going to fool you. So it's very important to
stay away from it. It's not your thing. Oh, you trust all that. And I would say, the third one is to work hard, sacrifices that you have to go through hell to get. You have to see the light of it. Keep your dream mind.
Yo, these guys are boys.
Work hard.
These guys are boys.
The fourth one, from that country. Do not work the game.
I tried.
Champion stuff. The other guy. So you need to most people, most athletes make the mistake when they start driving money. They buy luxury stuff. And that's one thing I do. When I started taking money, I was investing on traveling to Europe, training with John, guys to learn what is new, the game of jiu-jitsu. To go in Thailand, train Muay Thai, in Los Angeles to perfect my boxing skill. Instead of taking that money to buy jewelry, cars, to do what a lot of guys, because it's a mistake, I invested in myself because I know there were people coming, they want my face off, and I didn't want them to catch me. And the last one I would say, things weird. I would say to give back. And it's not because I'm a nice guy. And it's not that, I don't say that. Good. I say that when you make it, it creates opportunity where you can help certain group of people. But when I say give back, not give back to everybody. Give back only to the cause. I give back not because I'm a guy. I'm kind of selfish. I only give back because I give back to them and I hear that I'm more successful. I'm going to be able to give back to people I love because so it brings me more motivation because I don't compete for myself. I compete to help people I love. So when you reach the top of your game, you need to find motivation. If you're satisfied, it's the end of it. You're successful booked out. So you need to find new motivation. What can motivate you? What do you? Oh, I want to help this one to be successful. I want to, you need to find reason what you want to do with your success. So when I say get back, not because I'm necessarily not to look like a nice guy, to keep the motivation to be able to keep climbing level even more.
That's beautiful. John, first off, sports is considered I think the most important thing. Gordon talked about the need for an underlying passion and enjoyment. If you don't have that, you're not going to have the longevity. In order to build skills, which is ultimately it's going to come down to the build skills. You've got to have some kind of underlying passion and enjoyment, which will keep you in the game long enough to build championship skills. It's got to get a minimum of 5 years, quite possibly considerably longer. George talked about the idea of community. You're not going to make it by yourself. So you've got to be able to help people around you and build a trusting environment around you to develop those skills. What I would add to the excellent points that both of you raised alludes to what I said at the start of this podcast. You've got to be able to identify some kind of undervalued elements in whatever industry you're in and show the world their true value is. In addition, you can't go through life doing the same things as everybody else and expect to get different results. This is straightforward question and worse character. Essentially the statement that I'm going to do the same thing as everyone else, but we might be different. And so they'll work for me, but they didn't for anyone else. That's like saying, no, we're all just the same. And in order to be special, we're going to have specific skills and abilities that we don't have. Thirdly, I would say if you want to become something truly impressive in life, you've got to be able to focus on one or two things
then you do better than anyone else in your industry. You can't learn everything, but you can pick one or two skills, and the more innovative those skills are, the better, and you can truly excel at them. For example, at the peak of his career, no one in the world was better than Jules St. Pierre at integrating striking and takedowns. No one in the world was better at integrating grappling and striking on the ground. He had two things that he could confidently say he was the best at the world. Was he the best at every note? But he was absolutely the best at those two skills. And those two skills were skills which he used throughout his career to win the basketball player. Gordon Young is the way to go. There's no one that can see it. You could also say that it's gone to explore absolutely the day you start unsatisfied with the skills work, so you can board, boredom, whenever it's like as long as it's the main is like finding understand that you can't just that is almost find out what John, Gordon, George, this is an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for your extremely valuable time, George. Somebody who's become famous in part by commenting people's performance. How do you think we did? How would you evaluate? It's great. I love it. Yeah, it's for real. You did good. Yeah, it's okay. It's something I really hope those companies have to get together. It's so rare that at the same time history is the book. This is awesome. This is just a story. This is like show. It is great. Which animals would fights, yeah. For the whole 3 hours. If we just fight Joe, we'll make it systematic. It'll be a Joe, which animal? John and I, we have to set each other with each other. We are very intrigued by the fight. Check this out. Like a right. It was no, it's that everybody. There's things that people would see the stuff that they would judge you harshly. All right, thanks so much, guys. This is awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation. We're staying here, John Donahart, and support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with support Miyamoto Sashi. There's nothing outside yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything's within. Everything exists. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you. next time. Following this conversation comes the founder of Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, and many more. He runs Taco, which is an investment company that focuses on how artificial intelligence can revolutionize large industries. He is part owner of Pittsburgh Steelers. He's the guitarist of the band Compound that tours with the Stones. But most importantly, he's humble, down to earth, and someone who has quickly become a mentor and friend. This is What's the Podcast. To support it, you check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Thomas Paul. In 2004, he founded Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, with Batman Begins, Dark Knight, Dark Knight Rises, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300. The list goes on. It's just some of the biggest movies in history. What does it take to make an epic movie like that? What does it take to make it happen from start to finish?
Well, look, I've been in there since I was a kid as a fan. I think what you need is to be able to tell a great story. If you're going to tell a great story, you need a great director. You got to start with a fantastic script that is able to take some of these iconic characters that we did and put your own stamp on, still respecting the mythology. And I had zero experience in movies and television before I started Legendary. So it was a very interesting trip. Total luck that we had the opportunity to make 5 movies at the time with Chris Nolan, which turned out to be one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. But it's each one is its own little startup company. I don't think there's a formula to get there. I know that if we don't have a great director and a great script, if you don't have that foundation, it's hard to come.
Who's the CEO of that startup company? Is it the director? Who would you say kind of defines the success or failure?
Well, when you build a big movie like that, it's an enormous effort. 360 degrees, digital effects. You had an amazing script, an amazing director, you know, parts. That's a problem. So the reason it's so difficult to pull off is just to say you start with a stack of papers and words on it called the script. Bring that to life, and you're asking the audience to believe in everything. Out there, you've got a cast. Even if they're a mess, chemistry together, and the director kind of general on the battlefield, but you have a strong producer, very high. It truly is on its own story.
You're welcome, big dog. My pleasure.
You said you were new to the industry, but you did a lot of producing things. So at that time, what is the background of your business? What is interesting holes that you were able to, or like problems that you were able to fix, or problems that exist?
Well, look, business has changed radically since 2002.
I have no idea what it is.
When I started Legendary, so that's how but I would say the reason that I started the business was at the time it was a $30 billion industry, and no institutional capital around moving this fast because almost every other category has that size. And the institutional capital is kind of a punch.
It's usually 25
and I was perplexed and fascinated that that didn't occur. And the way the business works, like any business I looked at it. So after kind of convincing myself that you could actually make money
you were disciplined and had the right approach, went out, raised the money, Herculean, still maybe done in my career to walk around and say, look, I have no experience. I've never done this before. And the second thing, being very fortunate, was able to partner up with Warner Brothers. Warner's at the time was run by Alan Warren, who besides being creative is also Harvard MBA. So really understood what I wanted to do. Alan, was just an absolute dope that I still look up to this day. After Warner Bros. He went and ran Disney. Their run, between Marvel and Star Wars. So between Alan being responsible for Harry Potter, the Dark Knight stuff, and Disney stuff, he probably had his greatest career in the movie business. So my first focus was around sort of two concepts: global, wide coverage, tentpole films, and then the business aspect being bringing long-term institutional capital to bear.
I'm going to ask dumb questions, which is part of the style, I guess. But just for people who don't know, including me, what is institutional business capital? What is institutional capital? There's equity.
Okay. Well, so
this is how I'm being
starting and you go around to a bunch of successful companies. Hey, you can invest in my company. So that's sort of that's great. Capital. It's not getting money from Fidelity or T-Rowe or a sovereign wealth fund or endowment from the university. It has large that has a long-term point of view for your business. So if you get money, your neighbor, successful dentist, next year, the dentist may say, hey, times are hard, I'm going to need your money. If you partner with Fidelity, Stanley, these institutions, they have capital to say, okay, I'm doing this over the next 5 to 10 years. And I got the opportunity to bring that type of capital to the movie business, communication,
And the benefits are patient.
I just said to my colleagues around the that's actually
You have to do it with parties. You need to do much larger. So
Yeah.
what benefits the challenge?
Well, I think the benefits in some ways are
I've
very
been
professional to a large
I've had a bit of a weird on the street. I used to street quite a bit about a year ago, and then my headset broke,
and the other
and then set up to break because I started doing it. I was doing it off the same thing for half an hour.
I'm investing in our
But I was using a headset line, and I was using a different platform as well. Like I was using Twitch, I was using a
a lot of
different
the institutions don't have the technical expertise to really grasp what's being done. They don't, other than these different practices,
and then I bought this one, and then I was
the
like,
movies and television are completely approachable. Because everybody has an opinion. So, whether it's you guys focus on actors for that, why did you do this movie? So it invites a lot of sort of second guessing, things like that. So that was always
well, I decided I don't know. I think this is something with the it was kind of listening.
and then when you talk about private equity versus public equity, you're a public equity companies are traded by TD Ameritrade. If on the other hand, institutions or individuals investing in private companies,
because there's nothing else to do.
capital
Not doing anything else.
in private equity stuff.
But it's difficult to make this happen because it's individuals. So
It's just painful talking about the kid anymore.
So it's much.
But the great I gave it to you for a reason.
It's
Especially because you guys were 10 a day. Like, let me give it to you.
Yeah, and again, massive difference between large private equity
It makes for a good time.
shops who are professionalized,
To
and then the
comment
same
on countries.
category earlier
Honestly,
versus private individuals
like I was
Or
flicking
just
through
be
Twitch years
whatever,
ago.
but again, it's much more
I was flicking through Twitch
individualized.
years ago, and I was just like,
People like your idea.
and then the
I'd
ones
like
that
to.
don't talk, I'm just found that I don't.
From all the,
And there's a reason for that, is because it's just more boring.
what do you think is the most confusing?
It just feels like you're watching a YouTube video and it's just
Works of genius, whether that's technology, AI studies, whether that's expertise,
do you know what, dude? Hunt for munchies, fun drinks for Eric's
I
party,
would say
I'll stand for some
couple of
money, fun banquet.
Enough money
Okay, cool.
that whatever
DVDs.
endeavor you're going into, that you're not so nervous about the
I've seen
outcome. If I have $100 to spend, I think I can create a perpetual motion machine or something for $104. I can't do it. So I would say making sure that capital is patient, so that it's, if you're going to do things for extraordinary, it takes some time. And you're going to break it, right? You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have a whole bunch of film on the computer, so to speak, or if it's lab, a whole bunch of other stuff.
Oh, that looks so raggedy.
And
So,
I also think it's very important at the beginning,
what your interest
and I always try to do this with companies I
I like
invest
staring
in,
at people every now
is
and then.
make sure
I
that
like
we
sleeping,
have a
eating,
philosophical
I like breathing sometimes. It's fun.
and somewhat mechanical
That was very interesting.
mindset, so that
Like, my
going in,
interest want to bounce around a
you
lot.
both understand, hey,
My
this is how we
interest
check
changed
out this
it's actually quite tonight.
this is what
Because
we
I'll be
feel like
into
our
one
future
thing.
is,
Like, I was into
this is what
skate.
our goal is. These are
And
the
then
metrics by which
all of
we
a sudden, I
just
just stopped doing it.
because
I
if
still
you
go
don't
skate
have that
sometimes.
shared,
Just
hey,
there's
we're
so much more interest in
ready,
skate now to me. But
then
I
I
want to
think
stick
that's
to
what
one thing.
we get upset with.
What about, this is a weird question, constraints, this is both make it,
That's so fun.
do you think more money is better?
No.
To do that.
So I like
I'm
this,
property, I know parents of mine and children
like
are
a
like,
constraint,
I'm always stay on their
like
side.
a
I've told you
consideration,
many times to probably
deadline,
fence no more than 6 feet to
catalyst,
Seattle and Views
creativity,
Road between our two properties, and you still have not done it. I know my rights as you since then, maybe you don't, and I expect you to. So follow the rules. If you don't, or if you choose not to for fence, then I might take you to small claims court for damages to your neighbours.
I think if you're focused on a particular
I was
problem,
going to try and say his name with worse confidence.
if you have that focus and you feel like you have unlimited
Bitchy neighbours, man. It's always
or
bitchy neighbours.
resources, so there's really no leverage in the situation. Right? There's no,
Stop it.
if I fail at this, I'll just go get money, right? I'll just go. I think that's a hard way to be resilient, and to think of new ways to solve problems.
Having more than one hobby is important. Let's say like craft.
So I think
Craft and draw
capitalizing things just
to get
to the end of the trade does
that's a very
create.
solid
I
game.
think
Okay,
there's
but
that perfect
I was trying to
balance.
read that, so like, I'm really,
Don't
really
to
yeah.
the point
I
where you
think
make
it's
short
good to have
decisions
one
for
hobby, but when your hobby
non-strategic
is
or thoughtful
constantly,
decisions.
I mean,
Because you gotta
constantly
pay rent.
changing, it's a bit
But on the
difficult.
other hand, you can't have it be like this.
Yeah,
everlasting
craft true. I really want to be able to draw though.
whatever you
Like I did try and
keep
draw
flowing
so
out, because that doesn't create any
stress and I didn't even know what I
that
did.
I think
I
do
think trying to do so long, I just can't do it.
result in works of genius and things
That's I was
you know,
thinking of.
that are
I do
transformative.
all the time. Everyone in my house is
One of the things that is interesting
if you don't have beer,
about society, sort
you
of
have to take beer.
writ
That
large,
was either beer
is
or soda.
I think that when you go through hard
It tastes so badly. I hate beer.
times, and you have to do things
But you also want
that are
alcohol to do it. Right, I'll try and find some alcohol.
and you're tired. That in some ways builds up that you're comfortable being uncomfortable
Beer.
muscle. And I sometimes think
You
we're
want to be in there right now? No, I want to
losing that a little bit. You can't really paint with a wide brush, but
when you
you know, that's one of the things that I kind of observe and hope that we don't go that way.
I do challenge discomfort kind of gift is
Wait, that's just
overcoming that. It's like
that's
we'll never, if you want to bring the source of happen with
during
fulfillment
having
over
lots of
some
practice
stuff.
where
But from a business
just take more
perspective,
practice. I'm
I
just like,
see like if something is really difficult,
I did art in
to
school
me
for
it's
3
also a
years.
sign that most
By
actually
choice, we had to
or
do it.
many fail.
I really struggled with it. Like, I found it relaxing. I
Nice.
hated the subject in school.
When
The teachers
when
were
people
awful. The subject
tell
was
you
awful.
something's
I
possible,
found it very relaxing.
I
I was
love
just doing this.
because it's like, all right, that's a lot of people read, and then that gives you an opportunity to be a person that shows it's not fun.
I do that.
Wrong. If you're not wrong, you have the opportunity to stand out. So you go through that hardship, taking those big risks, it's going to really pay off. So like discomfort is a feature, not fun, of both personal life, which is good for life, but business is like
Making his own question.
good business. If something is hard, it's probably a good idea. Yeah. Most others would fun question. I don't know if you, but it's the most expensive thing people are responsible to make. Why was you have to say number. Some things stand out as being exceptionally expensive. Why?
Just still is with home. Wow, I'm so
I think Jurassic World worked out great. And
That's the
stuff to do.
it,
Guess what? I have some stuff to do too.
it's one of my favorites. They just did an amazing job. And frankly, the crazy thing about it is all the stuff that I love as a kid somehow surfaced in my adult life. And having the opportunity
Would be a better option.
while I was out there to develop friendships,
That's so
feel
true.
and then have my name
When it comes to me and like physical art,
pretty
whether it's painting, drawing,
so that was
just even painting, it's relaxing. It's just it just stresses me out.
to me there's a
So it's like this I can't
and
paint anymore.
expensive because
I struggle to read fast.
and it turned out it's certainly
yeah, with Jurassic World, it's I mean, I can't imagine like just create
It's just like
so
all
much,
the
so much of
things and then like
can't bring dinosaurs.
yeah.
Is that where how the cost is? In the computer side of things?
Yeah, those are generally massive components of the budget, especially if you're doing it and inventing things as you go. Jim Cameron's one of those filmmakers who
boxes of
is designing a plane as a time in such a brilliant way. And I got to know him over the years and just in
able 10
awe
candy
of
bars
the way
get
he
full, so she has
so yeah, it's
25.
Seems good in terms of you're such a fascinating person.
If Iris has to leave past by 9 a.m. and it takes us like 2 minutes
A
to
lot
get
of us
what time does she have to
so
leave?
how does he create a direct
8:27.
build the plane while it's
Just
flying?
taking this time.
What
Digital art is
goes
also saying take some textures.
so I never did
I've just been
film
nice.
with Jim. I'm just a huge fan and got to know
Yeah.
him. And John Landau.
Leaves a lot of mess, and that's why I don't like it.
One of the things
I did
fascinating
do digital
me
art
about
for a while. I did
so he
Roblox
makes
GX.
there's a bunch of
You know what? I actually wasn't too bad at
things
it,
that he
but they did stress me out after a while
he
because
does
I was doing that for people, and I'd say
has a good graphic
stupid than
and
me.
he has not only the imagination but the ability to lead a team.
Built my assignment psychologist.
I got to go down really. They were shooting out in a warehouse. I think it was where they were shooting. As they were explaining
Found it.
how they were capturing, they could go back later because they created the environment. It blew my mind.
Okay, fun drinks.
This is truly, people talk about the big league. This certainly is one. So he is continuing to push the envelope in terms of the art of the pencil. I just think he's an incredible genius on that front.
Again, another hard question. So you on the music care about storytelling. Is there some aspect which money and beautiful graphics can exist?
too isolated. So,
You feel like if you think about drafting, obviously that's nice.
right. You can find like ski centers and stuff like that. But
What do you think about potential story,
ski centers are
experience,
just like quite
and
expensive.
visual effects?
Well, if you're using big effect shots and all kinds of tricks to cover over the fact that you don't have a very interesting story to tell, that's where I think where I think you have the incredible you mentioned Chris Paul, Cameron, Del Toro,
it's got to be a meeting with
the folks
I've caught up mostly now, but I've
just
still
see
got
the
a bit
world
of
and use technology to enhance storytelling, right? To make you believe
find out
differently, rather to make you not just suspend your disbelief, but feel like you're a person. So I've certainly seen it done expertly, and I've seen it done poorly.
You think about in the past, you kind of left the movie making business at an interesting time after you saw the changes. There's a lot of things with Netflix and TV, so the role of film in society has changed. So what do you think is the future of movies versus TV? Like if you were a business person, as a creator, as a consumer, as a technologist, thinking about the next 20 years, what do you think is going to be the godfather, the great pieces that move us society?
That's a 60 bill.
Is it going to be a movie? Is it going to be TikTok? What's it?
Well, so I think the other category I would add to that
it's completely free as well.
is truly a
I'm actively working to work on a project. There's
new
some
story,
assignments that have deadlines that I don't mind,
especially when you go into VR,
because they're actually kind of
and there's
fun.
enough computing power
Because they're kind of fun.
to sustain it
Like some
and
of
to
them are
allow
just
it
so
to be social.
really boring. I just
You
can't
know,
do
for
that.
you to have different paths to go down.
One of my
That'll be, I
assignments
think, the next realm of what storytelling experience will look like.
Do you think video game type world, or is it more movies, or is it more social network, or is it all of the kind of blended reality and gaming?
Yeah, I thought if you saw Ready Player One, which I love the book, and movie was cool too. But you know, that's what the workshop, right? Where you go in, you know, we just talked about the metaverse and all that, but you go into a world that's fully like as yourself and you interact with the world. The other side of it is when somewhere between being a passive observer and being able to move around point of view experiences, which I think is interesting. And then I think another adventure those people think of is a blend of things. So there's a mission, right? There's obstacles, there's everything. You move through it, but it's immersive and tells a story at the same time. That's why I think you're going to see new, amazing storytellers that we don't know yet, that understand how to innovate, how to make you feel something in that environment. And to your earlier point, you know, I saw probably around 2015 when Netflix decided to be bold, put out House of Cards, put out all the episodes, leave you in charge of the pace at which you review them, which I thought was great.
That's a good thing.
Yes, it was. And I can't tell you around Hollywood, anybody that's listening to me thought it was a great idea was being truthful, because everybody I talked to said this is idiots, right? What do they know about movie making and TV? And what I saw happening was, if you look at what Netflix pulled off, you realize that there isn't really a problem around the studios. You really could make stuff, and really good stuff. And so they started creating their own content that pulled in Amazon, which pulled in Google through YouTube, and yeah, Hulu, then you had Disney deciding they're going to have Disney Plus, and the next thing you know, you have some of the biggest companies with the largest balance sheets on the planet being in the creative business. That's, if you're an independent, that's bringing a knife to a gun fight for sure. And so, I thought that was interesting. The other thing used to be that movies were where the big thing happened, and television was sort of, it was all three different experiences. Then you had something like Game of Thrones, which was not only at the same epic level visually, storytelling wise, but had the budget to be able to do it. And now, I think you're seeing all kinds of different storytelling taking place, and also like that you're not pigeonholed into a time. You got 2 hours of stories. You can do a 3-part mini series, a 5-part mini series. You can do television that's all kinds of different formats. And that I think is allows creators to be a lot more interesting.
It is also interesting to consider the role companies that enable that, like capital that enables that. Without Netflix and HBO, we would have some of these epic shows. So if we're thinking about the virtual reality world that you're talking about, it's interesting to consider who will make. Now you said Facebook is talking about metaverse, but it's unclear that just having money Netflix with a lot of these stuff as well. Amazon is a lot of companies complain they don't quite do as good of a job yet at enabling creators of creating revolutionary content that changes the community. And that's probably the case with virtual reality. They create a lot of money to enable experiences in terms of compute infrastructure. There needs to be huge amount of money there, but we also need to somehow give freedom to creators to have fun, to do their best work, and at the same time, provide the perfect amount of constraints, all of that together. However Netflix makes it happen, they do a pretty good job. Because it's a very complex platform. But yet, all the creators that I talk to, comedians and so on, that work with Netflix are really happy because they feel free to create their work.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, companies are a letterhead that boils down to people. And I think I've known Ted Sarandos a long time, who ran the studio at Netflix, and now took over for me running the company. But Ted, very smart, talented guy, that understood early how to cultivate talent, relationships with talent, which is important. When you're dealing with creative people, their motivation and their goals are not always the same. They're not always capitalistic, right? And so, in terms of being able to communicate with creative people that are not always A, B, and C, is a talent. So I think they did a great job. Ted did a great job of that, really. But I think that you're going to see different formats. I don't think going to theater to see a massive movie on that screen in that format is a fundamentally different experience. And I think you're going to find these, my old shop, Legendary, put out Dune, which I thought was phenomenal. We secured the rights to Dune years ago. I was over the, I love the book. I love the entire world that it's doing. And that's a really, history. I think when Avatar 2 comes out, I will see that on a big screen. I think it's a ton of content, obviously, and it's not all going to be computed. I think there's definitely it's pause at the time of any project content to release.
the conversation. Also, just as I said, and there's some that, they went off. I mean, going in a darkness to life, you go out and learn. There is something special about it. And I think movies that are part of our cultural fabric forever. For some reason, Hollywood in America is uniquely positioned to be not that there are great foreign movies, but far and away, American movies, are dominated not only the world market, and so whatever it is we do well, or Hollywood does well, there's something in the water. But I agree that I love movies, and I will for the rest of my days. It's interesting how creators move back and forth now as well. That used to be a complete no-no. You're either a movie guy, a person, or you're a TV director, and that's that. But those lines are completely blurred. And they're also blurring. They're blurring all kinds of lines. They're moving to TikTok, Instagram. I know right now it's ridiculous to consider that these 1 minute things could be considered even the same route creative as a film, but maybe that changes over time too. Maybe experiences completely become fluid in terms of their size, as long as they have some deep, lasting impact on you as a being, as a consumer.
To me, the whole thing is about either the moving image or even sometimes a picture will bring out an emotion, reaction, something. So, short form is harder because you have less time to set things up and all that. But I'm sure there will be short video creators that come up with things. If a moving image can get a reaction and make you feel a certain way and stay with you, and inspire you, well, that to me is just the next evolution of whatever it's going to be, humans and cameras, etc.
See, I think that's why I talk offline about this. That's why I love robots. I think there's certain things in the short form with robots that immediately bring out a feeling in people. There's something about our consideration of our own intelligence, our own consciousness, called the fears and hopes, the beautiful things about nature, the dark things about human nature. Somehow, especially with what robots bring out, because we have both fear and excitement towards that. Are these going to be our overlords, our gods that overtake humanity? Are these going to be things like horses or something like that, something that empower humanity? You don't know what to make sense of it. That's why they're super exciting. Speaking of robots, you've gone into traditional industries and disrupted them quite a few times. Is there a system for deciding which industry is ready for disruption? When you look at the world and see what are the big problems you would like to solve, do you have a system of how you see which problems to solve? How do you look at the world?
Yeah, well, on the business side of it, I have a holding company called very imaginatively named. Part of that, literally every name ever is now taken, registered, and all that stuff. So we're a holding company.
What's a holding?
So instead of being fun, it has money, and there's what's called a vintage year. I raise capital, and I agree to invest that capital for go on, give it back to you, which sometimes create vertical time pressures. A holding company is for permanent capital. So the idea was behind Telco was to buy almost always companies in majority states, great management teams, in spaces that did not traditionally have a lot of innovation. And to have labs who were data scientists, AI practitioners, engineers, machine learning, etc., and to be able to bring that wherewithal to that company. So to provide them capital and to provide them with access to technology, it would be hard to individually recruit to that company. So I would say that the thesis for industries that were large enough that hadn't traditionally had access to that type of technology or innovation, and to try to look for companies that not only looked that part, but had management teams that embraced it and wanted to make that happen.
Yeah, there is quite a few industries like that, but then finding the industries and prepare. Because like most industries often have a lot of school folks who don't. It's quite the technology. I'm quite with autonomous vehicles and just the automotive industry, depending on the company. It's old school folks. It's like Detroit thinking versus like California thinking.
Well, I think you have to look at the nexus of two things. One is just plain old human behavior. If I am uncomfortable and this is a comfort zone for me, it's not something I have as a field of expertise, I'm going to shy away from it. Right? Especially if I'm successful, I feel good about myself, it's a good, successful company or person or whatever. And the second thing is that, especially if you're a public company, you're being weighed and measured every quarter, you are rewarding managers of that company to hit metrics, to be reliable, and to say, hey, I'm that you're going to deliver what you say. It's difficult to say, you know what, everybody, the next 2 years, I wouldn't count on our financial protection at all. Because we're going to reinvent what we're doing. It's going to work in the long run. You're going to see that it's a really smart investment 5 to 7 years from now. That's not the way capitalism is currently wired, generally, right? And a lot of, so again, if you reward managers with yearly bonuses and stock options based tied to stock price and all these other things, and then ask them to do great stuff, that's hard.
So you're saying like the taco, which is private investment, is the best way, perhaps the only way, to enable this kind of long-term innovation, investment, taking big risks, investing in innovation.
Well, we certainly are not by any means the only one doing it. I'm just saying that you think about big companies, more successful, that are in whole line businesses, and I hear people sort of talk about, well, why can't they just pivot? They recognize they need to be in the technology business because it's hard. It's hard to steer a ship and turn it that big, especially if it's not part of your DNA. So, I just think that what we try to do is to enable management teams that know where they're going to go and to be patient with capital and to also, again, bring innovation to bear that they have access to. There's plenty of capital structures doing interesting things. That's one of the things I love about the country. This country innovates, and this country invents things, and I'm constantly in awe of just the human ability to innovate and to iterate. I hang around some universities, including your old MIT. So I'm still there. Yeah, still there. Still teaching. But that place is like Hogwarts. I mean, it's just it's inspiring, right? And certainly the energy of Silicon Valley, which now Austin, Texas, where we're sitting, has its own incredible ecosystem. So that's one of the things I love about America is the ability, and that really is the American DNA, to create things and invent things. I just think that's a big thing.
I think that's even bigger than capitalism, the machine of how capitalism works. That's just human nature. Capitalism is just one of the ways of make that human nature shine, I suppose. But it's like a mention MIT. You know, there's a drive to innovate. That's so really human. That human builds on idea. It's like that hopeful, optimistic spirit. Especially in like if you pay attention to the internet, Twitter, and all that kind of stuff, intellectuals and so on, there's a synthesis to what we talk about stuff, but there's an optimism to doing stuff and then doing you actually build things, especially like you care a lot about manufacturing, so like you actually build physical products. That's where we truly shine.
Yeah, no question about it. And I'm passionate about our country making stuff again, right? Doing our own manufacturing, and making sure that we don't lose the ability not just to create things intellectually, and the world's greatest people, but actually make things here.
Actual fact,
Yeah, that's exactly right.
how do we bring more manufacturing in the United States?
There's a company I have a big personal investment with some folks that I school years ago. There's a good friend of mine named Jeff Corky, he's Amazon, and we all felt the same way. America needed to make sure that so it's a company that invests in American high-tech manufacturing, and I think the way we do that is provide capital, provide training. To me, this is also a good ground for goods and jobs. And we have to make it economically feasible to begin here in this country, and not to say the companies again are being weighted quarter by quarter. Hey, this is 3 times as expensive to do it here, but you should do it here. We need to innovate, and we need to create processes and companies and opportunity that balance the equation. And I think as we saw during the pandemic, I don't think this but that doesn't make sense. But being self-reliant, self-determined, and making sure that you are never in a position as a patient that we can't be making things. We're relying on the supply chain in other countries, whether it's, not friends anymore, or natural disaster, or taxes yourself. I think those costs of doing business we have to put into the
So if you really consider that cost, it makes a lot of sense to invest in long term and building up manufacturing way where you're making most of the stuff in one place. Instead of bringing it home, not all as much as possible, and building it from scratch here in the United States. And what I guess your thought is with innovation, it's possible to revolutionize the way we do manufacturing, to reduce the amount of supply chains, and like build stuff from scratch and do high-tech manufacturing. So optimize all aspects of manufacturing.
Yeah, and I think where technology is the most efficient is the human-machine interface, right? It's not let's automate everything, have nobody working. for a long time that's been feasible nor desirable. But here we enhance jobs and make that interface immensely productive with the right training. I think that's a worthwhile endeavor, and it's going to be important.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about look, robots are yeah. So what do you think is the role of robotics in high-tech manufacturing? So it's like industrial robots, cars, all that stuff, or even more complicated kind of robots. What do you think is the role of robotics with the role of AI in this manufacturing future?
Well, robotics to me is extremely exciting. I don't have the expertise that you do, have an adjacency, but not depth of knowledge. It never really delved deeply into it or made investments in it. But I think what's exciting about it is everything from doing jobs that are very dangerous for humans, enhancing human experience. When you look at really repetitive labor, things that, it might take away a job, but it's a good job for that person. Spending 30 years doing something highly repetitious is not a good experience in life. So I think, and then when you think about everything from military applications, rescue, we've already seen a bunch of those things. And then just lastly, talk about the human interaction with robots. When you start to have the combination, when you have some level of intelligence interaction, and that's why we always love the traits of Star Wars, right? It's exciting. It captures the imagination. And I think many hours has been spent on debating artificial intelligence and ramifications if things go sideways and so forth. And I think overall, those are appropriate conversations to be having. AI is happening. I think it's actually slower than we realize, because there are tasks that humans do every minute of the day, standing up, not losing your sense of balance. These are really hard things, but I think there's enough investment, both in private industry as well as nation states now, artificial intelligence is coming.
So both of the software digital space and physical space. I mean, manufacturing, industrial robotics is very true. And even the factory, even the tasks that you think are pretty basic, the amount of small intuitive decisions that humans make is quite incredible. So we have to be kind of explicit about saying which tasks are actually really hard, and humans are just really good at them. And on the flip side of the digital space, research networks with there's all kinds of personal assistants, voice-based AI, systems, all of that. Opportunities that define niches where AI can have a transformative effect. I think one of the places that really happen. This is where stupid things, but I believe this very much. That when we have apps in the home currently, with Alexa and homes, they're kind of very basic servants. They tell you about the weather, they play some music, they can turn the lights on and off, smart home stuff. I think there's a lot of value in systems that form relationships with us in the way that pets do, dogs, cats. I don't know, cats, just for people who have cats, cats don't care about you. They really don't. They don't form any kind of relationship. I don't know why you think relationship that is one way. Anyway, I'm just kidding. That's a basic kind of connection you have with other people. Then you also just friends. You have different levels of acquaintances, lifelong friends, all that friendship you have. I really believe that some aspect of the human experience that deeply enriched by interacting with other beings. And for systems, computing systems, artificial intelligence systems in our world, to have the capability to engage in some of that, I think it's not just an opportunity to let people grow and become better people, but it's also just a good business opportunity too. And that hasn't really been explored enough. So that to me is really, that's a whole entire space that I think will enable better industrial robotics. It will empower a better Facebook, a better social network, a competitor to Facebook that overthrows Facebook. So it'll create better technologies that you don't have that human robot interaction. So I don't know. That's super exciting to me. That has to deal with less of human nature. The reason that most robotics people and AI people stay away from humans, they stay away from the robot interaction problem, is because humans are complicated. They're messy. They're hard to control. They're hard to predict stuff about. Hard to make sense of. Like test repeatedly because one human can be drastically different from another human. So to deal with that is super hard. So one of the questions is which problems can you remove the human consideration when trying to solve them? So like Elon Musk's example, somebody who will use autonomous driving can remove the human consideration, solve autonomous driving. So robotics, it's stay in the lane. When there's a red light, stop the red light. You know, if there is human prediction like pedestrians, that's a ballistics problem. It's just treat them as a moving object that has a 90% probability keeps moving in the way they want the past few seconds. Some smaller probability they might stop or turn. But just do some basic models and then you'll be able to do just fine. So I just believe that even traffic has to consider the full messiness of humans. The dance, the indirect dance of chicken and ball when we jaywalk. You look at the car, that car doesn't, that driver doesn't custom things. So I'm going to walk in front of it and look at the car. We do that kind of dance. And AI systems need to be able to do that kind of dance. In Togo, there's the labs. So there's a data science, there's AI. So how do they go into the company and help revolutionize that industry?
Well, there's different examples. So one of our companies, Biggs, healthcare worker, started by these two brilliant women. And, you know, early days helping to build the platform improved and made sure everything we did at the company embraced technology. And at the same time, they were obsessive about their customer, which is, you know, doctors, nurses, healthcare workers who put it on the line every day, and obsessive about performance. And when you have those two things come together, you know, you get the result that we did at Figs. We have a company called Acrisure, which is AI lab and base is down here in Texas. It was insurance, one of the largest insurance brokers in the world, and you know, we did a deal with them and sold some of our insurance holdings. It was completely AI driven. And in that case, we basically put the team inside the company, right? Because it's a massive company with all the all kinds of things. So it just depends on the different situation. But the biggest thing was just to make sure whatever the company needed, they had access to the talent. Sometimes we build it, sometimes we don't recruit for it. You know how in technology, it's whatever works, right? There's no one way to do things.
Well, I guess you're it's really interesting. For example, it's insurance is a fascinating space. It seems like it's very ripe still with disruption across the board. So how do you? It seems like a lot of the disruption has to do with like almost the first dumpster of we've been using most paper. Like it's not digitized. You have to basically convert, create an infrastructure and a framework like everybody's using the same digital system of databases, just organize the data. But it seems like that's a huge leap that basically can revolutionize major industries that still hasn't insurance basically created that.
One of the things that struck me, the founder CEO of Action, a guy named Greg Williams, they're out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And as we were looking at expanding our footprint in insurance, I met with a lot of insurance executives. They would talk about technology. Greg truly understood the power of what would happen across actuarial sciences, predictive analytics, and using machine learning to really run every aspect of your business, and then automate a lot of back on this tedious steps. And as you said, one of the things that was great for us, they already had a data collection system and departments, and so it was much easier to pivot. I'm very excited about the future of that company. It's they're doing some pretty innovative, groundbreaking things. Those are the things that I want to do, right? It's that, yes, I want to make money. That's what that is. But at the same time, what did you do with your time on Earth? Right? Did you do anything? Did any kind of work that you did anything interesting? I can only speak for myself. There are many more ways to measure one's life, and I can only speak about how I think about things. I grew up in upstate New York with a single mom, worked a couple jobs. Had to, from a young age, shovel snow and ponds and do all kinds of things to help her make sure the lights weren't turned off in our little place. And so that's just something that I've always been driven towards. And, I have a really eclectic taste and interest. And, it's just been an interesting journey.
To help be part of it, help enable some cool new creations across the board, like film, music, AI, manufacturing, just insurance, all the specific industries that are disrupted. Yeah, small tangent. Back to your childhood with your mom. Any memories kind of stand out, stick with you as something that helped define who you are?
Yeah, even though, the university college experience was not part of the family tree, and with no connection, I didn't understand what a trust fund was. I didn't know what any was. But my mom always said, you're going to go to college. There's no, if you choose to, and I think from a young age, that was just an expectation that I had, she instilled, and the work ethic. I watched her, and then my grandmother was a janitor anyway in the hospital for 50 years. And then I remember there were times, probably 10 years old, it's freezing cold out. And if I don't go out and shoot 6 driveways, I don't have enough money to pay the bill. So I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know how that manifests itself in my life today. But I think the grit to say, I'm not looking to do this. I don't want to do this. But that's the work that needs to be done. And no excuses. Not I'm a victim. I'm not going to sit around and talk about it. It is. You have to get done. You need to get done. And again, I think it's you can never put yourself in someone else's shoes or experience. So I don't know what that is or feels like. For me, those were two, I think, formative things that were important.
So that brings the reality of life that is pretty cool. You've been so exceptionally successful that it's easy to get soft now. How do you get humble these days?
But getting up, I think for me personally, trying to push the envelope and being weighted, right? That's why I was in sports too. There's a scoreboard, and I'm a huge believer in opportunity, meritocracy, all those things that I think are ideals that we want to aspire to. And I think that there's a lot of things that we're involved with right now that I just want to see if life. I want to see if my own little mantra is cause the outcome, right? As much as you can, and at the same time have humility and not to have hubris and arrogance and say I'm always going to cause the outcome. Because you get your ass kicked pretty quickly and humbled. The world and the universe is a big place with forces, being beyond. But I think, I also think a lot about being intellectually honest, which when I university talks and so forth, I think that's super helpful. Because if you find yourself making decisions based on other people's expectations, based on places you don't want to go, but you're either you feel like momentum is taking you there. I think that's a big problem. There are people that go to our top universities and can't wait to get out to their own company. They want that pressure. They want to grind. And there are other people that are smart and talented to say, look, I don't want to lay awake staring at this building wondering how to get payroll. I don't want that. And I think if you square that up and be okay with it, say, what makes me tick, what makes me happy, what puts me in a bad headspace? Because there's a difference between challenging yourself and going against your nature. So that's why I think being intellectually honest and being able to really sit down and go inside your own head and say, what am I good at? What am I not good at? How am I going to put myself in a position to be successful? Because, I'm working on it, but I'm not going to put myself career-wise in a position where I'm just fundamentally going to have a hard time being successful.
Yeah, intellectually honest is tricky, and it gets there's like levels to it too.
Sure.
There's like some of the things I think about when you dream of doing certain kinds of big things. The part of intellectual honesty is to say several things. One is like a thing you're dreaming about, like one fact that nobody's done it probably shows you're just a dreamer. This is not going to think clearly. The fact that it hasn't been done probably shows that you're not on the right path. And two, it's like if you're dreaming about stuff, there's a certain point where it's like, hey, you haven't done it. Like, why haven't you done it? Like, you have to be honest with yourself. Like, you have to be ambitious. A lot of people work hard all the time for a dream. You have to wake up and think, all right, I've been at this for 10 years. Like with a startup, we launch a startup and think, okay, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, pretty successful. But it hasn't exploded on the dream. And you have to shut it down. You have to be intellectually honest there. At the same time, you might want to be step it up, get into it. Say the flip side of intellectual honesty is like manic ambition. I'm just saying, okay, go on with it. But that is the kind of intellectual honesty. Like, the big problem here is that we're kind of to make things. Maybe with this dream that all this gets it's human experience. It's complicated.
Yes, not all human things are complicated. And I think there's a difference between being reckless and making well thought out, informed decisions. If you're going to go all in, make sure you measure twice, cut once, as they say. And one of my other favorite, I forget, many years ago, I heard this saying and stayed with me: never mistake clear line of sight distance. And that. So I think that the key, whether you're starting a business or you're thinking about leaving the company you're at, starting a business, or just leaving for another job, any of these things is as much as you can, right? And psychologists, I think, would tell us it's hard to be self-aware completely, right? That's the problem. And if we were all completely self-aware of everything we did, the strengths and weaknesses, it'd be a different world. But I do think you can work on that, and at least challenge yourself to think about it and not be a person where I'm going to medical school, so I'm doing my job. I'm miserable doing it. Things like that.
So the difference, because you don't fall victim of just walk and think of it. But at the same time, it's a measure it does feel like the biggest leaps taken that we cut once measure later is you leave it for sure. And I suppose that is what you do it, and then you figure out.
Well, and I think each one of those instances, we can call it a unique circumstance. I don't have a biotech background, so my son was everything I have into this idea. Well, those are, and it's game theory, right? What are the odds of success? If on the other hand, you're brilliant in your field or you've seen some opportunity you think is wide open, and you're going to go for it and great stuff, that's great. I just want to wait. Me, always say, like, how crazy is this on the spectrum of, do I have an expertise? What is the downside if I fail? Right? If you're at a certain point in life with children and you got a mortgage and something else, that is one circumstance. I just got on a paper, or I just got out of jail, go for it. It's just the whole thing. It is complex, as you point out, and sometimes you just want to have the matrix of decision-making process to try to ride off your place. And even if you're close, that's when you know what? The hell with it. I'm doing it.
I do want to one specific we led the $51 seed round for a company called Colossal that is focused on de-extinction. This is funny relative to my connection conversation that you asked for. They're seeking to restore lost ecosystems. And there's a rolling map the Arctic contract. How are we going to?
Well, I met this fascinating guy who five.
As a mom with two boys, we're always looking for something to do. It's great knowing that we're all covered for emergencies and accidents.
I'm saving up to buy a house. I want to avoid big medical bills.
I was going to turn 26 and lose my mom's coverage, so I need to buy my own plan. For $4 a month, I got a plan that covers my pre-existing condition, and you can make your plan happen. Make low prices. Healthcare.com is here for you. Enroll by January 15th.
See where that leads. I'm more interested in an investor in the things that we're working around understanding genes more than and CRISPR and all these things, because being a as these over the next decade, I thought was the right
People are important. Just like investing people, they can
absolutely. And great things are done by great people. And companies, they end up over time becoming a logo and immediately what you think of them. But they start out with a person, an idea, a team that cultivates that and made that happen. And I think there are certain folks that are elements that you can be around that. And I also know his team's methods in terms of, spending time talking about where the lines are. People in other countries that may not have the same process, may not have the same checks and balances, are doing things and pursuing their targets. At least I felt like George and that
this is where the side of things. I've interacted with a lot of people. Where you, there's a lot of this in this kind of literature. You get, how much do you really understand about human nature? Like, whatever technology is, actually starts to play, interact with society at scale. Like, do they have an understanding, an intuition about how some of that requires just looking at the worst and best parts and events in history. Understand, like, hey, it doesn't always turn out and everybody helps. The technology turns out. If a person has some understanding of history, of human nature, I think that's the right person to mess with this kind of stuff. Exactly. I mentioned having a conversation with Warren Buffett. They highly as an investor to what
there he is.
What insight John Buffett is
Yo, dog. How are you, big man?
Something I'll treasure forever. But even that are immensely successful.
How you feeling? All right. Well, you get comfortable. I won't inundate you. You get comfortable. I don't want to inundate you. Yeah, like inundate meaning like overwhelm you. All right. So I got a Reddit account that got a 7-day ban. That's the bad news. The good, which is like whatever. The good news. I of all of the platforms that I'm on, so the big ones for me are Rumble and YouTube, but I'm also on a bunch of others. There's one that has kind of always eluded me because I've never been able to really get any traction on it, whether it comes to streaming or spamming. And that one is known as Twitch. And so you know how I created kickbots? Well, my idea is just I have to do the same for Twitch. Twitch is such a bigger platform. And I thought to myself, okay, if the worst thing happened and they banned my Twitch accounts, that's fine because Twitch only stays for 30 days. So that's no big deal for me. And if I never stream another minute on Twitch for the rest of my life, it really wouldn't harm me. The thing that harms me is YouTube. and somewhat Rumble as well. But I'm live streaming right now on a whole bunch, including Instagram and some others. And so I'm developing robots for Twitch. Now, Twitch has a lot of different ways to combat spam. So I know I'm going to become a target there pretty easily. But it's a process. So we got that going for us. And it's funny because one day somebody's going to come in here and I'm going to say, how'd you find out about me? And they're going to say, you spam my Twitch account. And that is going to be a good day. Just like Afirmashia came in here because I spammed her. She saw my spam on Kick. I agree. Yeah, it's the latter. Anything can be hacked, basically. There are no captchas. Captchas are the thing that really ruin me when it comes to creating accounts. Then I have to sit there and make, and I've done it. I made 2,100 individual Twitch accounts or Twitter accounts. That's a lot of work just doing captchas. It took me like 6 months to just do that many captchas. But Twitch is a little different. It has some systems in place that prevent some things that I do that Kick doesn't have. But I'm kind of like, here's the thing. If I go to the big streamers and I spam them, I lose my account immediately. But I've been spamming people on Twitch now who are small streamers. And that's what I'm going to go for. Small streamers. Why? Because a small streamer can be friends with a big streamer and they can just be like, oh, this motherfucker again, or I saw this motherfucker on Kick or whatever. If I go for the big streamers though, I'm just they have moderators and they can just take me out, they report me, and then I'm done. And but like I've been spamming for like a good hour on the same account, and I'm normally not allowed to do that. At least on Kick. Kick has they pay people in another country to just basically find my accounts and get rid of them. And I oh yeah, I think they're paid from like the Philippines or Indonesia or something, and some people are in India. Something that I learned recently about the YouTube system. All of the YouTube appeals are done through India. So that's why you don't have people who were like fired from YouTube and they come out and they're like, "Hey, this is what's going on YouTube. These assholes are trying to censor people or whatever." That never happens because they're in India. And all of the appeals are through India. So it really doesn't come into play with American streamers or American employees unless it's like a really big stream. But that rarely happens, and that's why it's just silence about anyone who complains about YouTube's censorship policies, because like normally you get whistleblowers, but we don't get whistleblowers from YouTube, and I always wondered that. And I've not come to a conclusion. I've read and learned from other streamers that everything is coming from India, and if they fire you in India, like the odds are you're going to get on a computer and be able to say in English what's going on. No one's going to sit down with you with an interview. In the United States, people would jump at the chance. You worked at YouTube, yeah, and you were in the censorship section, yeah, which I think is called like community trust or something. Okay, well, will you sit down and tell us what they do? And they'd be like, yeah, here's what happens. But there's none of that. So I'm kind of excited. Oh, why did I get done Reddit? This is a really interesting one. You absolutely. And I only got paid for 7 days. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. How are you? We're glad that you're here. Hope you're having a good day. Excellent. Yeah, and it was so stupid why I got. Dude, Reddit is They're the best company in the world that I know about, mainstream company that's best at preventing fake accounts is Yelp. Yelp is by far the best. Um, Yelp, yeah, and I learned this in the startup world. You would think that you could just, when you're a small business, inflate your ratings by just having a bunch of friends create accounts and do that. And it is not that easy, even if they're real people. I mean, I can tell you countless stories about real people I knew who made real accounts, who use the service. The company that I helped to start, well, the app I helped to start was an on demand car wash app. And I found much success in it, but in 2020, the law changed. It's called AB5, and who was determined to be an independent contractor, and the owner of the business was sued for $45 million, and he ended up. I told you about this guy. He ended up getting murdered in Las Vegas hotel, and exactly. So along that journey, though, I learned. This is how I learned a lot about the app world and really a lot about social media, and I went from just a regular employee there to being the managing director, the top employee there, within like 6 months or so. Actually, even sooner than that. And we launched the app within 6 months of me getting there. I was on commercials throughout Southern California. Created billboards, did advertising. So I learned a lot about that world, and I can tell you Yelp is better than any of them. And we used to have calls with Yelp because the owner of the business would spend a lot of money with them. He'd spend thousands of dollars a month with them. And what is actually an illegal practice that they nevertheless did was they record everything that you say to them on the phone and create a transcript. So the guy who owned the business would get really upset with them. What the fuck is going on? I want this. I want this. I want this. I'm paying you thousands of dollars. Why is it that this is happening? This is all creating transcripts. And an idea. Uh, in order to get a Yelp review, like normally if you were like, hey, I'll create an account for you or something, like that'd be like, I don't know, $10, $50, something like that. For a Yelp review, they're $100. They used to be, this is like 6 years ago, they used to be $100 each, and if it was a Yelp elite member, it was $300. So they're basically people who have created their own revenue generation by just going to a nice restaurant or just a smoothie bar, but they're a Yelp elite person, and because of that, they make $300 every time they do that. And you would think, like, really, it's that important to have reviews? And yes, I mean, Yelp is the lifeblood of the customer service world. If people get pissed off, they go to Yelp. Now there is a fabulous documentary. I've seen it twice. It's called Billion Dollar Bully, and it's all about Yelp. And this is what Yelp does. Just Caspian Sea, name a business, a pretend business you would start. Whatever. It doesn't have to be a good idea. What name one? Okay, excellent. So you start the revolution industry and you just tell me about it. All right. And let's say you start it from your house. Okay. That's basically where it's going to start. Well, what ends up happening is Yelp looks on the LLC list of the local people and finds the Revolution company just started, and they'll call you and they'll say, "Hey, Caspian Sea, it's Rabbi from Yelp. How are you?" And you'd be like, "Oh, I'm great. What's going on?" And they would say, we noticed that you're a small business and you're in the revolution industry, and that's really great. Have you ever considered using Yelp to help boost your ads? And you're like, I'm just a starting business. I don't have any money to do this. So if it's okay, and you'd be like, I don't necessarily want to get into advertising right now. And they'll say, okay, well, that's fine. And then all of a sudden, you will find that you have a negative review. And you're like, I didn't even do anything yet. I have a negative review. Who negative reviewed me? And it'll be just some random person. Perhaps you had never met them. Perhaps they're not even a real person, but you now have a 1 star. And so then you call Yelp and you say, hey, I want to appeal this review. And they have an appeal process, and it's like it works like 20% of the time you're able to reverse it. And so now you have a negative review. And then you're going to tell all your friends, look, I got this negative review. Is there any way you could do reviews for my business to just, get it a little higher, give me some 5-star reviews? And your friends will say, oh, absolutely. And they'll all have independent devices and everything. But the thing that Yelp does is it tracks your GPS. So they know if you actually went to that location, they know how long you spent there. And there's all kinds of geolocation things that are going on within the Yelp app. In fact, there are 170 different data points that Yelp records for any type of review. So there's just a lot. That means the date and time, the language of your device, what the make and model is, all this stuff. Okay, next month comes around, Yelp calls you and says, hey, Caspian C, I know that you're in the revolution industry, and I think that's really great. Have you ever considered buying ads on Yelp? And you say, look, I already have like some negative reviews. I'm not wanting to necessarily promote that. And Yelp says, well, we can help you with those. And all you have to do is spend whatever's in your budget, $200 a month, $500 a month, $1,000 a month on ads. And then what will happen is that negative review, that first negative review that somebody dinged you with, will go to unrecommended reviews. And so it won't show, and it won't come into it won't get it won't work into the 5-star into your rating. And what happens is Yelp is essentially, I mean, in the past, and this is exactly from the documentary, in the past, somebody from the mafia would come to you and say, hey, you need to pay us protection money. If not, we're going to burn down your store. And Yelp does that digitally. Yeah, no, it is. It is. It is. Don't don't say that, but I know what you're saying. Right. Yeah, I know exactly what you there you go. So I I would get the line of work that I was in was I worked for a technology company. We were an app like Uber. It was really as close to Uber as you can get. We used basically when I got to this company, I remember it was called Mobile Wash, and I didn't know what that was. And I had an interview, and I came into the interview, and I had to wait like 45 minutes, which is not normal for any kind of regular job. And I knew this was going to be a very interesting job because there were cameras all over. And it was like, what is, I remember saying, you have more cameras here than a bank. I've worked in banks and they don't have as many cameras as you do. Like you could tell that the person, whatever person with whom I was going to meet was going to be extremely anal about everything and just really micromanage people. So the owner came in. It was a really intense interview. I remember him asking me questions that you're not allowed to ask in an interview, like, do you have children and things like that. And I remember telling him, like, you're not allowed to ask that. I'll tell you, but you're not. I just want to make you aware that you can essentially get in trouble for doing that. And so he hired me, and I just needed a job at the time. And I started at like $20 an hour. And then I spoke to some rabbis who I know from Chabad of Sherman Oaks. It really told them that, they were making me work pretty hard. I'm going to go for a raise within my first like 3 weeks working there. And I got it. And so then from there, I started making more money. And really the goal, what this guy would always say is, look, I want to sell this company for $1 billion someday. And when I do, everybody's going to get a little piece of the action. Well, that's really great to tell somebody, but this isn't in writing. This isn't, if you make $1 billion, okay, well, how much are we getting? So he would tell that to everybody. And he worked people really, really hard. Well, what we ended up doing was launching, there was a lot of quality assurance that we had to do. And essentially what would happen, it's a fabulous service. It's an absolutely fabulous service. I really mean that. If I had been associated with the company, I'd tell you that, but also having no association with the company, I would tell you that if I just had used the service. Here's why. Let's say you are a doctor, a lawyer, someone who is a high paid individual, and you have to keep your car clean, or you just want a nice car, especially in LA. Image is everything, especially because of car culture. And the guy who owned the business, he was basically like, he ran like like the best chop shop. He's like essentially the head of the Armenian mafia and in LA. And really that makes it the United States. And with Armenia, with Glendale. I mean, he's like I used to call him the king of Glendale. He had this massive house in Glendale that he bought. He just he built, which is really difficult to build anything in LA County anymore. And he just had this massive house. So this guy was really, really intense. And what he would do is, there were other companies that did this, but he wanted to do it better. And so basically, I remember in the interview talking with them, and at first I thought it was like a mobile laundry service. Like, I didn't know exactly what it was. And then when I got there, I saw like, oh, is it a car wash? Like, I don't get it. And mobile detailing was not something that I really knew too much about at the time, but I would learn a lot about the industry over the course of the next few years. So I ended up, they bring out a phone or a couple phones, and that's when this, like, my whole life lit up. That, oh, this isn't like a brick and mortar car wash. This is an app, and it's a technology company. And so after getting the job and everything, I worked 6 days a week, very intense hours, many times till like 2 or 3 in the morning, and then I would open the place up by 7. Like, I'd get like 2 or 3 hours of sleep, just not a lot. But we were just everything we could. It was the 6 months. Those 6 months, I think I worked harder than I've ever worked in my life. And because we were trying to get an app out by the summer, we didn't want to he had founded the company 3 years beforehand and just never could get the right people involved to get a good app out. And I'll say it, that I needed the position, and I wanted to ensure that I did a good job. And we were able to launch this app. It was like June. I want to say it was early June. I don't want to make a mistake on the day, but I mean, this is something where I didn't really have too much. I had administrative experience and management experience, but I didn't have too much tech. I'm good with computers, but it wasn't at the time. I wasn't as formally trained as I would like to have been. I became formally trained through this, through passing exams and things like that. But so what ended up happening was we had the largest network of mobile detailers in the world. So at the time, like 1,000 guys. What happens is, frankly, somebody hops the border and gets to the United States, and they don't have a job, and they start working with a friend who does mobile detailing. And it's basically like, you can just come and hang out with me, and you help to wash and dry the cars with me, and I'll pay you cash. And this is a huge industry in LA. And what we were doing is legitimizing these people. We would help them get business licenses and help them get insurance. And there was, I would say, like, some excellent energy that was put in. We had recruiters who were bilingual. We had bilingual customer service. And so at first we were just doing it over the phone. So you would just call a telephone number and say, I want my car washed on this at this time, and then somebody would come out. But these were all independent contractors, which makes it very difficult. The reason why they weren't employees is, what do you do? Even though it doesn't rain very often in Southern California, what do you do if it rains? You have to pay 1,000 people now. It's just not feasible. So what ended up happening was we would vet the people and make sure that like you can get a business license and not necessarily be legal. You just had to have an ITIN, like an employment number, and we would help people with that and really help people get on their feet, to the point where guys who were frankly like not legally here were making $100,000 a year because they were working really hard, and they had expenses, but that's the American dream, and we were really making it happen. And so we started. Um, we shot a commercial in Beverly Hills that I was in, and I had to be in this commercial, and I didn't know. Like, they were asking me questions. It was an interview style, and I didn't necessarily want to give away. Like, the thing is, we were always trying to make it seem like they were employees, but they weren't. And I didn't really like that element of it. But nevertheless, we shot this commercial, and it aired. It was more than just a commercial. It was like part of a series. It was called something like, not Good Day LA, but it was something like that. And basically, it was like a 3-minute like segment on us, and it went really well. And also we first were on KNX radio, and then I made some contacts with iHeartMedia, and then we started getting on every single radio station, and people were really excited for this service. All right. So fast forward to really making sure that the app worked well. We spent, even though we launched it in the summer of like 2017, the app would crash, and all apps crash, but this one, it had issues, and it was pushed out. I mean, I'd only been there 6 months, so it's hard to totally revolutionize a company in that amount of time. But we would push up updates and stop the crashes, and then get it to a point where it was good and it was consistent. And then I got this app over the course of the next winter that it didn't crash at all. I mean, I will put this app at the time against any app, Uber, Lyft, any of them. We couldn't crash it. I did everything I could to I mean, the quality assurance that I would do on it. I used to say this, but I really think in many ways I am one of the world's best app testers. That's why how I got into all these devices, and I know like iOS and Android pretty well and all that, and how to clear caches, and install backdoor apps and all that other stuff. So and I was working as a project manager at the time with overseas teams, and they would push out, and we had people in house as well who were developers. So I know this is a long story. It all kind of started with Yelp, but what would be it was a really nice service, and people loved it. We had very famous clientele, so everyone from like Quentin Tarantino to the Kardashians. We used to wash the Kardashians' cars every Friday. I mean, like, when you're starting to hobnob with those kind of people, it gets to be pretty big. And so what ends up happening, like, let's say you're just Kim Kardashian, okay, and you've got a or even Kim Kardashian's assistant. Actually, that's not a good. It's a fine example, but a better example is probably just like, you're a lawyer in Los Angeles. You want your car clean. You get paid $500 an hour while you're at work. So you can do everything on the app, have your car cleaned while you're writing briefs or doing whatever you have to do. And at the end, all you have to do is get your keys, and it's all said and done, and you go and drive a clean car. Or you have to wait till after work. So basically, I made the argument, which I think was an excellent argument. You get paid to have your car washed, essentially. I mean, that's not how we marketed it, but it's true. You didn't have to take time out of your own day to go to the car wash anymore. The car wash came to you. And these guys did an amazing job on these cars, and they were insured. Now, there were some quality assurance issues that arise because car washes are so subjective. Like, one person might say that's a great car wash. Another person who's a real car person might say it's not a good car wash. And so we get pictures every day from a couple customers here and there, and we would either sometimes have to give a car wash away or do whatever. Anyway, with that being said, that's kind of how I learned all this about technology and how to do these things, and about Yelp specifically. But that's how I started learning about these companies and how their appeal processes worked, and like creating different accounts. I mean, you just don't do that. I had some experience doing that. All right, so fast forward to, so Yelp is the best one. Now Reddit, that's what I was trying to get to, because that's what happened. Okay, so Reddit, I remember they got purchased by a company, like I think they're based out of Singapore. It used to be American owned, and when it got purchased by other people, they started putting these data points into their app, and it was really to quash. This was around 2016. It was really to quash any kind of like support for certain candidates, or really just to push certain agendas. And it's a very liberal site, which is fine, but I kind of feel like it should be more neutral. All right, so I recognized that I knew that these companies kind of did this kind of stuff. The reason why I got the ban, or the 7-day ban, this is so stupid. A few days ago, I went into the Wall Street Bets Discord, and I get banned there all the time. Not the one, there are a few of them. The OG Wall Street Bets is the one I'm still in, but the big one I would get banned in, and they wouldn't give me a reason why I was getting banned. So I went to the moderators on the Reddit forum, and I asked, and they said that your profile reads like an advertisement. And I said, well, okay, at least you tell me what do you want me to change, and I'll change it. Yeah, exactly. What do you want me? But I really had to work to get this answer out of them. So I told them, basically that, I tell me what you want me to change, and they just muted me, and then they just banned me, and I was like, okay, whatever. So recently I created another Reddit account, and because like when you start on Reddit with a new account, you have to follow at least one subreddit. So I would go to the finance subreddit and go to Wall Street Bets, and that's what triggered my 7-day ban, by just selecting join one subreddit, not saying anything, not upvoting anything. That triggered it. That's how many data points they have. Basically, they read the data points on my phone that I was using the same device. I used a VPN to create the account, but they knew it was the same MAC address on the phone. And fortunately, it was only 7 days. I'm kind of anticipating that they might just permanently ban me, but I don't think so. I have gotten permanent bans though from Reddit for this. This is automatically a bannable offense. If you post something and then you log in with another account and upvote it, that's immediate ban for both accounts. So they're really, really strict on this stuff, and they don't have a very good way to appeal. Yeah, just like that. So with that being said, the whole Reddit thing of only being banned for 7 days, I can live with that. That's totally fine. I won't hopefully fuck that up. And I'm happy about it because I use Reddit a lot. And I hope so. I mean, I have gotten it in the past where they say you've been temporarily muted or something like that, and then they later come back and say you've been permanently banned. But even still, that's fine. If they ban me again, all right, well, guess what? I'm going to create another fucking account, and I'll just use a different device, or I'll just change the MAC address on some Android device. That's kind of the background of how I learned how to do these things to be able to get around it. All right. With that said, now we've got Twitch. And I was just sitting here, and I'm like, I need something to shake up like I shook things up with Kick about 6 months ago, and with Discord about 8 months ago. And that's fine. And little by little, people are coming in here, but I don't really get anything from Twitch. It's just, my thing is about the storage of the data. That's what's important to me. And if Twitch only stores for 30 days, they're useless to me. They're kind of just like Kick was. And what the people who I like are Rumble and YouTube that store it indefinitely. That's what I want. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to try to start creating bots for Twitch and see what happens. So I created a couple, just like some throwaway accounts. And I go to the biggest streamers and I just post I literally posted what I always post on Kick one time and I got a ban, and then I wasn't able to post anything more. Like, even though Twitch is very smart, what they will do is they basically shadow ban you so that they don't tell you that you're banned, but your any typing that you put through anything in the chat will not come through. And I was checking it with a secondary device to see if it was coming through, and it was not. Welcome, welcome. How are you, KG? Hello, how are you, KG? What's new? What language do you speak? Excellent. Do you speak like Mexican Spanish or Spain Spanish? Hello, I want you to know that I'm happy that you're here. I'm Rabbi, and I can use this translator to be able to connect with you.
Hola. Quiero que sepas que me alegra que estés aquí. Soy rabino y puedo usar este traductor para poder comunicarme contigo.
How are you today, KG? I hope you're happy today.
¿Cómo estás hoy? Espero que tengas un buen día.
Do you know anything about KG? KG, were you here yesterday?
¿Sabes algo de mí? Caje, caje, caje. ¿Estuviste aquí ayer?
Excellent. You were with that big group of guys who were here yesterday, and you were asking me all kinds of questions. Is that right? You guys were asking me all.
Te digo que estuviste con ese gran grupo de chicos que estuvieron aquí ayer y me preguntaste todo tipo de cosas. ¿Es así? Todo tipo de...
Excellent. Great. How are you today? Uh, uh, awesome. Okay, well then, Caspian Sea can translate for us. Who am I? Who am I? Oh, hola, Sophia. If you're not 18 years old, you have to leave. Only if you're 18 can you be here.
Si no tienes 18 años, tienes que irte. Solo si tienes 18 años puedes estar aquí.
Goodbye. You too, buddy. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. I love you. Adios. So those guys came in yesterday, and we went through that for like a few hours, but um, they were really nice. It's just there's a gap in translation, but yeah, they were really nice. Those guys met me through Discord. Um, yeah. Anyway, um, that was my thing with Reddit. I'm still just temporarily banned there. Okay, but Twitch is going to be. I don't. I'm not saying I'm going to just inundate Twitch with bots like I always do, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's just such a bigger landscape to be able to bother people, and so that's what we've got going. But it's not a huge excitement because I still have to create the bot and everything. But once it works, it's always exciting to be able to show it to someone else. It's like a creation. Like I really think of it like a robot. Like I'm building a robot and then it works and then I get to show somebody and then we see what happens. And I'm telling you, the second that somebody's like, "Hey, yeah, I heard about you and from Twitch," that's when we hit pay dirt because Twitch is just such a large platform, and I also have the advantage, at least currently, that people can just type me in Twitch and see that I'm live streaming on at least a few different streams at any given time. So there's that connection that they can make as well. But the thing that I'm going to be spamming them is come to the Discord. Oh, one other thing. So Twitch is slow in comparison to Kick because Kick doesn't have ads and Kick's still just pretty basic. I have ad blockers on, so I don't have to watch any of the Kick ads. But like you know how I was doing the thing with creating a clip and all that stuff. Well, Twitch has I can do that on Twitch. I can, but it's not as easily viewable for other people. Basically, the creator can like approve it or deny it, and it's not immediately available. Like my kit clips are just available to anybody to see. So for right now, the goal is to create a follow bot and a spam bot. If I have that, I can do some damage on here. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, that's what I'm doing. And now I got to focus on it. Sound like a plan? Excellent. Beautiful. Thank you.
You may decide.
You as well.
Oh, you were in the right place at the right time. You know, that's fine. There are other people that are clearly different, special, and I don't care if you made them start from zero. You know, would end up in a good place. And so it was an absolute privilege to spend the time with him. Um, you know, and a couple of things that stood out in the conversation. He is incredibly intellectually curious and well read. And I like how simplistic he likes to keep his thought matrix. And then also, instead of trying to outsmart the market, it seems like a simple axiom. Just look, good companies that are led by talented managers that are good businesses over time are going to get there. So I'm not going to day trade. I'm looking for value. And then just life stuff, just, you know, and also his ability to take in and then use information is incredibly impressive. So I only spent I met him before, but I only spent one afternoon with him. It's, you know, pretty incredible. And one of the things that stuck out to me is we were in the middle of talking about telco investing or how we thought about it. And I said, you know, I'm trying to be smart about it. And he stopped me. He said, Charlie Munger, is a partner of many years. Charlie and I don't try to think of the smart thing. We try to think what's the dumb thing we could do here? And I kind of laughed and said, no, I'm dead serious. We think about it from the standpoint of what could we do in this situation that later we'd be like, that was a really dumb thing to do. And I actually thought that was, it got in my head. And I still think a lot about that as I'm dissecting problems.
There is, that's kind of long-term thinking. If you just avoid the dumb things, or if you simplify it, you just focus on the simple steps. All it takes is to do that for a long period of time.
Well, it certainly worked for him. That's all I can say.
What about you? You've been a great investor yourself. How do you know when you judge people? So whenever I go to San Francisco, I was thinking of moving to San Francisco. That's why I decided to, after really giving it some thought, talking to people, decided to move to Austin. Everybody's dreaming big and they have big plans. And actually, I don't envy the job of an investor of any kind, because everybody has big dreams. It's hard to know who exactly, what idea is going to materialize, what team is going to materialize into something great. How do you make those decisions about people, about ideas?
Well, if I had any kind of a lattice work on this, it absolutely starts with the people. And I think the reason for that is your business plan is going to change. Right? There's very few businesses I know of that say, we're going to make a widget in this location, and 30 years later, we're successful and we just make a widget. That's what it is. Things happen, right? And today they happen with such velocity that you have to be able to make hard decisions based on imperfect information. And how are you going to calculate those answers? How self-interested are you going to be? What kind of ethics will you apply? What's your short-term versus long-term thinking? Are you able to give an honest assessment of the situation? Because the thing that you can count on is problems are going to happen. Things you didn't anticipate are going to happen. How pliable, right? How much elasticity is there in your ability to be successful? And I think it's important when you invest in something that you both see, you understand the roadmap ahead and agree to it, right? Doesn't mean there won't be twists and turns, but you're not like, oh, wait a minute, what did we do here? This isn't what was in the thing I signed up for. And then I think honesty and communication is a huge thing to me. I always tell people, if bi-directional, if there's something going on, start the conversation with, Lex, we have a problem. Okay, now I'm sitting up, you have my full attention, and we're going to talk about whatever it is. Bad news should travel faster than good news. And because it's going to happen, being in business with someone that is going to shoot you straight and sometimes say, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I got to go figure it out. That I can process a lot better than, look, I don't want you mad at me or disappointed, or I can't handle not having success, so we're just going to kick the can. And I think, especially in today's business environment, that's very, very dangerous.
So that's a bad sign, not just because it's good to communicate and be honest, but if they're not willing to do that, then it goes back to the intellectual honesty. They're probably not also able to be brutally honest with themselves when you look in the mirror about the direction of the company.
Well, look, I wasn't there, so I don't know, but I think if you unpack many situations that turned out negative, most of the people, whether you're faking lab results, right? You have a biotech, everybody's staring at Theranos. Do I think in a lot of cases you're either the villain, like you started out saying, I'm going to screw my shareholders over and I'm going to be a liar. that isn't my experience. Most things are little incremental moves that say, we're going to get this right next week, but today we got to make a presentation. So we're going to just tweak things a little bit. That's a slippery slope, right? And so that's why I think from a standpoint of people, you want to go into the foxhole with folks that, understand things are going to happen, and I'm going to let you know about them, and we're going to try to solve them together. And then just in terms of the idea, I always ask, like, okay, if this company executed the way, that's the other thing that always cracks me up about financials. Whenever somebody pitches you, inevitably they'll say, our projections are really, really conservative. I'm still waiting for somebody to come in and say, look, my projections are wildly optimistic. We'll never hit these numbers, but anyway, it's, if this company did what it says and executes, does it matter, right? Does it move the needle enough? And what are the things that uniquely position this company to be successful? And you just have to be able to answer, I think, a number of those questions pretty crisply.
But at the end of the day, it's still pretty crisp. So you're just trying to minimize the risk. Let me jump to another topic. You're an incredible human being. You're involved with this. Your band, Rothschild, is touring with the Rolling Stones. So before we talk about your band, let me ask about that. What's that like, playing with the Rolling Stones?
Surreal, just because they're my favorite band of all time. To me, the greatest rock and roll band. It's not even close of all time. And to share the same stage, to be on tour, and to go out and get that energy from the crowd. And every night I'm off stage and later when they go on and you hear that iconic, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones. And it's incredible. And what's amazing to me about the band, next year will be their 60th anniversary. 60 years. And it's hard to be around anything for that long, but making music and packing stadiums. And what's amazing to me, they can play a 2-hour set, and it's not just that, oh, that's a hit or you recognize it. It's like every song is an anthem, right?
Yeah.
So it's been amazing. We got to play with them in 2019, and when they asked us to do this again, it's just an absolute privilege.
I asked you this offline, so I know you are a rock star.
Yeah.
Like, just me, maybe I'm projecting, but do you get nervous? Such a large audience, Rolling Stones. It feels like there'll be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to screw it up. I think our band, is tight knit and all that stuff, and I think that the individual nervousness dissipates when you go out as a group. You're making music together, and you sort of, okay, we're all in this, and, we're doing a thing, which is why, even in sports, I always look at individual events like ice skating or anything where it's just you out there alone, and that's different than being with a team and nerve-wracking. So I'm sure if it was me with an acoustic guitar just going out, it would feel different. But absolutely, you get the right kind of butterflies, I would call it, and just the energy with playing music and having it be this relationship. And look, I get it. I've been to a ton of concerts where I'm like, look, can we just get to the band, please? But what's been great is just an amazing reception. And we have this guy named Trey Nation, lead singer, is just incredibly talented. I mean, he's just not only an amazing voice, but just has that charismatic thing. It's good.
What's it feel like to play in front of a huge audience? What's the as a guitarist, like are you lost in music? Like you almost don't feel the audience? Does it add extra energy? Does it add extra anxiety? Like, what's it feel like?
Stadiums are interesting just because it's so big and cavernous, and because you want to protect your ears, so we use an in-ear system so that you are a little disconnected from the crowd. Because if you're playing that loud and you're standing in front of your amps without ear protection, that's bad.
How are you monitoring the sound? Are the in-ear stuff, is that producing sound, or is it strictly earplay?
No, it's producing the sound. So it's like putting ear pods in and listening to the song, and you're playing too, right? It's just us playing, but it protects your ears. But the energy from the crowd when they get going and get into it, which, knock on wood, so far has been amazing. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's just this bi-directional thing that happens, and music was music and sports were kind of my first loves, and it's very difficult to describe, I think, accurately, because it's like no other feel.
Musically, how is it different than playing in the garage with a band by yourself practicing? Like, do you feel like you're creating something different when you got the guitar and the amp and just the sound dissipating out and everybody's listening? Is that?
Yeah, it's listen. The first time we did it, there's nobody in the stadium. First time I ever played in the stadium, and I'm just like, I'm out there in front, just hitting different chords and playing different licks, and I'm like, it's like I won a contest and I get to do this.
Yeah.
But what's different about it? And each venue is different. So if you we went on the road with ZZ Top years ago, which was incredible. Love Billy Gibbons, he's a Texan. Incredible person and guitar player. But when you're playing in like 5,000 to 7,000 seats, it's really, it's you're right there with them, with the crowd. Then when you play in an arena, we toured with Bob Seger on his last tour, which was cool. Played some shows with him. And again, the arena, like, they're all kind of packed on top of you, and it's super loud, which was cool. Being the crowd is. Stadiums is a completely different animal. And it's just a completely different experience.
Do you enjoy it versus like a smaller room? What's as a guitarist, as a musician, what's your favorite room to play?
Any room that'll have me. Look, I think arenas are the perfect blend, if I had to say, because it's loud and 20, 30,000 people, but like right up on you. The stadium, look, playing the stadiums with the Rolling Stones is going to go on the head marker somewhere. And one of the more, I say this, I really mean it. My life is like a punk episode. It just hasn't. No one's burst in yet.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's as cool as you think it.
For 60 years, how do you think Mick Jagger still got it? How do you explain it?
I got to tell you something. I mean, the funny thing is, wherever there is excellence, people want to know, how'd you do it, right? What's the secret? Not only is Mick Jagger, and I think the songs that Keith Richards and Mick Jagger wrote together, go back and listen to the lyrics. It's just incredibly poignant. I'm just a huge Stones fan, so, but he works out like a maniac, right? And it's that 10,000 hours thing. It's that, hey, maybe I don't feel my best today, but I'm going to get up and do my routine and work out so that, at his age, which, I mean, you can look at people at different ages chronologically that are, maybe we're both at this age, I'm a lot older than you are, and vice versa. And he just, I think it's the combination of raw talent and the ability. He's very smart, right? Like, he understands how to have interaction with the crowd and hold them in the palm of his hand and be an entertainer. But then on top of that, the reason he can at this age run around stadiums and be just as energetic because he puts the work in. And that's one step that I think a lot of people miss sometimes, where they want that magic trick. They want to know what's the shortcut. Most of the time, the answer is there's no shortcut.
You have to work hard on the way there and work hard to stay on top.
That's it.
And sometimes not even like work hard, it's just like be a professional, which that involves, like in his case, at his age, the amount of stuff you have to do on stage and the way he does it. You have, this is a professional athlete that has to do things that are probably designed for 20-year-olds and 30-years-olds. Has to do it at older age because of what you have to do. Probably has a whole physical routine he has to do.
And it's hard. Look, if you want to do great things, you probably have to do hard things.
Eu me estripando aqui, você escreveu muito nas tripas, é isso que vocês querem. Eu sei que é, mas eu não quero. Não gosto muito. Eu de vomitar. Devia estar mais no jeito, deveria estar aqui assim, ó. Sem minutos, chega da live. Beleza, vamos lá. Primeira coisa.
Probably my favorites. I love
essa música tá muito alta pra mim, tá me distraindo.
It's a very sort of Faustian. I love the lyrics. I love how almost a voodoo beat just kind of builds.
Beleza, vamos fazer aqui com essas paradinhas, vamos fazer um beatinho. Quando a gente pegou de essa proteína, tirou 50 do 50. Cara, eu consegui muita coisa, que 50 é muito. Dá muito pouco do jogador sorrindo.
Kind of interesting.
Here's all the trouble I caused
Completamente não lembro. Não faço a menor ideia de onde eu tava no jogo, o que eu tava fazendo. Desativar esse corredor remote. Que corredor? Ah, corretor. Agora eu cliquei errado. Se o celular não tá gerando, tem que desativar, mano. O corretor só atrapalha. Mentira, ele ajuda de vez em quando. Só quando você busca a palavra pai. A palavra pai às vezes é uma confusões.
Yeah, and give it shelter.
Então olha pra ti que é um dado, que você voa no dado.
You know, and to this day, when I listen to the studio, and Mary Clayton comes on and
Tem sempre um
sings
livro aqui do lado da
epic,
mesa.
iconic
Se
part.
você precisar tomar alguma decisão, não sentir o peso da
There's
decisão
a
que eu tô falando,
documentary
cuidado,
that was
porque tem um
done
fio.
about
Você
backup.
funciona. Beleza, vamos entregar ali, então.
It tells the
Eu acho
story
que tá muito bom.
of that moment in that song, Mary Clayton. It's just
Muito obrigado, Thiago!
her voice and
Mas
the
a
way
gente
it
testa a versão de
unfolded.
coisa
They
que tá
got her out
funcionando
of bed at like 10 o'clock.
no PC também. No chat já tá aparecendo o Thiago, André contribuiu com 200 superchat. Porra, ponto de
I
exclamação.
can't sing
Muito
at
obrigado,
all.
Thiago.
My organs not allowed around the
Muito
microphone.
obrigado. Fazer
So
mais
I'm
um
always
vídeo.
in awe when
A
someone
gente quase não é isso.
can sing like that.
Velocidade de tela aqui. Colocar 90.
You know, those are some of my favorite Rolling Stones songs.
Ah,
Painted
nossa,
Black
muito
songs.
melhor.
I mean,
Quanto mais próximo da tela, ficou melhor assim.
It defines it for the generation.
A gente quer os feios também que a gente tava fazendo. Não, ficou ruim. Vou vomitar. Já tô ficando com dor de cabeça. Meu Deus, velho. Eu tô ficando muito idoso.
when
O
you
cara fica.
watch
Nossa,
back
que raiva,
then,
velho.
you know, and I was kind of an old
Você tá
I was listening
cancelar. Aplicar.
early young age to Muddy Waters,
Você não só vomitar
Robert
assim sempre, porque
Johnson,
não tô
Wesley
vomitando mais na live.
Hopkins, Stevie King,
Eu tô ficando enjoado.
just the
Beleza, eu
soulful.
descobri uma nova fórmula.
Oh,
Uma nova formulita.
Stevie plays 5 notes.
Depois mesmo você levou. Mas eu não vou ficar esperando, né? 10 minutos, pelo amor de João. Você não escreve de 10 minutos. Você não tira muito por isso que eu
Was
tô
just in
general.
awe of the
Vamos pra lá,
instrument.
então. Vamos fazer o quê?
And
O que eu tô
you
fazendo?
know, I also there's always somebody
A gente tinha que refazer os.
around who's a musician who just picks the instrument up and can play. Right? They're just so talented at it. You just
Eu
listen
sou
to the
daqui,
record and
você
play
é
it.
bugado.
That was never.
Eu sou daqui, mas não tá aqui.
I
Ó, chegou a
never
se perder
took formal
calculação pra
lessons. I
depois.
had to
Nossa, que
grind,
velho.
you
Beleza.
know, to just
É,
make it
vamos
sound like I
então.
wanted to sound.
Será que era isso? Distância de câmera? Era distância de rede? Olha isso que ruim, mano, as sombras.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear it. And
Opções.
what they call
Vídeo.
your place.
Acho que é isso aqui que era a distância com isso aqui, ó. Porcentagem de telas aqui. Porcentagem de
That's probably
resolução
if I
em
have
nível
it
jogo
in my
renderizado.
strength.
Não,
But
era isso.
there's
Campo de
something
visão, não.
pretty amazing happening when you get together with other people and play a song. In that moment where it hits the pocket and you all kind of know it, it's just such a cool feeling. And it's interesting growing up because I always had eclectic interests. So I loved math and physics and science. So I had those friends. And I was an athlete, so football and baseball and basketball. So I had jock friends. And then I had music friends. And so it was just kind of that. And so when I was still living in Los Angeles and had Legendary, I just missed playing. And so I put this band together and called it the Ghost Hounds because we got a huge Robert Johnson fan, and that legend of Robert Johnson selling his soul to Costco in exchange for his music and talent.
You guys have one of the videos.
Yeah.
That's a cool video.
Exactly. So I just thought like that's such cool lore. And I just love the dude. So Robert Johnson went off and we talked about hellhounds on his trail. And so I always thought about Ghost Hounds. So we have a more clever, deeper story. That's
pretty deep, Robert Johnson's incredible. But you also talk about the storytelling reviews. So what makes a good story or a song? Like what aspect of storytelling connected you to the song? So I'm a big lyrics guy. You know, like deep lyric people like Tom Waits, like people that are like not call like they're popular and they're like obviously poetry. And there's some people like the Rolling Stones where it's like seemingly simpler, but there's so much more to it. It's like less is often more. It still tells a strong story.
And there's certain people, Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are very giving. So they just say things in a certain way. It's cool, right? It's just, and so I write our music and lyrics. I have to tell a story. I have to know the characters in the song. I'm not good at just writing some rhymes and having them match up to the right key and the right beat. I have to understand, like, that's just me. So I think that, look, if you have 3 or 4 minutes to tell a story, you have to be efficient with your use of language, and you have to understand what you're building to it and evoke emotion, and hopefully for those 3 minutes get the listener to understand not only the point of the song, but where you're coming from, and to make you feel a certain way. There's a song that, the audience seem to like a lot in the new album called Good Old Days, and I wrote that because especially during COVID, reflecting on what normalcy looks like and what it's cut off. I just was kind of taken with this idea of that when you sit around and do this with friends, oftentimes it's not just like some big event. It's remember that summer, you wake all the time, it's who you were with. And at the time, it probably seemed pretty pedestrian. Right? It just seemed like kind of a normal day. It was the company you were keeping. It was the time in your life. It was whatever it was. And I just kind of struck me that right now, we're doing stuff that we're going to let this cut later. Being kind of ordinary. And that was such a great time. So the idea is beat them all. These are the good.
Chegou ganhando membro desse mês aí, Luiz. Aí sim. Cara, que merda. Que cocô azedo. Eu não tenho fábrica de parafuso. Como assim, velho? Eu tinha fábrica de parafuso. É sério que eu desfiz a minha fábrica de parafuso? Cara, não pode ser, velho. É sério, uma fábrica tão grande pra... É isso mesmo, velho. Ó, tentando aqui os lingotes e tá fazendo barra.
You got a little bit of a hybrid with Jimi Hendrix, right? Because he played the blues and played rock and roll. So I think most guitarists would say Jimi Hendrix is pretty ridiculous.
That probably should be
You can't, I mean, even to this day, I don't care technology, pedals, whatever, you just somehow fuse with the instrument. I can't be sitting here in Austin without mentioning one of the great guitar players of all time, Stevie Ray Vaughan.
That's how I know you nossa, aí sim. Esse assistir,
Stevie Ray Vaughan
antes de sair o final, eu tava assistindo aí, eu esqueço tudo.
just blows me
Uma
away.
mistura de não esqueço de nada, como esqueço de tudo.
And then with the older
Tem que
guys,
resolver isso aí
Billy
que eu
King,
ia
Hubert
assistir.
Sumlin,
Tá faltando. Agora eu não sei por onde que eu vou, por onde que eu faço.
I saw him on
Fábio,
his
pra
last
cá.
tour. He just walked out.
Nem sei se eu tenho ferro suficiente pra
It's
isso.
like
Ai, que
unbelievable
desgraça.
how he still sounds.
Ok, vertical, padrão, contínua.
Yeah,
Colocar tudo
it's a
aqui,
fast
não
one.
vai ficar
Absolutely
feio.
fast.
And the
Pô, que
greatest
droga, hein, mano?
storyteller, Mr. Bob Seger, that's
Droguíssima.
an interesting one. He always doesn't get
Onde coloca, Fábio?
enough
É que eu quero
credit
colocar só fábrica de cobre.
for how great he is. Obviously,
Aqui é
it's a
fábrica
Fuck
de
yeah, you
chapa,
know what's
aqui é
up.
fábrica de barra, aqui é fábrica de aço.
Voice.
A única
I
fábrica
also
grande
had
que
the
eu fiz
privilege
depois de
of getting friendly with John Fogerty.
Nossa, fábrica de concreto que eu fiz é bem pequena.
John Fogerty and CCR fans. He's another one. It's just
Ah, cara, eu não sei,
the
velho.
way
Eu
he
vou fazer.
phrases things, and you just look at the catalog of stuff he wrote.
Eu acho que eu vou fazer.
Amazing how. I
Eu
read
vou fazer
Bruce
não queria
Springsteen's
fazer
book,
aqui, mas eu tenho que fazer aqui.
and I'm a fan, but after reading the book, it was really, you go back and listen to
Você
his
tá lá
lyrics,
assim, print.
the way he pours himself
Você tem
out,
aqui assim.
it's pretty incredible.
Esse já tá aqui.
And then again, with the old blues guys,
Faço os dois corredorzinhos aqui sim.
I just take the emotion to get out of
Beleza.
playing like
Pra quem tá
stand
indo
on
agora,
the
vai
wall,
ficando um
right?
lugar meio
Just playing the
suspenso, né?
same
Tudo bem.
rhythm. John Lee
Tem que
Hooker.
pra cá, fez 10 pra lá.
You listen to Manish Boy by Buddy
10 pra
Walker,
lá.
and it's
10
just
pra lá. Já
There's
tá chegando
something
nas outras
so-
fábricas ali, né?
it just draws me in every time.
Maravilha.
The
Tá,
emotion
mas o
they're able
corredorzinho
to get out of things. I'm also a huge
Mas
Chuck
mas eu
Berry.
tenho fábrica de concreto
I just
automático
think
já.
that's sounds.
Aqui.
I love
Como você acha que eu tenho mil e tal concreto
do you
rudimentar
know
agora?
what I did?
I do.
Já tenho fábrica, tenho duas fábricas de concreto.
But maybe, one of the great
Ah, mas eu
moments
tenho muito
of
metal
my
também.
childhood was
Ah, você tá falando pra fazer as plataformas?
Yeah,
Ah,
and
mas eu
watching
gosto do
Michael J.
aspecto
Fox
dessa aqui.
plug
Eu
in,
gosto dela, eu acho ela bonitinha.
and then at the end they play at the dance to
Aqui
David's
sim
parents,
também.
which I was good. Awesome.
Yeah, the guitar is so
Fica meio
much more
suspensa
than
aqui.
music
Beleza.
it feels like it's in the 20th century it's
Beleza,
a car.
assim.
Like you define so much of Hollywood, so much of the generation of what it means to be. I don't know what it means to be a man, what it means to be a human in America. It's fascinating.
It's emblematic to me of a certain type of music.
Yeah.
And that's I made a documentary years ago called Mike It Loud with Jimmy Page.
I highly recommend that everybody watch that documentary. It's incredible celebration of guitar. Yes, it's Jimmy Page, Jeff White from White Stripes,
Yeah.
and The Edge, you too. Okay, all right, well, so now you have to tell the story. How the heck did that all come together? It's so fascinating. Such different musicians all coming together, talking about their story, talking about how they approach the music, and also playing together a little bit in this casual kind of setting.
One day I came downstairs.
No shit.
Rolling Stone magazine was sitting there, and it was the 50th. It was the 50 top guitarists of all time. There it was. And I had some other financial report with video games, and the top video game top was guitar hero, right? And then there was a third thing I can't recall, but I just and I thought to myself, what is it about the guitar?
Oh, it's so fucking funny.
So central to the rock and roll, whatever you want to call it. Like, why is that? And I said to myself, I want to ask Jimmy Page why he picked up the guitar. Jimmy Page.
I do take breaks
And
sometimes.
so I called a friend of mine, David Stierenberg, who had directed Inconvenient Truth. I think still is.
7 days out of the week, I'm straight. And I try to stream every day.
I called David and said, look, I have this idea. I want to make this movie about the guitar. about different eras, styles, and whatever. But I've never made a documentary. I don't know.
It's kind of hard, but I play the game almost every day, so I try to make sure I am playing.
One of the best.
I'm gonna make sure I am playing. Every time I turn my Elden Ring on, I make sure I turn my stream on so
I'll direct it.
that y'all can see where I'm at. I'm wrestling. One of my streams actually cut off after I figured out the strategic way to beat the boss that I should have beat. I did.
But it was those three guys.
So at some point, I will post that video to my YouTube.
It's just it was such an incredible experience to sit there and
so
get
y'all
to
can actually
know.
see that. But right now, I'm about to make a movie here to get the rest of this life.
And he was like Gandalf. He was like always engaged. And
that was so cool to see him. Gandalf was
Yes, everything used to be on YouTube. I used to live stream on there. Most of my videos that were like,
I mean, that combination is just fascinating.
it was one of the
yes, I
coolest
have a
experiences
lot
ever.
of uploads on there.
And one of the
I need to actually start doing my stream. That's what I'm going to start doing.
Arcades.
Right
You
now,
have to double that.
I
Have handed it
my
to me.
videos have actually just clipped that when I was streaming. So I'm just playing the game, I enter my live stream, clip what I've been doing for the last
Amazing
hour, and
experience. The Edge,
edit it up.
one of the kindest human beings you'll ever meet in
I
your
actually,
life. Just an amazing
actually, it's the
person.
same as my own.
And I think you hit it right in the head.
It's the same as my
He's got that energy, you know, and constantly pushing himself. But it's hard to believe it's been, I think, 10 or maybe even 12 years since it came out. But
After watching it, I realized
I mean, it's the same as my
how much
Twitch.
it was
Yes, I have a Discord.
I was almost surprised it didn't already.
But you drop yours in the comments, or
Yeah, the guitar
if you
wasn't
play, who
celebrated
else have it?
like explicitly. We almost didn't acknowledge it.
It's Discord.
How important it was culture.
Turn
It's kind of making the way it was
I'm gonna turn my tablet on real quick and pull up Discord.
called the way at the beginning. Yeah.
that's because they didn't want to. We were shooting on a Warner Brothers soundstage for 3 days. We called it the Summit. Three of them came together. And the two things I'll never forget is when Jimmy starts to play the riff with a whole lot of life. Imagine that seems to be rock, rock gods or whatever, and had the same 15-year-old kid feeling I did. You could see in their face. And then at the end, they're like, hey, we're playing. We want to go. Can we just play something acoustically? So we printed out the lyrics that they wanted to play, and we sat there and sat on those couches and just, yeah.
What's your guitar rig setup like? You have a few guitars. First of all, let's get on the line. So what's better, Les Paul or Strat?
Well, I'm not going to get into what's better because I'm sure that I'll start a flood of whatever. For me,
I'm going to say it's Strat.
right?
Well,
My main instrument is a Les Paul.
But let me just put out a second. I'm speaking as somebody who, I don't think it's actually strong. So I think maybe I'm going to do it. It's probably because I'm I just kind of follow
the amazing thing to me, you look back at Leo Fender and what the Gibson Guitar Company and it's called in the 50s. Those are still the shapes and the perfect thing to get, right? It's not the Les Paul, and they got it right way back then. So I have my main guitar my main guitar is a Hazel, and it's a 59 Les Paul. And there's something magical in that gear, like a Stradivarius, and there's something different. So I play that, and then I play it through sort of my main rigs, either a 59 Fender Twin or a 65 Marshall. And then when we're on the road now, we use older vintage stuff. Got to be super careful with tubes and everything. People hide it. So very nicely, the guys from Q-Rock sent me some of their amps. And it was really, because I don't use any new stuff, the Q-Rock stuff is pretty great. So that's actually
I guess just the sound you make.
Yeah, it's new and reliable, so that's what I'm using on the road.
Do people use like emulation? Do they use software, or is it still?
They do. I personally don't. I go, I don't have many pedals. I use a Klon, the old, vintage Klon, straight into the amp and go.
It's as old school as possible.
Yeah.
Is there other pedals you have?
I have a bunch of what they call Blackguard Telecasters from the 50s, which are pretty great.
What are those Blackguard Telecasters?
Yeah, so they're just,
they actually did have a Blackguard.
But they're incredible. So,
what's the color of the Telecaster itself?
Most of them are yellow and black, and then they got into different configurations. But there's something. I have a 51 Telecaster that I play in open G, one of the songs with open G. But just again, there's something, and I'll take all the help I can get, making it sound great. So I'll try to find the magic one.
What's your writing process like for the music and the lyrics? Is there, do you have to go to the mountain, the whiskey hall? Do you just write a little bit from a moment every time?
I'm a boring guy, so I don't drink. I don't just. I figure I can screw things up plenty on my own without adding anything. But for me, it starts with a riff, just something that I think is an interesting, riff or tone that I can kind of sink my teeth into a little bit. And a lot of times I'll write a title and love a title, and then start to.
So the title is almost like an idea.
Yeah, like this is where I want to be, and then start kind of writing it out. And again, I just have to know: am I writing from a character's point of view? Am I writing about someone or something? It's like the narrator, and what is this person? Are they happy? Are they sad? Where are they in life? I don't know if all that, like great writers, I'm sure would say, why don't you just write? You don't need all that. But that's, for me, that's my process.
I'm not so sure about that. I think quite a lot of writers have create a world in mind before they put the simplest of words down. So yeah, there's quite a lot to that. What's your favorite song to play? Is there some favorite ones you go to? Both play and kind of. I'm sure you love singing.
No. I'm not. I'm neither talented nor do I have the desire. And I think if you come see the show, you won't see a microphone anywhere near me.
But do you hear, like when you're thinking about lyrics, hear the idea of the words?
100%. And especially, what's great, with Trey is I write for his voice, and then we have this amazing backup singers that are just, and I can hear all of it. I just can't do it. And so I'd say of our stuff, there's a song called Half My Fault that I play in open G that just, I love playing the song. I love that energy. And then we have a new blues album coming out, and there's a song called Baby We're Through, and it just stays on the one. And for non-musicians, that means, like in a lot of rock and roll and blues, it's what's called a 1-4-5 progression on the kind of lead note. You would hear, if you're a non-musician, if you heard it, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's a lot of songs. And this song just stays on the same groove, like LaGrange or Shake Your Hips or any of those songs. And it's just got this unbelievable energy. It's fun to play, but I have to keep the same rhythmic thing going for the whole song.
Well, that simplicity, the personality of the song. Trey's, that guy, really cool. It just comes through. And I guess you need that from the lead singer.
You got to have that. And my other guitar player, Johnny Bob, he's a phenomenal. Like a legitimate guitar singer. We probably split the leads 70-30, and he is just, there's sometimes I look over at him, I'm being a fan right now, what you just laid down is pretty good.
From a lead perspective, what's the most fun thing to play? What kind of stuff do you like? Slow? Do you like like drill is gone? So if you look at BP King, sometimes one note just been all shit out of that. What do you call that? Vibrato.
Yeah. If I'm going to play the lead, it's a certain kind of feel. Slow blues is probably my favorite to play, or something that's got a little more of that Chuck Berry drive, where you can be rhythmic in the lead. I can't. The shredding thing that those guys do that's not.
Yeah. I was actually always able to do that really well. Like you mentioned, people that pick up fast. Like maybe it's the classical piano training. I play super fast and kind of super technical. But to me, the hardest thing, my favorite thing is just probably listening to the guitar more living life that's worth playing a guitar for. It's like a certain kind of emotion that you put into the notes. It has to do with bending the notes well. The bending notes is a whole other thing. I've worked surprisingly a long time on Comfortably Numb. And there's so David Gilmour does a lot of bending. They're simple. They sound simple, but the dynamics of them to express like build up and then you held and there's often a vibrato at the top for a bit. Just that the sounds like a sigh and a sigh of relief. And it's just that's an art form and it's hard to get right. It's not just playing a note. It's in that like dynamic movement of the note that so much can happen. That's where the blues just happens to.
It's like I'm a huge Freddie King fan too, right? And you listen to these guys, and you sit there and they're like, man, you're playing in a small range on the neck, but it's like I know the notes you're playing, and I'm playing them too, but not like that, right? I mean, it's Gilmour is certainly one of those guys. Incredible.
And yet another chapter of an amazing life. You love football. You play football?
Yes.
What position you play?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Awesome. So maybe we could talk a little bit about your love of football and the fact that you are part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where do we start? Let's start at the beginning. Let's start at the end. Why the Steelers? What attracted you to the? First of all, I think, not to be controversial, but one of the best uniforms in football, which is just like black and gold, just
decal only on one side.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the helmet. Look, I've led black and gold since I was a little boy. I grew up in upstate New York, and the first football game I ever saw was the Steelers in the Super Bowl. It was a really little kid, and it just, I mean, Jack Lambert, Joe Green, Franco Harris, and those guys came down from Mount Olympus or something, and I just was enamored with the team because we only had 3 channels. The only time I'd get to see them was occasionally they were the game of the week or something. And I just loved, to me, what they stood for, toughness, and they played football, the way that I thought was great. I was a huge Jack Lambert fan, Hall of Fame linebacker, who just intimidated everybody.
So that was like the decade of the steel curtain. Yeah. Arguably one of the greatest defensive in football history. And also one of the greatest football teams, period, in football history.
I've been a lifelong fan, and was very fortunate to meet Mr. Rooney. The Rooney family started the team in 1933. Got to know him, and just was asked to be part of the ownership group. I think it was the end of 2007. First year as part of the group in 2008, we won the Super Bowl, and it was like beyond surreal. Just beyond surreal. And it's amazing to be able to do. the Rooney family is one of those most revered in sports for the way they conduct themselves. Mr. Rooney passed away, I think, 5 years ago now. We lost him, but he was a champion, helped build the league, put the league as we know it together. More importantly, was a civil rights champion who created what we now call the Rooney Rule to make sure that we're being fair about giving minority coaches a chance to get hired. And just is one of the most kind and amazing human beings I ever met.
It's incredible what sport does, like to bring up the best in people, give people hope, to inspire people. There is something about football that has all the elements of a great sport. It's the teamwork, it's the sort of combat aspect of it. It's the purity of it. It's of strength and power and speed, and all the elements of like last minute most calls required to win the game, and the referee decisions. Of course, that's essential for the sport. You screw up the whole thing. Just got all of it together. I don't know. The drama and then the triumph. It's some of my favorite memories. I don't know if it's an accident or it's common with people. It's just with friends watching football and connecting with it.
Yeah, well, it's an incredible game because there's nowhere to hide, right? You're out there in the field. It's a great game that requires not only all those attributes we said, but it's an incredibly complex game. So if you don't know what you're looking at, you don't understand how complex defenses are trying to disguise what they're doing. Offenses are trying to overcome that, and you can set up one play the entire game. But a team that plays well together, right, knows their plays inside and out, knows their assignments inside and out, can overcome and beat a more physically gifted team because of that, work, that aspect of working together. One of the things that I always love about sports is just you're out there. There's a set of rules. There's a scoreboard. So at the end of that game, it says that you can make excuses about the refs, this happened, that happened, but at the end of the day, did you go out and compete? And when you went out and were a competitor, how did it work out? Right? And the simplicity of that, and the purity of that, is something that I always have been drawn to.
What about the business of sort of owning a team or putting together a team or trying to build up a team that's supposed to be a great team? What are some interesting aspects that people might not realize that you can carry over from all the other experience they have in business?
I think the hardest thing about professional sports right now is individuals getting paid money to play a sport, which is certainly different than amateur. And, the decisions that are hard is when you get to know somebody who's a player on the team, and either they're at the end of their career or they need to go in a different direction. And that person who's done everything that you've asked, whatever the coaches have asked of that person, and you get close to them. And then when they have to trade it, leave, whatever happens, that's and being able to stand back and in some ways be compassionate and not be upset, right? I'm on the Baseball Hall of Fame board, and one of the guys that's on the podium is very loud, and I think it's crazy that, if you act like a fan, you'll be football. It's kind of funny.
Well, I got to bring back that. By way of so let me just give some examples. It's very common for certain great players going to another team right at the end of their career. And it always makes me sad. It always makes me want to kind of retire.
Oh, fuck. So funny.
from a perspective
Okay.
of just like,
All right.
do you ever, as a,
Oh man.
the owner, but just in that space, think about like the Steelers in the full arc of human history. So not like it's a business. Yeah,
the good news is I don't have to think about it as
right.
I'm like a minority owner, so I can think about it almost as a fan. But I'm
yeah, well, that's what I mean. I suppose this is a dumb question to think of, like of a business in that way, not just investment, but like legacy. Like, what footprint would you leave on this world, on this history?
That is one thing that I can say unequivocally, and I only have the experience in my hand. But one of the things that I'm so proud of about the way the Steelers conduct themselves is, and that's the Rooney family, that's the legacy of the Rooney family, is asking constantly about what's right for the league, what's right for the players, what's the right thing to do here, and that's something that I would hear Mr. Rooney say all the time. So I think that legacy is important because ultimately the team belongs to that city, right? Belongs to those fans, and the owners are the custodians. So I think, and when you realize what sports teams mean to the fans, the memories they create, the bonds they create, it's a responsibility. And I think that you do have to think beyond, certainly not just dollars and cents, but just sports is a very big deal in our society, and it has to be, I think, held to a standard that's not just, well, were we profitable this year? There are other businesses for that. It is certainly a business. I don't mean to romanticize to the point that it's not, but to me, it's more than, or at least my experience has been, it's more than that.
It's a social media for millions of people. Like, and you see that most during COVID, for example, when there's so much desperation, so many people losing their jobs, so many people having to deal with the uncertainty of the future holds.
Right.
There's something about us, sports, that just unites us, right? Again, the tragedy and the triumphs of sport, of uniting, of gathering together with your friends, with family, shared experience over like this, over just team, over rooting for your team, for your city.
And the access, again, as I alluded to, we didn't have anything when I was growing up, but I would pour through the box stores. I was a huge Yankee fan and Steelers fan, and feeling some ownership of that, right? That I would through the box store and relive what they did, and occasionally see them on TV, and feel like I was part of that celebration when they won and everything. It's a very powerful thing.
You've been exceptionally successful in a bunch of avenues and a bunch of efforts. What advice would you give for a young person today, a high school student, college undergraduate that's thinking about career, maybe advice not about just career, but about how to live a life they can be proud of?
We talked earlier about intellectual honesty. To me, that's the first step. Is just saying, to the best of your ability, who am I, and what's important to me, and what do I want to do? If you can start with that and develop some sort of rules-based, philosophical, here's what I'll do, what I won't do, and that way you can be flexible and pliable, and you're going to need to be, but if you still have a compass that tells you, hey, at least I know this is the path I'm going to take, I think that's very important.
The rules you're referring to, the principles, that's kind of like underlying integrity, knowing what lines you can cross on the path.
Exactly right, because if you have those absolutes, there are many decisions that come into focus very quickly, right? Because that's not for me. Or, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do X.
And it has to do with the thing we're talking about. It's kind of interesting. You mentioned earlier in the conversation about slippery explosion. That's how often it happens. Like how the
slipping into unethical behavior happens with slippery slope of little adjustments you put stuff off. And that found that to be I've been fortunate to not have to encounter these moments very much in my life, but it's still encountered them. That's what integrity, I think, it looks like. And as the slippery slope is happening, those little things, it's without drama, without making it feel like making a decision that stands can be difficult and just walking it.
Yeah, and besides the big ideas, I'm going to change the world, I'm going to innovate and do all things. I also start I should be but just in terms of, let me start with this. Are you a good friend? Can you be counted on? You do what you say you're going to do. Right? Are you accountable for what you sign up for? And what is all that look like? And then I think it's being intellectually curious and well-read. We live in a world that is designed right? Being able to sit with your thoughts, to go on a walk, think deeply about something, and not just surface area. You text me, I text you back, and we decide the fate of the world based on a couple of text messages or something. You don't want to lose touch, I think, with being well-read, and understanding and standing on great thinkers' shoulders and learning from those words. And then I also think that there's resiliency and then there's grit. And I heard someone say those are slightly different. And I know that there are all kinds of challenges, right? That are tragic, unfair. There's no question that's the world we live in. But for me personally, to try as much as possible not to be in the victim mindset, because unfair things are going to happen. And, we all want to live in an idealistic, just world. That should be what we aspire to. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't experienced that yet, but yet you still have to function in that world. So, I think that resiliency thing is very important. And then putting yourself out there, right? Because if you play scared and you're always afraid to fail, this is probably a dumb way to put the podcast, but there are times, especially when I'm out west, I love the big sky out in Montana, Idaho, places like that. When you look up at night, it's almost like I've never seen anything like this before, because there's no light pollution, so to speak. And sometimes when I look up, those daunting problems that I'm experiencing, those things have been there for a billion years or whatever, and I'll be gone. It doesn't, the most famous person on earth 200 years ago, so it's pretty fleeting, and so make sure you have a good journey, especially coming out of COVID. I think telling people that you care about, and maintaining and cultivating your friendships and relationships, and they're not just transactional, right? And making sure that someday when you're laying there, you can say, yeah, I was a good family member. I was a good friend. I was someone that could be counted on. I think all those things go into the mix of, however you want to take the journey.
So when you look up to the stars, do you think about that quickly approaching end of yours? Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of your death?
I'm a huge fan of Stoicism. Right? I read a lot of Stoicism. I think Ryan Holiday's done a great job of bringing some of that back into the forefront. It's just really thought-provoking to me, and a lot of it rings, just hits me. So I think that's right. And that memento mori thing, which is, hey, we're all going to die, so you should contemplate it. There's a finality to this thing. And so I think if you can rightly frame that between fretting about it every day and being afraid and being so laissez-faire that you think you're gonna live forever, it'll influence some of the decisions you make. It'll influence the way you act things, and hopefully the way that you live your life. So yes, I wouldn't say I obsess over it. I wouldn't say it's omnipresent. But because I read a lot of stoicism, I think it's right to pause and say, who knows? There's going to be an expiration date. And if it happens tomorrow, have I done the things I wanted to do? And am I the person I wanted to be? And I think it's important along the way to check this.
Yeah, I try to make sure that I actually visualize this. I'm okay dying at the end of the day, at the end of each day. Like, if this is the last thing I do in my life is talking to you,
oh, good Lord,
I'm happy. I know you're joking, but I'm happy I get to live the life I do. I think so much more. I think the stories have it right. So you have it right in saying, meditate on death and just remember that this ride ends pretty quickly, to help you appreciate every day and the people you love, the people close to you, and the cool shit that you're doing in your life, the cool shit you're creating, and the fact that you, Sir Thomas Trumbull, are playing the motherfucking goals. You are the man with so many disciplines, so much respect, and so successful. It's truly an honor you sit down and talk with me today. Thank you so much for showing up in Texas and talking on this little podcast.
That's great, man. I'm a huge fan of the show and I've had a great time hanging with you, and really appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Thomas.
362, 189. 362, 189. 362,
Jagger and Jones. You can't always get what you want. If you try something else, you might find you get what you need. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Come on, you little bitch. No.
The crazy thing with the kidnap business. We used to get asked by FBI agents, when is this going to be over? And the answer would be, I guess, feel like they got everything they can. Now, dissecting the statement, you're talking about they feel like they got everything they can. So the key to kidnapping negotiations is feeling. What bad thing. We're talking about feeling.
I've heard this one. This guy sucks.
Which drives everything. It doesn't matter what you ever is.
The following is a conversation with Chris Voss, former FBI hostage and crisis negotiator, and author of Never Split the Difference, Negotiating as if your life depended on it.
Oh, whatever.
This is Let's Speak podcast, supported. Please check out our sponsors.
Alright, come on, you shitbag. Why the fuck doesn't this work? There we go.
Chris Voss. What is it like negotiating for a hostage with a kidnapper? What is the toughest part of that process?
The toughest part is if it looks bad from the beginning, and you got to engage in the process here.
What are the factors that make it bad? What is that makes you nervous? If you're in a situation where there's general negotiation, it's a hostage negotiation, what makes you think that this is going to be difficult?
If they want to make it look like they're negotiating about that, like in 2004 time frame, Al Qaeda in Iraq was executing people on camera for the publicity. And they want to make it look like they're negotiating. So they come on and they say, if you don't get all the women out of Iraqi women out of the jails in Iraq in 72 hours, we're going to kill a hostage. That was one of the demands of one of the cases at that time frame. Now, first of all, even if we'd have been willing, the U.S. government coalition would have been willing to do that, we wouldn't have been able to have it in 72 hours. So it was an impossible ask from the beginning. And so that looked pretty bad. Like they're trying to make it look like they're talking reasonably, but they're not.
So your hostage is in bad shape there. They made a demand that you just, even if you wanted to, you couldn't do. So then what makes that very difficult is you can't, especially even working with family members, you're coaching. Bad guys are in touch with family members, or if they're not directly in touch with family members, the other thing that Al Qaeda was doing at that time was they didn't give us a way to talk to them. They're making statements in the media, but then not leaving a phone number to them. Yeah. So that's one more thing. Guys don't intentionally block them. They're asking you to do something you can't do. They're not giving you a way to talk. So you're gonna give it to family. That's what family. How you're gonna approach them. No family definitely is just gonna help. It's a bunch of people like that. And you gotta be honest. It's a long shot. Our chances are slim enough. And when it's
reading it. Oh fuck!
And then when people were killed that time,
Did it work?
the tide finally got turned, but it was hard to
Can you negotiate in public versus like a direct channel in private?
Oh yeah, bad guys pick the media. They're making statements in the media, so that it's a big clue. Their channel of choice tells you an awful. And if they're choosing the media, then that means there's people who are trying to appeal to. It means that in their view, there's such a thing as good. So if there's good media, there's bad media. How do you make it bad? We made it bad. It just, unfortunately, it had to go through multiple iterations. So you have to message and quit.
In that negotiation, do you think about the value of your life? Is there a dollar figure? Is there, how do you enumerate and quantify the value of your life?
Yeah, it's like you. Yeah, you know. So that was the first lesson on any negotiation. Really, any. Like, it doesn't matter what you do, it matters where it is on the other side. One of the things, especially in the conversation that we with that answer, by the way, you guys, I one of the things that we like to have the conversation, first part, the work, and the team. Yeah, and the and you really feel like birthday, appreciate that. I did a great yeah, that's thank you. But interesting with the work, in every business, whether it's over cars, house, collaboration with companies, how does your impact see? Now, the nice thing about kidnapping is the ransom, because there's an actual ransom demand. The actual demand is it's a mercenary business. And people take the and they turn to be used to as figuring out how much money somebody has. So, and again, I'm doing a business analogy. You're looking for a job on the market. There's a market price for the job, and then there's what the employer can pay. Now, maybe market prices, job market's for great. Employers can do one price. So it's a great job. When we talk about Elon, million. Like I work million ways on memory. You know, that would be good. What the value of the time and how hard is it to get and how quickly you can get to it. There's a detail to the very gap that you'll kidnap. So the value of the life for them would be a crazy thing.
Get out of there. Let's get out of there.
That's the idea. Jesus can do it. And yet, when say guys feel like they've got everything they can. Now, dissecting the statement, you're talking about they feel like they got everything they can. So the key to kidnapping negotiations is feelings. That's bad guy. Talking about feelings. Kidnapping is feelings, which drives everything. Doesn't matter what unit of evidence.
It's not reason, it's emotion.
There's no such thing as reason.
I should say, for a little bit of context, I just talked yesterday with a guy named Sam Harris.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know Sam, but Sam, and because I was preparing for a conversation with you, I talked to him about empathy versus reason. And he lands heavily on reason.
Yeah.
Empathy is somewhere between useless and erroneous and leads you astray and is not effective. The reason is the only way forward.
Well, it's trust with fine lines. The two fine lines I would draw first was your definition of empathy, and the second way, how do people actually make up their minds? And I'm not looking at how people make up their minds. You make up your mind based on what you care about. Period. That makes reason, emotion, choice. What do you care about? You start with what you care about. You see some guys swimming out off the coast of the ocean. You see a shark coming up behind you. Who you cheer for? If it's Adolf Hitler out there, you cheer for the shark. You might actually feel bad because it's gonna taste bad. Who do you care about? You know, it's back. Yeah, you know, he stayed out there. You know, it's gonna leave a bad taste in the mouth, even if you're sharp. So you're making up your mind on every circumstances based on what you care about. So what does that do to reason? The reason is based on what you care about from the beginning. Now then, if you define it as sympathy, it was never meant to be sympathy. Etymology, I think is the word. I keep getting etymology and entomology mixed up. Etymology being the right, where words came from, the origin. Entomology being bugs. Right? So I like etymology. Where did something come from? Also like entomology. Anyway, etymology. My understanding from my research, the original definition of empathy was an interpretation of a German word where people were trying to figure out what the artist was trying to convey. It was about assessing art. And so it was always about understanding what somebody was coming from, but not sharing necessarily that same thing. So then when I was with the FBI and I started collaborating with Harvard, Bob Middleton wrote a book, Beyond Writing. Second chapter is the tension between empathy and assertiveness. Still the best chapter on empathy I've ever read anywhere. And Bob writes in his book. Bob was the head of the program on negotiation. He's also agreed to be interviewed for a documentary that's about me and my company that hasn't been released yet, but it should be released sometime this year. Tactical empathy. So Bob's definition of empathy said not agreeing or even liking the other side. Don't even gotta like it. You gotta agree. Just straight understanding where they're coming from and articulate, which requires no agreement whatsoever. That becomes a very powerful tool, like ridiculously powerful. And if sympathy or compassion agreement are not included, you can be bad at it. Just thinking about this when I was getting ready to talk to you. You use the word empathy. I can be empathic with this. I don't agree with where it's coming from. I don't agree with the methodology. Early on in the Ukraine-Russian war, I saw an article that was very dismissive of Russia. That said, Russia's basically just asking. And I thought, so if you're in charge, and the way you feed your people is via an industry that the entire world is funded. The whole world is going to get out of pocket. That's how you feed people. If you come up with people that you take the responsibility for are going to die alone with cold. They're going to freeze.
He can probably get one because it takes so much to hear me.
But where's this guy
He's trolling.
You're never going to get through to somebody like that in a conversation unless you can demonstrate to them you understand where they're coming from, whether or not you agree. Early 90s, last century guy, also refer to myself as the last century, also deeply flawed. Yeah. So, terrorist case, New York City, civilian court. Terrorism does not have to be tried in military tribunals. Well, that's a very bad idea. It was always bad. The FBI was always against it.
I'm getting ready. We have Muslim.
No fucking way. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Come on. Let's work, baby. Get it. Give it to me. Give it to me, baby. Uh-huh. Come on. Here we go. Yes! Yes! Oh, shit. What happened? Whatever. That's all right.
And they shake their head and go, yeah. And then we started conversation.
Okay.
You believe this could be
Recent big Twitch.
But I showed them that I wasn't afraid of their
Lives.
police. I was so unafraid of them that I was willing to just say it and not disagree or contradict, because I would say that and then I'd shut up and let them react. And I never had to say he's wrong. I never gave my phone to every single one of them testified. That's simple. It's not a great workplace just as comfortable. I'm not sure how Sam would do it, but common vernacular is sympathy, it's passion, and that's what becomes easy.
And there's a gray area maybe you can comment on. Is sometimes the drop of passion helps make that effort be more effective in the conversation. So you just saying you believe X doesn't quite form strong bond with the other person.
You imagine.
Maybe you're right. I'm imagining you need to show that you're on the same side. That you need to signal a little bit about your actual beliefs, at least in that moment. But even if that signaling is not as deep as it sounds. But first, basically telling the person on the back and saying we're on the same side.
Yeah, that's what most people, when they really learn the concept, that's the basic community. And in application, especially in highly adversarial situations, like I need a regular guy, Muslim, but how's that guy gonna say buy it by like do it on your side? I've been there. I feel you. No. People get conned by that so much. Like if we're on opposite sides of the table, I try to act like I'm not on the opposite side of the table. That makes me disingenuous. So I would rather be honest. My currency is integrity. And at some point in time, people are like, hey, you know where I'm coming from? My answer is going to be like, well, I can agree on where we're going. But if we're talking about, am I on your side? No. As a human being, I want to see you survive and thrive, not at my expense. I think the world is full of optimism. I'm optimistic. I get more than enough reason to say. There's enough to help. So I got no problem with you doing it. Just don't take it out of my hand. About both of those things. I'm not interested in you taking it out of my hand. I'm just playing your proposal. Now, I don't need to know this sense, except in a human sense. But I don't. Do I have to side with you in the war, or how we distribute stock, or how much you get paid, how much you make off this car? I think people, my experience as a lawyer, is that empathy is not going to happen. That you don't need me to act like I'm on your side for us to make a great deal.
Great deal. Well, we'll talk about two things: a great deal, and a great conversation. Right. They're often going to be the same thing, but at times it can be different. That's what Brian including. There is some extreme level to which you do want to stay on the same side. You said extreme level. The possible says, I was too much. And so that we're all in this together. Not the Slavic people who use their humans to but we human beings.
The same thing. Right. Several years ago, and his name was evidently from Mud now, but he was very nice to me. We were very kind to him, and no shortage of bad reporting on it now. I have absolutely no idea if any of it's true. I do know that in my interaction with him, he was always a gentleman with me. It was very generous. When he get into conversations with people, he'd always say, like, let's look at 10 years where we could both be in a phenomenal place together. Now let's work our way back.
That's a good one.
Yeah. And I saw him do it in simulations. I was teaching USC. And we were at a function together. And a gentleman at the time told me that who he was, and he was really influential. So I walked up to that cold and I said, hey, I'm going to come up and talk to my class at USC. He didn't know me, other than the fact that we had mutual acquaintance, but he graciously consented to come. And he said, what do you want me to talk about? He said, look, dude, this is exactly. It doesn't matter what you talk about. I'm going to agree, or I'm going to disagree, I'm going to watch them, my students are going to role play. So it's been fun role play for them, there's this deep, through negotiating. Every single time he goes to pick a point in the future where we both have 10 years, 20 years, and let's work our way back. Now, hospital does same thing. I call him the guy. Bad guy just picked up on the phone. And I'm going to say, I want you I want to see you survive. Whatever else goes with it, let's pick a point in the future. And then you work our way back. And people make also read about emotional care about. People make their decisions like without question. I think there's a in the United States being assembled somewhere with the Hindu temples in India, 1,000 years.
Love it. Fucking love it. This is amazing.
So you have to try to paint a vision of the future that the person negotiating will like.
Just find out what their vision of the future is, and then remove yourself as a threat.
Sure.
If you can collaborate together at all, if you can collaborate anything at all, and you don't have the original character, you're not gonna like it. If you get that before, but I like people that don't like to talk. Right now, it's one move around. So that's not gonna stop us from getting together. Inside, you're gonna say, oh, well, you're gonna say about that. How do you want to do that?
So going back to what you need the automation loves key or my Latin food. You don't think it closes off the mind to show that you have a different.
The Godfather tortoise. Fucking hilarious.
Are you arguing from the beginning, or are you just playing up the stage? I don't think it's.
Oh, so fucking funny. Uh-oh.
The chapter in this book, the tension between empathy and service. I remember reading that end of the chapter, thinking, in my business, there is no tension. And then I got into it, and I thought, this is a red herring. He's drawing people in because his entire chapter is that empathy puts you in a position to receive. And that there is no it's a sequence. And that's why, again, I think it was written for both.
Yeah, sequencing issue. The timing is everything. So you emphasize the importance of, in terms of sequencing and priority of listening, of truly listening to the other person.
I'm sorry, what did you say? That was bad joke.
Your timing is just perfect. How do you listen? How do you truly listen to other people? How do you notice? How do you really scare them?
I always hated this active listening. If anything, it's always. And as soon as you start to try to anticipate what someone's going, you're dialed in. Because along the way, you congratulate yourself, right? Or when someone they say
something that surprises you, you didn't notice. I can't. Good job, right? So it's pull-up. And then one of the reasons,
There you go.
we named it spectacular. In the book, notice the difference. We're talking about tactical. Calibrated and what's calibrated? First, it was experience hostage negotiated, and we've come to find out that our experience is hostage negotiated is backed up by noise. That's one of the reasons why I listen to even this podcast. And
There's a guy
heavy,
from like not even in Greasy.
and so then emotional intelligence calibrated by what we know about nervous. What do we know about nervous? And I'll talk about it from the native perspective and even say we human face. I didn't do research. I'm scooping up as much of it as I can as a life. The brain's largely. I think there's ample evidence people will argue with you for what the wiring is and what does what, and the movie system and all of that. But the brain is basically 75% negative. This is only going to make that contention. Number one. Number two, the best way to deactivate negativity is by calling it out. And I could say, look, I don't want you to be offended by what you did. That's it. Your guard is up. You get ready to get mad. If I say, I'm getting ready to say it's probably going to offend you. Now you relax a little bit. And you go, all right, what is it? And then I say it, whatever it is. And you're going to be like, oh, that wasn't bad. Because we do some hostage negotiation by calling out the negativity, deactivating it. And then a number of neuroscience it's a bit done right and left by calling out negativity, deactivating the negativity.
So calling out ahead of time. I feel like acknowledging that this is ahead of time and this is going to hurt.
The experiments that I've seen have been when the negativity was inflicted and then having the person that it was being inflicted upon simply identify because of that. Yeah, what do you feel? I'm angry. And the anger goes.
It's tough because I've had and again, the damn thing between things, but I've had a few conversations where anger arose from the guest I spoke to. Yeah, and I'm not sure identifying it. That's like leaning into it and going into the depths. Because that's going to the depths of some emotional, psychological thing they're going to. And I'm not sure I want to explore that iceberg with the little ship we got. You have to decide, do you want to avoid it? Or do you want to lean into it? It's a tough choice. It is an output. It is an output, especially when I think that's the big difference between conversation and negotiation. Negotiation ultimately is looking for closure and a solution. I think general conversation like this is more exploring. There's not necessarily a goal. Like if you were to put, if I had to put a goal for this conversation, there's no real goal. It's curiously exploring ideas. So that'll give you freedom to not say like the input. For time, you can be like, all right, let's go to the next room, get a snack, and come back to it. Right.
All right, so I make a tiny adjustment on the negotiation technique. Because you said, I think, seeking closure. Is two words. I suppose it's more goals, you know. Well, yeah, what is it? Well, I would say seeking collaboration. And because closure is not just a little bit of tonality to it. The real problem is negotiations always important. That's why we say yes, I say yes is nothing without that. And yes can create that only temporary as per usually count. Because we're looking for good life. Yes, we usually count it because it's not great without that's still life. Yeah. That will work.
Fucking amazing.
You got a bright future. You should write a book. Yeah.
appreciate it. What am I doing here? This? At first? On you. With you. I don't know. We'll collaborate. Why me? Why'd you want to? I've heard you speak at a few places. I was like, this is fascinating. I think on Clubhouse, different places, and I listened to some YouTube stuff, and this is just unique people that are interesting. That's what I love doing with this podcast. It's just exploring the mind of each people. You notice people that sometimes you're like a hundred person outside of 7-Eleven. I noticed. Who are you? Yeah. Exactly. I don't know what to do with this topic, stuff like that. Being able to know. Because I think we can forward to podcast. The medical OnlyFans and the sex workers. That's fascinating.
It works. Come on, baby.
The fascinating thing about her is what you actually get to somebody. And that's like it's happy, good, but she's the world that values she has. It's really different. And there's also not argumentative, it's something of other one's views. It's beautiful to explore that. Yeah, good. And then, because I consider myself, and the word I was looking for was abundant. I think it's an abundant word. So I'm pretty optimistic. I consider myself, I don't know, happy exactly describes it, but yeah, you know what I mean? So then, if I'm happy, optimistic, abundant, I get a word for you. And then you run into somebody that has a vastly different word for you. And they're happy with it, and they think it's abundant too. And you're like, what is going on in your head or mine? Or what am I missing? Yeah, so it's fascinating. And the 5 runs, which is useful kind of negotiation when you paint a picture of a future. If you're optimistic about that future, it's a kind of feeling that they both can be. And that's easy. We live in a world with people. Yeah. And to point back that's the case. Although a lot of people want to think otherwise. Mostly because of the negativity of companies. So the brain is generally cynical. Yeah. My description of it is the pessimistic caveman, and we're descendants of the pessimists. The optimistic guy got 85 steps too high. Yeah. But the flip side, the optimistic feel that there's a switch. Like, so what point in time do we catch on? There's a difference between survival and success. The success mindset is highly optimistic. So where do we change? How do we change the survival to success? Yeah, someone was talking by saber-tooth tigers and started doing bridges.
No fucking way.
Companies who started to experience and data back to collaborate. And we stopped listening to our media and we started listening to them. Let me just return briefly to Paris. What do you mean about the policy? Negotiating Paris. Well, that's not the policy, first of all. Now, everybody thinks that's the policy. It hasn't been the policy since 2002, when Bush 43 signed a national security presidential directive, NSPD, at the time it was NSPD 12, which basically said, we won't make concessions. That doesn't mean we won't talk. So I'm in Colombia at the same time, and I've been intimately involved with the signing. Him signing that document, I knew exactly what it was. And he didn't inherit it. He said it. And I'm in Colombia, and the number 2 in the embassy says, last night on TV, the President of the United States said, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Are you calling the President of the United States a liar? And I remember thinking, like, all right, so he probably said that. And that's not on the document that he signed. I said, look, as you know, I'm familiar with what he signed, and that's not what it says. Well, yeah. So the argument, but that's always been a soundbite that everybody likes. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Comes on the definition of negotiation. If it's just communication, we negotiate with them all the time. Number 1. Number 2. Like every president has made some own-headed deal with the bad guys.
Like Obama released 5 high-level Taliban leaders from Guantanamo in exchange for an AWOL soldier that we immediately sent there. And I thought that was a horrible. And that's putting terrorists back on the battlefield. And then Trump turned around and topped it by putting 5,000 terrorists back on the battlefield. So we haven't had a president that stuck to that on either side of the aisle since people started throwing that out as a joke.
What do you think of that negotiation to get terrorists? The global negotiation with Vladimir Putin, the recent negotiation of the prisoners, the exchange, the Britain Garden. Is there a way to do that negotiation successfully?
First of all, I agree with the idea that she was wrongfully detained and she didn't deserve to be in jail, and that U.S. government, there should be no second-class citizens ever. And whether you're an WNBA player or you're just some bonehead that walked into the wrong situation, the government should not abandon you, ever. Now, what they do in the meantime, there should have been a negotiation. They were desperate to make a deal at a bad time. There was a far better deal for prisoner swaps earlier, coming down. And then the heat gets turned up, and thank God for Brittany Griner that the public got enough attention. They kept pressure on the administration and made a deal. Now, governments want to make those kind of deals. That's fine, as long as, because that was basically a political negotiation. You put 5,000 Taliban back on the battlefield. That ain't going to be able to the government. Put 5 in, that ain't going to be able to the government that's directly contradicting this thing that you claim. And those are all bad deals. Was a Brittany Griner a bad deal? I think it was great for her. If I was in the middle of it would have been bad. And she still would have come.
Yeah, there's some technical aspects to that negotiation. What do you think is the value of just talking about a meeting in person for negotiation?
Thanks, Greg.
Can I just follow that tangent along? There's a war in Ukraine now. It's been going on over a year. It's for me personally, given my life story is a deeply personal one, and returning back to that area of the world I was there. Volodymyr Zelensky said he doesn't want to talk to living. Do you think they could get them together? And say you were there in a room with Putin and Zelensky, and Biden is sitting in the back drinking a cocktail, or maybe he is at the table participating. How is it possible through negotiation, for the art of conversation, to find peace in this very tense geopolitical conflict?
I think it's generally possible. I think getting people together in person is a good idea. Now, how many times, who's getting them together, and what circumstances, and how many times you get them together? The documentary, The Human Factor, the committee's peace negotiations, mostly through the 90s, mostly the Clinton administration, got kicked off under Bush for one, and then the documentary continues from Trump, but just touch it, basically. But they're getting the Arafat and the different Israeli prime ministers together in person. And these guys do not want to talk to each other, and depending upon the prime minister, the mere thought of being on the same planet was offensive. And they started getting guys together regularly, and they started seeing each other shooting grades. And they started realizing that there was enough room on the planet, and that people dying was stupid. And they would slowly work things out by getting these guys together in person. So how long does it take? Who's hosting? But it's a good idea.
But the skill of achieving that thing that you talk about a lot, which is empathy, and I would say in that case, not just empathy, but empathy plus, you might dispute it, but a drop of compassion in there.
I think compassion is helpful, but it's not essential. Like if you just know, like the feeling of being understood.
Yeah, heard and understood. That's powerful.
Is and again, I know I picked the vast majority of stuff on injury. podcast, but it picked it up in other places. Because early on, when we were putting the book together, Paul Roth, the writer, my son, and the co-author, so the book's the collaboration between me, my son's brand, they call it. And we're driving for best friends. You know, when somebody feels like what you said is completely their position, they say that. Not you're right, but that's right. So Paul says, you know, I think what's happening here is you're triggering a sudden epiphany. So I'm like, all right, I'll buy that. So I started looking up the neuroscience of the feeling of epiphany. Getting a hit of oxytocin and serotonin. Oxytocin is bonding to you. You bond to me. I don't bond to you. You feel completely understood by me. You bond to me. Then on the relationship podcast that I'm listening to on Andrew says oxytocin inclines people to tell the truth. You more? All right, so you feel deeply understood by me. You bond to me. And you start getting more on serotonin, the satisfaction, epiphany. You feel oxytocin and serotonin, being understood. All right, I got you bonding to me, I got you being more honest with you, and I got you feeling more satisfied so you want it. What more do you want out of the negotiation?
Of course, there's already with leaders and great negotiators, there's a wall of defense mechanisms against that. Right? You're resisting this basic chemistry, but yes, you should have that. You should work towards that kind of empathy. And I personally believe that I don't actually understand why, but I've observed it time and time again, getting in the room together and really talking, whether privately or publicly, but really talking. And like this, so I'll comment on this. So right now, this is being recorded, and a few folks will hear this. But when you really do a good job of this kind of conversation, you forget there's cameras. Right. And that's much better than there being even a third person in the room. But often when world leaders and people like press, there's others in the room. Like, as you know, man to man or man to woman, you have to like meet, and so really just the two of you and talk. There's some intimacy and power to that to achieve it. If you're also willing to couple that with them, to really hear.
Yes.
I don't know what that is. That's like a deep intimacy that happens.
And I think there's actually, because we get asked like from people all the time, like, how do you Zoom? That's bad, you know, because you don't have the same visual feedback on Zoom. And that's not true. Like you and I see you from the waist up right now. We're on Zoom. I'm looking at you from the waist up.
I'm not wearing pants. You know. But the internet. Sorry, yeah. You only see a small portion.
These are not that's usually where I go. But anyway,
I'm glad we both have the weakness.
But what makes us different in person? I actually think I think there's energy that we're unable to don't have the instrumentation to the time. And I think that there's a feel. I think there's an actual energetic feel that changes. And just because just because we can't measure doesn't mean it's wrong.
Yeah. I would love to figure out what that is. Folks that are working on virtual reality are trying to figure out what that is. In the pandemic, everybody's on Zoom and Microsoft. Everybody's trying to figure out how do we replicate that. I'm trying to understand how to replicate that because it sure is not fun to travel across the world just to talk to somebody or food or salons. I'd love to do it over Zoom. It's not the same. It's not the same.
No, it's not the same. I go to work.
You would go.
I would. I get it. That's right.
That's right. Well, first you would give him a check.
Getting and giving. Here's the trips everybody up in negotiation. The difference between hearing and speaking. The same words are vastly different. So what I'm looking for is the responses I'm getting out of you.
Because if you can't, first that part especially, like if you can't appreciate what that really means, period, it is sensational. So those two words are really important. We talk about this. Why is that so? What is that so? Why is it? Well, it means that what you just heard you think is unequivocally the truth. Like it's dead on. You hit the target. It's a bullseye. And there's been a topic of discussion, especially between my son and I, a lot. Like, what happens? This oxytocin bonding moment. And his contention has always been like, Donald Trump is the poster child of what it means. Because Donald Trump's addressing an audience, he's in a debate with Hillary, or he's giving a speech someplace. And when the people that are devoted with him, when they believe that what he's just said is completely right, it's inside them. They look at him or they look at the TV and they go, that's right. And it's what people say they're bought into what they just heard. Now, if you're not convinced of the way Donald Trump and he also, just like this, it might be, he always had the economy right. Because when he first started to run for president, pundits all said, he's in New York. Nobody in the Republican Party is going to like it. It's middle America. It's blue collar. It's regular common folks. Factory workers. Then I got to like Trump because he's from New York. He went to war. He's an Ivy League. He's the son of a wealthy real estate mogul. He had $1 million hidden when he got out of college. He's born with a silver spoon. The rank and file Republicans are never going to accept this guy. Based on common ground. Look how smart that is.
Do you think he's a good negotiator? Do you think Donald Trump is a good negotiator?
No. I think he's a great marketer. If you look at his negotiation track record. All right, so I started following Donald Trump in the 80s when I was. I'm a last century guy. He's got mutual acquaintances. The minister that married him, Maples, was a friend of mine in Clifton. And in 1998, I threw a fundraiser for his apartment at Trump Tower that he's. So, no shortage of mutual friends who went to the same church, still have mutual acquaintances, friends. And I've watched his track record of negotiations, which is exactly his track record with North Korea. Where are we with North Korea? What was the deal that he made with North Korea? So your answer is the same as everybody else. Well, I remember it started out with a lot of fanfare, but I don't know what happened. Because nothing ever happened.
It's more public fanfare, so marketing minded presentation.
So I'm bang. If he doesn't cut the deal, really short period of time, he moves on. Everybody wonders what happened because there was so much fanfare. Now, at the beginning, him even opening that dialogue with North Korea was massive. Like I was such a fan when you got a president of the United States that is really concerned with the leader of the nation. And every other president, all of those politicians saying, and he opened up the dialogue with nobody else. Nice job here. Psychology is not important. these days, it's been by new studies for
Students are hilarious, man.
psychologists, neuroscientists. Now I'm interested in that guy. But then the psychology convention, do you get them all together and they all agree? But also the interesting thing about psychology is each individual person is way more complicated than the category psychology tries to create. And there's something about the human brain. The moment you classify somebody as a narcissist or depressed or bipolar
Weird.
or insane in any kind of way, for some reason you give yourself a convenient excuse not to see them as a complicated human being, to empathize with them. I had that when I was talking to, I did an interview with Kanye West, and then there's a lot of popular opinions about him being mentally unwell and so on. And I felt that kind of way of thinking is a very convenient way of thinking, to know that that's human being. That, again, was hard. And that's the only way you have that conversation. Yeah, I do think I'm not wrong. All right, so funnier than the father. I'll say something stupid. We were talking about terrorism, non-terrorism. Is that the case? Yeah, go all the way back to that rapid wood start. With rapid wood out. Is there something about walking the net of non-terrorism? Is there power in it? All right, so depends on whether you're doing integrity or in all places, how could you make it successful when you do kind of across the board? Which means it was 7% of the time to Quebec. And that was no ball scale network. I wouldn't keep up with it. So one of the things that over and over I finally was just was this is going to be the best chance of success. Best chance of success. And it's something bad. And I looked at the best chance of success is no guarantee. The question is how they're going to chase it's not much success, and that's all they're going to and you have to accept the fact that some deals you're never going to make it. We keep my company. It's not a simple not get the deal. It's just going to take a long time. And, Gary, they realized there was something called suicide. And that it might have, there was very much a cluster of behavior. Get this word from psychological terms. There would be clusters of behavior that would be high risk indicators. And he wrote a block of instructions on high risk indicators. Which meant if you start seeing this stuff show up, this thing's probably going bad. And you're gonna need to recognize that from the very beginning of the course. And it's the same way in business and personal. I'm talking to have a marketing company. I have tremendous respect. I admire the things this guy in this company does. Started from scratch. He would borrow space in the back of a drugstore to start his company. And now it's hugely successful. And he's laying up to me that he finally had to confront potential client and walk away from it. And he said, "How do you think I handled this?" And my answer was 1,000% correct. And as a matter of fact, the behavior that he indicated, he's a type, and you should have walked away from it, and you did. Because this guy was playing the whole time. I'm tired of 2006, that's playing. And that was it. We called it out. We took to the doctor. We didn't say exactly like that, but that was absolutely the point. We're protecting children's behavior, and signal the good point to walk away. And me, 1,000%. And me, is that tough? I mean, it's scary. You don't want to really walk away. Do you have to really walk away? Well, this gets core values with reality. If it's an abundant world, it's not scary to walk.
if it's a finite world with opportunities, that's hard.
But you have to use that worldview and willing to actually play.
Yeah.
It could be walking away from a lot of money. It could be walking away from something that's going to hurt people. Because if you lose a hostage.
Yeah, well, if they're not going to let the hostage out, suicide by cop, they'll let them go.
The 7%, how do most negotiations fail?
The bad guys were never there to make a deal in the first place. If it's suicide by cop, if they were there if they're on a killing journey, if they're on a killing journey, and the actions that they're currently engaged are part of the killing journey.
Is there a question about, you mentioned Palestine and the Middle East, taking on a few conversations on that topic. Is there hope for that part of the world? And from that hope, is there some place to land?
Yeah, I think there's hope. Then I get friends on both sides. And also, when I got after I left the FBI, most people just probably not going to remember who Rodney Dangerfield was. Oh, come on. But he still doesn't get any respect. Yeah. And New Yorker? Was he a New Yorker? I think he was a New Yorker. Out of Jersey or something. Yeah, and he did a movie a long time ago, Back to School. He went back to school. He's an old guy back to school. So I went back to school after I left the FBI. I did get a master's at Harvard Kennedy. And that's where, I'm running across people on both sides of it. And when they could talk, they said, let's start from the premise that both sides want a better life for our kids, which is this version that I was telling you earlier from Tom George. Let's pick a point in the future that we're happy. And he found that they could talk. All right, so it might not be better for us. How do we make it better for us? And that's where I hope to rise, because I think both sides ultimately want it to be better for their kids, which is why they still engage in interactions, and which is why I think the leadership, regardless of how compromised they might be on the other side, they're few great players in the game in the Middle East, or anywhere for that matter. But they want a better future for their kids. You get people who really want a better future for your kids, and then you start talking about, how do we look forward back? And then, all right, so we're going to reach the point in the future. These really Palestinian negotiations are also, for me, interesting, because you mentioned Clubhouse about almost 2 years ago now. When Israel was shelling Gaza. They hit the UPI office. They were hitting, they got fed up with rocket attacks from Hamas. And of course, Hamas is putting rockets in the UPI office, or the AP office, whichever press office it was. How's that office going to be there otherwise? Hamas is running the show. You're not going to run that office unless they let you let them throw weapons. That's just part of the game. And are they going to store them in specially designated areas? No, they're going to put them in schools, they're going to put them in hospitals, they're going to put them in all places that if when Israel hits them, they're going to let them do that. So after a while, Israel gets fed up and starts shelling Gaza, and they're hitting them. A friend of mine, Nicole Benham, is hosting rooms on Clubhouse, and she says, you got to come on the victory of killing. You're all turning to screaming. Nobody's talking, buddy. I said, all right, cool. We'll go on, we'll do it, and watch. We don't have a single argument. We'll invite people on from both sides. There was one rule. Before you started to describe what you thought of the other side, you had to say, before I disagree with you, here's what I think your position is. And you got to continue to stay to the side's position. And so they agree that you've got it. Now, what happened? No agreement and no argument. That was where we going. We wanted to show that people on both sides, in their emotional conflict, if your only requirement is you had to state the other side's position first, nobody got out.
Did it work?
That's exactly what happened. We wanted to show people and have conversations that do not evolve into screaming matches with mutual, talking about how you're dedicated to the destruction of the other side. Just first, see if you can outline your recovery.
That's really impressive because I've just having seen on Clubhouse, people, what's part of the reason I like Clubhouse, you get to hear voices from all sides. They were emotionally intense. It was, I mean, I'm sweating just in the build up of the story here. I thought it could go to hell. But you're saying it kind of worked.
Not one person. The two sides, the people that were speaking on behalf of the Israelis were a little better at articulating supportive positions for Palestinians. Most of the people who want to speak up on behalf of the Palestinians, they want to start doing like, you're doing this, and I say, no, you can go there, just not yet. Before you go, you say that all you want. Before you go there, you got to try to articulate to them where they're coming from. They got to tell you got it right. And what would consistently happen is there's a level of a person to try to see the other side's perspective and articulate. It's enormously beneficial to the person who's trying, which is really the point that we're trying to make.
Let me ask you something. That's by way of advice. So what's a Clubhouse? For people who don't know, that's like a voice app where you can be anonymous. It's really regular people, but regular people can also be anonymous. It's just, it can be chaos. If it works there, that's really interesting. Or when you sit down for a conversation across the table from somebody, don't have them even stand on the other side. Have them just state the other side. Just explain your understanding.
Yeah, and every now and then I would jump in. Like, if there's somebody supporting Israel, whoever the heck they were, and they say a couple things. And Palestinian guy would be like, or gal, or supportive of would say, listen, and I'd say, let me jump in. First of all, I know what the Nakba is. The Nakba is a catastrophe. That's the biggest for the rest of the world is refused to Nakba. I said, you got members of your family that is still walking around carrying keys to the front door of the house. And they'd be like, yeah. And I'd say, you feel bad that, in point of fact, that in World War II, the world stood back and watched while the Nazis threw the Jews off the field. Well, the problem was they landed on you. And they'd be like, yeah, that's where they're coming. So articulating, deeply what the other side feels is transformative for both people.
What's the toughest negotiation you've ever been part of, or maybe observed or heard of? What's a difficult case just stands out to you? Or maybe just one of many?
Well, the stuff we went through with Al Qaeda in and around Iraq in Saudi, first one was in Saudi, 2004 time frame. The hardest part about that was working with family members and not deceiving them about the possibility of the outcome.
Yeah, how do you talk to them? Is that part of the negotiation?
Yeah. Empathy, women empathy the hardest. And then being able to take it up to higher levels. Because at its base level, a guy that we work with now that's coaching us in the U.S. and is a business partner, his name is Jonathan Smith, he pointed out to us that there's a shuhari concept. Are you familiar with shuhari? It's a martial arts concept. And she was doing exactly as the master is telling you to do it. Wax on, credit kid stuff. Ha is when you've done the repetitions enough times, you're getting a feel for it. And you begin to see the same lessons coming from other masters. You're seeing the same thing show up in other places. And at the re-level, you're still in the discipline, but you're making up your own rules. It's almost a flow state. And you don't realize that you're making up your own rules. And if somebody asks you, when you learn that, you probably say, my sensei taught it to me, my master. This will come back around the negotiator page pretty quick. We did this once because there's a bunch of people that we coach, business people that are scared of the amount of money that they're losing if they're not coaching them regularly. One of these guys, Michael, we're interviewing him for a social media posting about 2 years ago. And Michael says, yeah, you got to gather data with you. And I remember, and I went, I like that. I said, where did you hear that? He goes, I don't know. I heard it from you, I think. And I was like, no. I remember thinking, yeah, that's the first time I heard he's a elite. So what's this have to do with that? Empathy at his base level and shoe level, I learned it inside my line to say, like, you sound out. I'm just calling out the activity. You emotion, what's driving you. And throw a label on your own. And I'm saying you sound what's not like you. Because that's the basic body good reaction. So there are a lot of
baby.
that tell you that it doesn't work at home. Not true. They've never gotten out of shoe. You get ready to talk to your significant other. And one of those things that you know is going to be done. Well, that's real negotiation like that. You can say to her, you sound angry, in which case she's going to blow up because her reaction is, you made me angry, brother. How do you act like you're an innocent third party, or that you're independent of how I feel today? And you look a little more and you say, the high level is probably going to make it. And then what I did with family, I knew how it felt before I walked up. I knew that they were scared. You find out that you're
Shout out to Prophet Tina. Come on, baby. Give it to me. Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Prophet Tina. You didn't see this one coming, did you, go?
But no, they all. I used to walk into families' houses, and I'd say, I know you. But what does the circumstance dictate that they should also feel? They're going to feel abandoned by the government. They're going to feel totally alone. They're going to be scared. And they're going to be angry because they keep the government. Now, there's the point of fact. Is this an accurate statement? That the loved ones voluntarily went into a war voluntarily. The fact that the government
Come on, baby.
Yes. Alguien hablarnos de últimas novedades, de cosillas que tenemos aquí en marcha, porque recientemente se han publicado ya también lo que son las diferentes excursiones que se van a realizar en el Vespa World Days previsto para Gijón. Alex, cuéntanos cómo se va a organizar el tinglao, cómo va el percal.
Communication styles. I mean, you got like a New York. That might make somebody from like, I don't know, good beach or something. Do you feel that when you do varying communication, is that language and communication style in itself creating a barrier?
You got a barrier. You think that your way is no.
Sure, that's the biggest barrier.
Yeah, like and that happens all the time. When people talk about what about cross-cultural negotiation? You know,
You don't see the genocide in Indonesia,
Well,
Korea.
if you strip it all down, we're all basically the same blind slave when we were born. Everybody's got a limbic system. Everybody's limbic system works pretty much the same way. People are driven by the same sorts of decisions. How does this affect my future? What am I at risk of losing? How does this affect my, kind of kidnapper? You're a you're a tobacco farmer. All making the same decisions based on those things. So as soon as I start to navigate that, and I tailor my approach, which is what empathy is, to what you think, how you see. So I can be the biggest goofball ever from if you're in the South, maybe I'm in New York, or I'm somebody from LA, or somebody from Chicago.
I know, I just typed it in.
But my job is more to as soon as I start dialing how you think.
So many great people we have on the show. We have quite a few shows here. Intimate Bees, Trees Your
the different.
We've got Skeleton. Just to see
recognize. I'm an anthropomorphic servant.
Welcome. How are you? Look who it is. Long time no see. How you living, Apollo? What's good in your neck of the woods? Same to you. How are things going? How's your health? I don't know if Caspian's there right now. Are you taking some time off? I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. I just developed a new bot for Twitch. I've never really spammed Twitch, and just today I started doing it, and it works really, really well. Here, I'll show it to you. Just one moment. Have you been able to? They are. They are. I use Mac. Just one moment. All right. Hey, what's going on, Joshua? How are you? Excellent. How'd you find out about me, Joshua? Which server? Oh, KSI. Shout out to KSI. Excellent. Well, here, I'm going to show you. I just created a robot for Twitch. So just one moment, and you'll see this bad boy work. And so what's it going to do? It's going to just basically follow the person, spam them, and then move on to the next section, which is a very cool thing. I enjoy that. Let me talk to Joshua for a second. Joshua, do you know anything about me? Okay, excellent. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, that content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, silver, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Joshua, did you ever see the movie The Truman Show starring Jim Carrey? Oh, amazing. Well, that's what I do. So basically, you can watch every moment of my life going back to the pandemic from like 10 different cameras, which is very exciting. Additionally, we talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society. In addition to archiving all of this, we talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light transportation, or faster than light travel. We talk about things like life extension technology. Essentially, Joshua and anyone else here, you at one time perhaps had a life expectancy when you were born of about age 80, and I want to increase that. I want to make sure that that gets up to age 100, 120 through some types of technology like stem cells, steroids, things like human growth hormone, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, and some other really interesting technologies, including ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. And additionally, some things that we talk about in addition to life extension technology, we talk about mind uploading technology. The idea that once your body breaks down at age 120 or whenever, then you can essentially have your brain scanned, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, whatever you want to be. These are really exciting opportunities. And essentially what I'm saying is that perhaps within a generation or two, there may be people who are able to utilize mind uploading technology into a digital immortality. And I know what you're thinking. Well, Rabbi, I can't afford that. I'm just a regular person. So that's of no benefit to me. You should know, as I said, data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than anything in the world. And I'm going viral perhaps any day now, perhaps any hour now. And when it happens, I have more data archived to the internet than any person ever. I'll be able to monetize that, and I'm going to give it away, essentially like Robin Hood. I want to make sure that you're able to take care of yourself, take care of your friends, take care of your family. I want to make sure that you are able to establish charities for people that you love or causes that are important to you. And essentially, I want to do my best to help revolutionize the world. I don't want war anymore. I want to help end world hunger through utilization of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding, just to name a few, and end world thirst through digging of wells in Africa, through perhaps the utilization of life straws, and also the desalination plants where we pump water from the Earth's oceans onto land to make it drinkable. These are some really exciting opportunities. Go ahead. Nope, not at this. Well, yeah, actually we do. Human growth hormone. So in addition, I do. Yeah, definitely. How did you find out about me, Colded Bandito? Coldest Bandito? Amazing, fabulous. Yeah, I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. When I started, it was worth pennies, and it's worth close to $300 million today, and it's just gonna be worth more as the future continues and cryptocurrency becomes a mainstay in human society. If you didn't have a chance to hear the first part, Coldest Bandito, essentially I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I have more data uploaded than any person in global history. And I'm really about ending world war and promoting the end of world hunger and the end of world thirst. Those are some really simple ideas that I think that with enough time and enough of a spotlight that we'll be able to get mass appeal on. I don't feel that it's right for you to put your hands on me nor me put my hands on you without consent. And if we can all live by that type of advice, then I think we can all get along. How does that sound to you? I appreciate that. Thank you. So in the meantime, do you guys have any questions? Absolutely. Oh, well, you can go to our Telegram, which is t.me/HPOS10I. I can send you a link to that as well if you'd like. And if you'd like to watch the ticker, it's on Uniswap. Its ticker is Bitcoin, Bitcoin, and it is essentially a project that was started about 2 years ago, and I got on board about a year and a half ago. And that cryptocurrency has sponsored my clothing, my pillows, my bedding, and everything. And they're just a really great. Go ahead. Yes, exactly. Yeah, ticker's Bitcoin. And if you'd like, I'll send you the Telegram right now. It's t.me/HPOS10I. I just sent it to you. And then also I'm going to send you all my live streams so you can see no one live streams their life, or very few people. No one archives it, though. It's very difficult to archive, and especially no one does it from 10 different angles like I do. So at any given time, you'll be able to watch me and just connect with me. And I'm here to answer questions or do my best to promote world peace and just bring people together. I was just telling the other friends here, I created a robot. I'm going to show you guys what it looks like right now. I'm still working on some of the kinks. I had a Kickbot. If you guys know what Kick is it's a streaming platform, and I've been spamming that platform for about 6 months. Everyone on Kick knows who I am. From Aiden Ross, I'm the #1 streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm currently live streaming in his Discord. As you know, I've been streaming in KSI's Discord for some time. I'm the #1 streamer in iShowSpeed's Discord. So I made some nice connections. Additionally, the owner of Kick, his name's Eddie Craven. He knows who I am. We're friends on Discord. So if you have anything you ever want to say to him, let me know. And here I'm going to pull up the robot. And as I really just started working on this Twitch bot this morning, so it's not 100% correct yet, but it's very good. Basically, what this thing's going to do, it's a follow bot and a spam bot. So it just goes through streamers on Twitch, like these guys. These guys are in the middle of a podcast, and what it's going to do is it's going to follow them. So in a moment, you'll see the follow button appear here, right there, and it's going to click it. And in a moment, go. Yeah, and then it's going to spam them, and it spams them. It has my Discord in it. It has my Instagram. It has my TikTok. It has to find all my live streams. It has my blog. If you're interested in some of the technology that I talk about, I recommend you take a look at my blog. My blog it's the longest blog in history. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. It's just one entry, but it's basically my entire ChatGPT log over the course of like 2 years, and everything from 100 ways to advance your life, 100 ways to travel faster than the speed of light, 100 types of computers faster than quantum computers, 100 different vitamins, or actually like 250 different vitamins, and what they do and how they can benefit you. So what we're going to see here, it's going to press the follow button, and it's going to spam this person. And, I call it spamming because I have been spamming a lot on Kick, which is just like repeatedly, generally just chatting in or entering text in someone's chat. But this one is just one group message, essentially. If you want to see what it says, please join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord server for world peace. I have the link there. Then I have my link to all my live streams. In fact, I'll pull this up right now. Then I have my Instagram, all the TikToks, Reddit, the direct link to my Discord, my blog, and then if anybody wants, they can follow me or send me a Discord link at Rabbi Rothschild Rules. And then I say world peace, anti-gravity, alien disclosure, life extension, mind uploading, share to be a trillionaire. And then over here, if you haven't had the chance to see, I am pulling up YouTube. And what it will show on YouTube are all my live streams. So just one moment, and we'll let it do that. It's a little slow, but we understand. I've got a bunch of different Twitches open as well, which is probably slowing it down. As I close them, we'll see. And all it is a query for Rabbi Rothschild and filtered by live. So here we are. I've got 1 here. I've got 2 here, I've got 3 here, I've got 4 here, I've got 5 here, I've got 6 here, I've got 7 here, I've got 8 here, I've got 9 here, I've got a ceiling cam. Look at that. I mean, nobody else has like a camera on their ceiling. And then I've got, it was on like 10, 11,
got 12 different live streams going, and it's really an exciting opportunity for people to be able to watch someone's life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So I'll restart the bot, and you'll be able to see. Just one moment. I will just refresh the page. And so right now the bot does that, but I wanted to do what my Kickbot does. My Kickbot actually creates an account for me, and then also it'll clip for me as well, which is important because I can create clips of people's channels. But as you see, I mean, my hands are here, and I'm holding the camera. Apologies, I hear that I'm buffering a little bit. But as you see, we've got some cool people here. This is This Mike Bearsky. Shout out to This Mike Bearsky. And does it work every single time? No. Some people, like you have to have a verified account, or you have to be following them for more than like a little bit of time. But essentially, this is a way for me to get out the message. It's free, and I think it's quite an interesting strategy. So what you'll see is it just spams them, all that information, and then moves on to the next person. Cool, huh? Well, actually, I just started doing this on Twitch today, but I've been doing it on Kick for 6 months, and I have 3 computers that do it on Kick. But everybody knows about me on Kick already. So once I perfect 100%, my man, you called this bandito. You are 100% right on that. And that's the strategy that I'm using. And I give people my social media, they'll click on it. I have more than 100 YouTube accounts, more than 200 Instagram accounts, more than 300 Twitch accounts, more than 1,000 TikTok accounts, more than 2,000 Twitter accounts, and more than 10,000 Kick accounts. I have far more social media than any person in the history of mankind. And I have let them do whatever they want to me. It's not against the law in the United States, so they can ban me if they want. And I just create more accounts until it's against the law to do this. Then I will continue doing it. The mission to me is important enough that I've sacrificed my life. By trade, I'm a rabbi, but I'm also a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had contracts with Fortune 500 companies. I'm fairly well versed in many types of different technology, especially smartphones and other similar devices, tablets, etc. Let me give you a quick room tour so you can see all of the different devices and everything else that we have going. Just one moment. Okay. Behind me here, we have, so I'm also the king of multi-streaming. So basically, wherever you see a device, it's not just streaming to YouTube, but it's also streaming to Twitch and Rumble and a bunch of different other platforms. Behind me, you can see also in the camera there, I have a projector that is streaming podcasts. So we're watching Lex Friedman podcast right now. Over here, he's interviewing an FBI hostage negotiator. Over here, actually, first I've got just more devices on here. I'll show you what this does in a second. This is really cool. Okay, so you can see yourself there. And then up there, I've got a connection to the Telegram for the crypto that I'm in. And then here, I'm live in Discord. I'm live in quite a few different Discords. So let me show you over here. So we've got the computer with the bot here that's also live streaming. This is live streaming, and this is in Discord and also live streaming from multiple angles. That's where the ceiling cam comes. I've got the ceiling cam up there. I've got, just one moment. I've got 3 additional Discords that I'm in here on tablets, and over here you can see I've got a bunch of different devices. So this is Aiden Ross. This is KSI. This is live on Instagram. This is all three of these are on Discord. Or apologies, on YouTube. Let's see here. Let me just see what this says. I've got robots that allow me to be in any person's Discord, and then what I end up doing is they're handheld, or they're really macros, but I call them robots because it's easier for people to understand that. And what they do is they essentially every hour restart the program, because devices, if you let them go for too long, they'll just end up freezing on you. And so I have basically an auto clicker that clicks for me every hour, all of the different buttons that need to be clicked. It's all pre-programmed, so I don't have to touch that stuff. I have an Instagram bot that literally has been uploading my life on Instagram, in addition to YouTube and Rumble and all that other stuff. So people can literally just go on Instagram and watch me live as well. And yeah, I mean, and we talk about some really interesting things that are going to change the world. De-extinction is something that I'm a major proponent of. If you're not familiar with de-extinction, this is essentially the science of bringing back extinct animals. And if you think this is science fiction, I wouldn't blame you. But actually, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that went extinct in southern France, northern Spain. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colosso Bioscientific. That's exactly who's doing it. Absolutely. You're very, very smart. Yeah, so they have that on their website by the year 2028, which is within 3 years or so. We may have a hybrid version of the woolly mammoth that may be able to be reintroduced into the Arctic Circle utilizing female African elephants. And then after the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, the plan is to de-extinct the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. So perhaps within a decade or so, we might actually see this come to fruition. You might be able to see these animals perhaps in a zoo, or perhaps in a safari park, or some other kind of habitat, which is a really exciting thing. Yeah, so essentially we have solar. So we actually get a reimbursement every year. When I say we, the people in the house. And then I have internet through my lease, and so really I maybe my rent might go up, but yeah, I utilize as much bandwidth as absolutely possible, and I don't know why more people don't do it. I understand why, but essentially I live my life as I normally would. I watch podcasts and I learn, and I talk to people and just really do my best to be a learner in all in all facets of the word. And I just every 12 hours or so make sure that my streams are going and archive it. And I think it's a really important project, especially for people in the future. This is great, people learning about this, but in the future, that's where this is really going to be an important project. And I say that because people will be able to study every aspect of a human over the course of life. We haven't ever had such a large data set to be able to train AI models. So we have things like my heartbeat per minute, my blinks per minute, how often I swallow, what my body temperature is. All of this will be trackable using augmented reality in the future. And then additionally, one of the things that we've been able to trace is AI. I was there. I remember the day that ChatGPT was released to the public. It was November 30th, 2022. We started using it immediately, and we haven't stopped. I use ChatGPT multiple times a day for numerous questions that I have. Sometimes people ask questions in here. They're really good questions, and I don't know the answer. So we'll look it up with using ChatGPT. A lot of advanced physics questions or what ifs, that probabilities that I can't calculate immediately. We'll use AI for that. And we're moving towards artificial general intelligence, essentially the point in society where artificial intelligence is at the level of human understanding or cognition, and moving into the next realm, which is artificial superintelligence, which is really exciting. That's when you get into neural networks and you get into Skynet and all of the other opportunities that we may perhaps have in the future. So I'm essentially, go ahead. Well, I want to avoid any kind of perhaps Terminator scenario. And so one of the ways that I'm doing that is really attempting to archive data. At least you can go back on my stream and be able to see how society was shaped. Every essentially every moment of this stream, I have had a radio going 24/7 that just plays the news. So you can perhaps go back to 2022 or 2023 or 2024 or 2021 and know exactly what was going on in my life, and not just in my life, but in world events. And that's a really exciting opportunity as well. We've had earthquakes on the stream. We've seen the death of a queen. We've seen the death of celebrities. Some really interesting opportunities, and I think that the world will be able to learn about this, learn from this project. And especially with this bot on Twitch, I don't think it's going to be too much longer till we go viral. It's working really well. What makes this bot better than my Kick bot? Way better. My Kickbot, Kick is still a pretty new platform, and you can't put huge blocks of text, or it's very difficult to put huge blocks of text in Kick. And also, Kick does not allow you to hyperlink within the chat, but Twitch does. So all somebody has to do is click on the link that I've put in their chat, and they will come right into this Discord. Or perhaps they'll go right to my social media, my Instagram, my TikTok, my Reddit, they might go to my YouTube. And previously I didn't have that ability. So you guys are actually here on a really special occasion of me being able to get this this bot going. And some other things that we talk about on the stream really are in terms of futurology. I'm fascinated by the future, and I want to, especially with the idea of mind uploading technology, that we may be able to live a life of perhaps digital immortality. I want to make sure that it's a good environment. So some of the things that we talk about, in addition, here are some just things having to do with space. A launch loop, a proposed transportation system that uses a long loop structure to launch vehicles into orbit through magnetic acceleration. A light craft, a spacecraft propelled by laser beams directed at a light absorbing surface, creating thrust through energy absorption. Lunarcrete, a building material used from lunar regolith, envisioned for constructing habitats on the moon. Lunar space elevator, a structure extending from the moon's surface into space, facilitating transport to orbit without traditional rocket launches. And the same can be done on Earth. It's just known as a space elevator. I can show you what one of these looks like. So a space elevator is quite a fascinating idea. So why would you need a space elevator, Rabbi, you may ask? So that you don't need to take rockets into space. Rockets are very expensive. So a space elevator allows someone to just basically take a tether into space. So what I'll do is show you. Somebody made a GIF of this recently, and I think it's quite interesting. Let's see if I can find the best version of it. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So essentially, imagine you were in Florida, and this is going to be taking off from Florida. So you're going to be looking down, and I know it's not easy to see, but you're looking down at the Earth, and you're moving up in essentially just like an elevator, and you'll just be tethered into low Earth orbit. So it can take you to a space station, or it can perhaps take you into wherever you want. But basically, you don't need a rocket anymore. It's a safer way to be able to go into space. And then you should see, let me make sure. Yeah. This, I know it's hard to see and it's really bright, but just imagine an elevator that it's essentially, imagine a long string that goes into low Earth orbit and an elevator that goes up that string. And that's all it is. But it's a very exciting premise. The ability to perhaps use this type of technology, and you can see Florida is there, so that's basically how big it would be, and that's what it would look like, and you could do it very quickly and safely. Some other things that we discuss on this that are important to society: a mag beam, a proposed system using lasers to propel spacecraft by transferring energy remotely through beams. Magnetic sail, a spacecraft propulsion method that uses a large magnetic field to interact with solar winds or magnetic fields. Um, those are just things for space, but there are things on Earth that I want to help as well. And the two big mega projects that I'd like to, for which I want to be a proponent, of which I'm a proponent, are a Bering Strait tunnel and the completion of a road through the Darien Gap. So let's talk about this for a second. The Bering Strait is the little bit of water. It's 51 miles from Asia to North America, basically from Russia to Alaska. And if we were to able to build a tunnel 51 miles generally under the seabed, we'd be able to perhaps have rail through that and perhaps have road system through that, which means you'd be able to drive from Los Angeles to Cape Town, South Africa, or New York City to perhaps Casablanca, Morocco, and never have to get out of your car except to fuel. You wouldn't have to put it on a ferry or on a boat or anything like that, like you currently would have to. You could essentially take a road trip from Mexico City to Paris if you wanted to. And then the other thing that I'd like to see is the completion of a road system of the Darien Gap. The Darien Gap, if you don't know, is in northern Colombia, southern Panama. It's about 75 miles or so of deep forest and swamp that currently is unfinished and is really just controlled by the cartels there. But essentially, if we were able to just complete just 76 miles or so of road, you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to New York City or Rio de Janeiro to Los Angeles. And then if we completed the Bering Strait tunnel, you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Cape Town or Rio de Janeiro to Paris. These are really exciting opportunities that really we're like about 120 miles away of finishing these. There is already a Pan-American highway. You can drive from essentially the tip of South America to the Darien Gap, and then you can drive from northern North America to the Darien Gap, but you can't get through there. The only way to get a car through there currently is through a ferry system. Motorcycles can do it, but we want the ability for cars to be able to do this. So I'm a huge proponent of those mega structures. Some other mega structures that I think may be important in the future are perhaps in terms of electricity. I'm a huge proponent of nuclear electricity or nuclear energy. I want to get the world off of fossil fuels. I am a major proponent of fission technology or fission energy, where you break open an atom and harness the energy there, and fusion technology where you slam two fusion technology where you slam two atoms together to create energy, and then fission where you break a particle apart and harness that. Additionally, some types of energy opportunities that I think we could utilize in the world is tidal power. Essentially, if we take turbines and put them in the ocean, we can use the ocean's waves that are constantly going 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and turn a turbine and create energy. In order to create energy, all you have to do is essentially turn a turbine. And so essentially think of a wind turbine, but in the ocean, and a better version of it so that it doesn't hurt sea life and there's no pollution towards it. Another type of energy that I think is important that isn't currently being harnessed is geothermal energy, where you essentially take a pipe, stick it in the ground, and then allow the Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine. And it's a very simple solution to a growing energy crisis. And I know, especially with the humanity's need for electric vehicles, we're going to need a much more robust power grid, and we're going to need much more robust power systems. This is just one person's opinion on what we should do, but I think these are all good ideas, and I'd like to see them utilized. So I know I've been talking a lot, guys. Do you have any questions? Go ahead, Joshua. Well, I mean, at a certain point, we would want to have better diplomatic relations. But if you didn't know, um, Russia has already proposed this. So it's more on the United States to accept it. Russia had first proposed it even as the Soviet Union. And so I think that a tunnel system would bring the two countries together. And the reason why is essentially they'd be neighbors. They're only 51 miles apart from each other. And we'd have to work on some things, but we certainly have been able to have positive diplomatic relations with Russia, at least since the Cold War. Go ahead. No, it's not. No. Okay, Apollo, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. But there are those of us who know that we will one day establish world peace on Earth so that we can eventually move into space tourism and terraforming other planets and perhaps interstellar space travel and galactic space travel. It's just a matter of time. But if you listen to naysayers, they're going to say, well, you're not going to be able to do it because I don't think so. And you don't recognize that at one time, the Roman people didn't agree with the Greek people. But guess what? 2,000 years have gone by, and those two countries get along fine. I am a big thinker. I'm a future thinker. I'm not someone who looks at things in terms of micro diplomatic relations. I look in terms of macro diplomatic relations. Look at the United States and the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom burned down the White House in 1812, and they're one of our closest allies right now. Or when I say ours, the United States is. So, when I hear naysayers say, well, I don't think that's ever going to happen, that's closed-minded thinking to me. Maybe it won't happen today. I believe it is. Given enough time. Okay, well, I mean, then you're entitled to your opinion. There are those of us who are big thinkers and think that whatever people are in power, perhaps we might be able to overcome any type of diplomatic issues. I can tell you just within the last 10 years, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin would meet and be on positive terms. And prior to that, Bill Clinton and Boris Yeltsin used to be on positive terms. So the same could be seen again, and perhaps it might not happen the next 10 years, but in the next 100 years, it very well could be, especially when the powers that be recognize the financial implications for this. It's all about money. And when people recognize that it's going to be cheaper to run a train from Alaska to Russia, as opposed to taking all the cargo and putting it on ships, that's when it will start to make some differences. I look at countries like the United States and China that have had different diplomatic relations over the course of the last 100 years, and you just have to have them align for 10 to 20 years to be able to construct such a tunnel. These mega projects have happened in the past. we had the Suez Canal that was created at the end of the 19th century, and the Panama Canal that was created at the beginning of the 20th century, and at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. And if we were able to essentially create those types of mega projects that also, I mean, to Apollo's point, not everybody's getting along, but keep in mind, people didn't get along then either, especially the United States didn't get along with the Panamanian government for many years. Or the Suez Canal was created by essentially financiers from Europe within the Ottoman Empire, which didn't necessarily get along, but they got it to work. And in the same way, we can get it to work between Alaska and Russia. It's not that long. It's 51 miles. And when it comes to a scientific aspect or a technological aspect, currently we're making tunnels that are already dozens, at least 12 miles long, especially in Asia. They're not being done so much in the Americas yet, but that doesn't mean that they can be. If we can build a 12-mile tunnel, a 51-mile tunnel isn't that much different, especially with companies like the Boring Company of Elon Musk that is doing what it can to limit traffic. And, he makes some very good points. You can only build so much on the surface, but underground, you can have... Pardon me, Apollo? That's true. That's true. These are known as the Deep Underground Military Base System, but they're not currently available for the general public. A system of boring tunnels would be. Currently, this is utilized in Los Angeles in some ways where you take your car, you put it on essentially a sled, and so you don't drive through the tunnel, but the sled actually takes the car through, and you can be on one side of the city to another side of the city has been proposed within a matter of minutes, and that's really going to perhaps help people in terms of the surface traffic that we see. One interesting thing, though, about building underground as opposed to building on the surface is that you can build 100 different floors worth of tunnels, and they're all relatively safe and secure. Seismic waves, essentially earthquakes, affect the surface, but not really underground as much. And these tubes are essentially made or built to bend a little bit in if there's ever a type of earthquake or other seismic event. So this is actually a safer way for people to be able to travel. We currently utilize subway systems in major cities around the United States and around the world. And this is essentially a modification of that. And we haven't seen too much advancement on that because of a few different industries, including the petroleum industry, the automotive industry, the tire industry. All of these colluded in the 1940s to shut down the Red Line and other trolley systems within the United States to make way for highways and freeways and essentially the automotive sector. But that doesn't mean that we can't get back to some advancements from a public works standpoint for the greater good. These are all things that I'd like to see happen. I can't guarantee any of them will happen. But if you look at any other creators out there, I don't hear them talking like this. And that's what makes this very exciting. Yeah, so that's, as I understand, the transatlantic tunnel system. And I've heard that at least two different endpoints. There perhaps is a London endpoint. There's perhaps a Paris endpoint to connect to continental Europe. And I'm a huge advocate for that. Now, that's a much bigger project. The Bering Strait Tunnel is 51 miles. The New York to London is thousands of miles. And but that doesn't necessarily mean it can't be done. Now, to Apollo's point, this has already been done. These systems are already, there's already a global underground tunnel network that connects military bases. So if you're wondering, well, how are these, who did you hear it from? Absolutely. 100%. We've listened to Phil Snyder within the last month. I listened to it every night that I went to bed, maybe about 3 weeks ago for a total of like 2 weeks straight. Yeah, 100% with Phil Snyder. If you don't know who Phil Snyder was, he was a geologist. And to Apollo's point, he's absolutely right. And I would use that as my source as well. Essentially, he was a geologist who worked for the United States government building deep underground military bases. And there's a pretty wild story. Right, deep underground military bases. Yes, the dumb system. So there's a story that he has where he allegedly made contact with an alien race underground. This is known as the Dolce War. Essentially, they were digging using an elevator shaft. They opened it up to some kind of cavernous area, and there were aliens down there. And he lost part of his hand and had some chest issues that occurred from this. Whether this is a true story or not, I'm not sure, but I can tell you that a lot of what he said and what Apollo references is correct, that essentially there are nuclear tunnelers. So what is this? I'll show you what one looks like right now. And you're going to look at this picture and you're going to be like, that looks like it's from the 1980s, and it absolutely is. So there are nuclear boring machines that are powered by nuclear power that were used to dig out the deep underground military bases, specifically really in the 1970s, 1980s as well. Just to give you an idea of how big these things are, I want to find one with people in front of it. So I don't know if you can see this. It's going to be a little difficult, but like the people are really, really small. And what you can see is it's essentially like a pipe with teeth on the end, and it just spins. And what it does is it just like a big screw, essentially, though it's not as pointy as a screw. It will remove remove any rock or ground in front of it, and then it leaves it with a glass-like surface around. So it's just like a circular a nice circular tunnel. And you can see these are absolutely massive. I don't know if it's going to show through really well, but these are absolutely massive. And so it's not a matter of if, but it's just a matter of when these this type of technology is going to be utilized more in the public. And these types of tunnel boring systems are utilized currently to create the longest tunnel in the world is located in Switzerland, but and essentially it went through the Alps, and it's called the Goddard Tunnel. This type of technology was already used for that, and there isn't anything to say that it can't be used for other people in the future. Does anyone here speak a language other than English? That's okay. No one else does. Okay, what do you speak? What do you, okay, excellent. So, do you speak like American Spanish, or do you speak Spain Spanish? Okay, just one moment. So that's fine. But this is a type of technology. It's essentially a universal translator that I think can be utilized to help people in the world. It essentially translates anything you need into any language. Yes, it's like Google Translate, but it's much faster.
Se trata de un tipo de tecnología. Es básicamente un traductor universal que creo que se puede utilizar para ayudar a la gente de todo el mundo. Básicamente, traduce cualquier cosa que necesites a cualquier idioma. Sí, es como el traductor de Google, pero es mucho más rápido.
I could double check that, but yeah, this is American Spanish. But no, it's American Spanish. This it does it does Spain Spanish, it does Argentinian Spanish, it does Colombian Spanish, it does any kind of language that you want. Even, I mean, we'll try. I mean, here it is in Italian. Just at the push of a button, we would be able to have connectivity or communication to different people. It's not an app.
Con la semplice pressione di un pulsante, saremmo in grado di avere connettività.
No.
La nostra comunicazione tra due persone diverse.
It's a machine. It's called a Pocket Talk, so it's very small. It's essentially like Google. Yeah, it's essentially. I bought it like 5 years ago, though, so I'm sure there are better versions of it now, but it works off a cell signal. It also works off Wi-Fi, and I really think in some areas where we have communication differences, something like this would be very important for people to be able to discuss. Now we can do it on our phones now, but the phone takes some time, and you also sometimes need to use your phone for other things. In this case, like I don't know Arabic, but I have people in here all the time who speak Arabic. In fact, it happened within the last 24 hours, and I speak to them with this, and it's it's very accurate. Every person who I show this to is very impressed by it.
لدي أشخاص هنا يتحدثون العربية طوال الوقت. في الواقع، حدث ذلك خلال 24 ساعة الماضية وأنا أتحدث إليهم بهذا الأمر. إنه أمر عسكري. إنه أمر دقيق للغاية. كل شخص أعرض عليه هذا الأمر يشعر بإعجاب شديد.
So as you see, it works quite well with a variety of different languages. And I'm somebody who thinks that this type of technology would be very beneficial in diplomatic negotiations, particularly in some of the more conflict-ridden areas of the world. And I think it's just a matter of time until we have peace on Earth. It may take 100 years, it may take 1,000 years, but given enough time, world peace is inevitable. And here's why I say this. If you ever study, one of the things that I say at the beginning is that I'm a major proponent of alien disclosure. I personally think that we were seeded here on Earth by another civilization. Essentially, if you want to know what civilization, I believe it's from Zeta Reticuli. And where do I get my information from? Alien abductees, and we can go into all of the facts about surrounding the alien disclosure phenomenon. But what we end up having is the idea that those civilizations have had to have peace on their home planets before they can do exploring outside their home planets. And if you're wondering, well, okay, Rabbi, how are they able to travel? I can tell you, like, Zeta Reticuli is 31 light years away or something like that. And if you're wondering where this is, it's in Orion's belt. So Orion is a constellation that has 3 stars in it. And there are like 2 in a row and 1 a little off center. This also is the essentially similar organization of the pyramids in Mexico, the pyramids in Egypt, and the pyramids in China. They have like 3 almost in a row, but 1's a little off, just like these stars. And the way that these civilizations are able to travel such great distances, basically very quickly, is they're able to manipulate physics using an element known as element 115, though there are other elements that you could do this with. Element 115 is one of the elements on the periodic table, and we've known about it since at least the late 1980s from a covert standpoint. But from a surface standpoint, this was discovered at the beginning of the 21st century. Essentially, it's a very radioactive element, but it contains a lot of power. And what you can do is essentially use it to manipulate gravity. So I also talk about anti-gravity, essentially the opposite of gravity. And when you're able to manipulate gravity, you're able to build force fields, and you're also able to manipulate space-time. So what these UFOs do, the discs, is they create essentially a gravity force field around themselves, and they can bend space-time and travel incredibly vast distances, essentially with immediacy, which is an incredibly exciting opportunity. I'm not saying that that's technology that we may be able to utilize from a public standpoint within the next century, but perhaps in the advance with more advancements, because we already perhaps have some experience with it. If you're wondering, like all the technology that you see, in my opinion, is reverse engineered alien technology going back to Roswell. That happened in July of 1947. And this isn't my opinion. These are books that are written from military whistleblowers and experts. And there's a reason why civilization advanced in such an amazing way within the last, let's say, 120 years. At the beginning of the 20th century, we had the Wright brothers at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, with basically a very weak, almost, you've seen what the first plane looked like. It's nothing in comparison to a Boeing 747 today. And much of the advancement really took place after World War II. In 1947, and very quickly after 1947, you have the founding of the CIA. You have the founding right around the end of the World War II of the United Nations. You have the National Security Agency that's founded. All of these, in many people's opinions, were founded to be able to keep much of this information classified, and also to give it to the major corporations of the time, people like General Electric, companies like General Electric, Bell Laboratories, companies like IBM, and to essentially reverse engineer this information. And if they were able to reverse engineer it, they would get the patents on it. So these companies then created patents on it. And that's how we get things like the computer transistor. That's how we got things like perhaps night vision. That's how we even got Scotch Guard and Teflon. Many of these inventions have mysterious beginnings. And one of the reasons why is because they perhaps were leaked from essentially government contractors. So with that, there are a lot of things that we discussed that I think if the people of the world heard would be very exciting to people. And I think that it would be quite an interesting opportunity for the world to be able to learn and ask questions, and we'd learn together as a people. So with that, do you guys have any other questions? That's okay. Well, I'm a rabbi, so rabbi means teacher, and my name is Michael Rothschild, so that's my last name. It's my name. Absolutely. Codis Bandito, come by whenever you have time. I'd love to follow up with you. And before you go, let me just send you a friend request in uh, Discord so that we have the connection. I'll also send it to Joshua if we're not already friends. And just know that I am not just here to talk about futurology. I'm here to support you. I want to hear about your day some days. I want to hear about the good things that are going in your life, and just want you to know that you have a friend in me. And if you ever need anything from me, I'm here to support you. Okay? Take care, my friend. Well, there we go. Yes, sir. A lot going on. Thank you, my friend. All right, so I've got to work on these robots. So, my friend, we're listening to a podcast right now. Uh, I'm glad to hear that you are feeling well. You sound really good. I want you to know that you sound like you're full of energy. And yeah, feel free to listen to the podcast alongside me. I've got a couple of devices that I need to restart, so just bear with me, and I'm going to take care of that. Okay. Excellent. I mean, I'll be 10, like I don't know, maybe 30 seconds.
Unless you're an analyst, and I can tell you're a secret. Yeah.
What's an analyst is?
Well, an analyst is close to
Smarter,
more thoughtful. No, it's not. Look, you have a decision tree.
Yeah.
See, you like it too, don't you?
So decision trees, I'm a computer scientist. I like mathematical, systematic ways of seeing the world.
Here's the narrative. You think Donald Trump would ever say that? But I like it.
But is he more the?
He's a natural born Trump, yeah.
Are all New Yorkers like this? Is this
Apollo, did you ever get a chance to launch your coin?
There's an aspect to the city. Not just New York.
Okay, I think that's a good move.
Of the area, of the
Pardon me.
culture. Well, just 3 times.
I gotcha.
Smiling, optimistic.
How's everything been with traveling?
Convinced that the phrase "hope is not a strategy." Just over a third of the population.
Very cool.
Be very positive.
Excellent. What, are you able to take a little bit of a break now?
Because as you said, back to more analytic, they're looking at the systems at work, and if they like to learn, they notice that accommodators make more reviews. They also notice that there's a higher failure rate. But since they notice that, they think about it. Sort of.
Yeah, how's he doing?
The pleasant nature of an animator. Strongly.
No way. How old is he? Wow, that's 21 in dog years, right? Yeah. That's young. It's 21, so it's young.
Well,
I gotcha.
this sort of voice is almost always counterproductive. And that's almost always counterproductive. But the situation, slow down, and smile.
Extremely stubborn.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm in some discords and telegrams, and everybody's saying that.
I don't even know. That's probably the opposite. Are there times when you can just stick extremely stubborn to your principles?
We do it all the time. We're just nice enough.
Okay, it helps to be nice. You're saying.
Well, yes, because I need you to hear it. And the assertive tone of voice. So when you do a training, typically you do an exercise of 60 seconds or so. And I play bad guy bank robber, and I ask you to be the hostage negotiator. And your job is to before consider your strings. And then you got to try and negotiate out of the back. Now we're doing this. Now the first voice that I always use in that exercise is the assertive, which is the command. It's the voice of all police officers that talk to you. Issued loud and clear. It doesn't. To me, I don't feel like I'm attacking. I just feel like I'm being direct and clear. You on the other hand, now we're doing this exercise in Austin a couple of years ago. The first participant has an Apple Watch. He tells us afterwards
But sitting still, not even answering. When he first gets hit in the face with the assertive voice, his heart rate jumps on himself, which is a typical fight or flight reaction. It can be like a fighting. Your fight flight mechanism all kick into gear, which clouds your thinking. You're automatically downloading. So if I want to make a great long-term deal with you, highly profitable, I'm agnostic to you be profitable. If you be profitable, that's fine. I'm going to make money for me. Me making it dumber will always hurt you. Me making you feel attacked will always hurt you.
So there's never a value in being afraid.
There's never more that somebody. This is another thing that Paul Roz, when you write a book, breaks me. Because he said there's scientific data out there. It's called strategic. Well, there's data. Well, whether or not it's scientific, I would call that into question. They said there's studies out there that show that strategic operation works. And another thing that I also enjoy, you probably get tired of me saying wonderful things about Andrew. He told
There's never enough wonderful things to say about the great Anthony Humor, the host of the Humor and Live podcast. Everybody's got to do.
You should talk to him. You're funnier than me, so I'll give you that. He's funny accidentally. He makes me laugh all the time. Not when he's trying to be funny.
He's one of those people in this world that's truly legit. He's a really strong scientist and a really strong communicator and a good human being. Those together don't come often, and that's just nice to see. Yeah, he's a treasure, national treasure. Anyway, we were like,
well, he sort of taught me how to think about that in studies and science, and also through different books that he's turned me on. It's really helped me think about this stuff. So the studies about strategic operations were done, the ones that I've seen, that showed the fact that were simulated negotiations with college students. Now here's the problem with it. A simulated negotiation with a college student. College students are going to sit down as part of their session. They're going to sit down one time. They're going to sit down for 45 minutes, and they're going to think that if they didn't come to a deal at all, they failed. And there's no ongoing implementation. There's just a deal, and they walk away from that situation. So they got no actual root skipping. There's no deal on earth. You sit down and come to agreement in 45 minutes. You never see each other again because there's the implementation of the deal. Even if it's only paid. So the data is flawed in the way it's collected. It's a highly flawed study. As you know, as a scientist, you just got to be aware what the flaws are and decide whether or not that destroys the study. Or what you think. Take a look at the data. There's no such thing as perfect data.
Yo, dog.
The data that says that.
What's that?
Is based on flaw. Can you split to strategically?
Okay.
To bully the other side into the group.
Absolutely. I always want to hear what you have to say. Absolutely. Go for it. Go for it. I'm listening. I just. Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Yep. Boeing, Lockheed. Okay. In in Colorado. In Colorado. Yeah, but the central location is in Colorado. You can send it to me in Discord. Just one moment. I'll send you a message. I sent you a message in Discord. I know, isn't that something? Well, I have a lot of accounts. I have a lot of accounts, so we might have been friends on other accounts, but not that one. Oh, all right. Just one moment. I'll take a look at it. That's correct. Okay, let's. The first one that you sent, I've seen that one. The second, yeah, right. They're like the size of SUVs. I, I believe her. I believe it. They seem much bigger than normal. Yeah, like USOs. They're under unidentified submersible objects. Oh, I can see that. That's very interesting. Like a force, like a force field, right? Right. Yeah, they run out of propulsion, or they leave a trail or something. Right, which is very, very questionable. Who gives who gives them the right? They're telling us keep calm, that there's no need to worry, but we don't know what they are. I absolutely do. Right? FBI direct spokesperson. I understand. Right. Right. I, well, they may try. They may try. I am. You sent it to me? All right, just one moment. Just one moment. All right.
Well, our next guest 1 year ago on our show predicted and told us to the world exactly what was about to happen. A fake alien invasion, massive amounts of drones, or alien craft, or something were going to be presented to the United States, and we were meant to then go into a panic mode. That was 1 year ago. In fact, watch this. What do they want in this situation where they would want to start taking down aircraft? What do you know from your experience in the FBI that they act this deep state? What do they want?
The end goal is, and this is a long-term psychological operation, as well as physical operation as well. The long-term goal is ultimately to put together this grand operation called fake alien invasion. Now, the only fake part about it is going to be that the alien visitors are involved in this. They're not at all. Everything else is going to be real. The destruction that they bring to our cities is going to be real.
Well, John D'Souza is back, former FBI agent who was really in charge of what became known as the X-Files, famously when he worked at the FBI, and he's been warning us about this deep state program for a long time, and he's back. John, great to see you. I mean, hate to say, do you feel vindicated? You were saying, and I think it's interesting, when that interview posted, people like, this is crazy, and now we're seeing it. It's not so crazy anymore, is it?
No, Clayton, thank you for having me on again. This is a great privilege for me to be back with your audience that are people who are extremely sophisticated in these areas. And that's always a breath of fresh air because, we always speak to people all across the country, and so many of them are asleep. And they're just there's drones. What's happening now? What's going on?
Right.
So it's really good to be here with you, and I'm very relieved. Yes, it's great to see all of my predictions from my book, The Exponential Seed, see it all come to fruition and see it all come true. But it's also very, very sad at the same time because we're headed to a mass casualty event is what we're heading to. And
a mass casualty event. So you believe that we just saw, we saw this morning, New Jersey has now banned drones over the airspace. That just happened just a short time ago. So you're trying to lock down. If I'm not wrong to do. But do you believe?
Okay, so mute. Sort of you turn me down on whatever one you want.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to say good luck.
You right click and you press either turn the volume down or mute one.
I'm calling them LSDs, large super weapon drones. That's a perfect name for them. Large super weapon drone because it
Welcome, Zoot. How you living, pimp?
these things are and how powerful they are, and that they are weapons. They are absolutely. And the
What's good? What's good?
there right now has no.
We're watching something on these drones. Feel free to enjoy.
Everyone should start calling them LSDs as well. That might help the situation somewhat. It's going to be able to keep them.
I'm currently busy at the moment, but
we've had jets
so you found one though.
Try to track them down. They have the ability to electromagnetic pulse to deactivate any drones or airplanes that go against them. They have the ability to disappear at 3,000 miles an hour. It's incredible the abilities these things have. So I don't.
And these are deep state programs. I mean, is it your contention that these are an off the books deep state advanced aerospace technology that the United States government has and is deploying, or
no, it's not. It's not the United States at all. The United States Biden administration is obeying the people who are sending these drones. They are by standing down our forces. They have actively tell the military to stand down, no matter what they see in the skies, and not shoot at them. So the United States is implicated in this, of course, but it's not them as the source of the drones or the plasmas and the orbs that are accompanying these drones either. So there's just a tremendous amount is involved in this. But I really want to start by telling you all the prophecies and predictions that have led us to this point right now, because the people have to be educated on what is going on exactly, so that they can know how to respond. They can believe. They can believe also. So I wanted to tell you guys, first of all, that we had a prediction from a cliff high. It's called prediction, and it went like, I'm sure you're all about this little bits here and there, but I want to tell them
yeah, our audience is smart. Yeah,
right.
Our audience is smart. They, like, as you mentioned earlier, they are awakened. I would say maybe 80% of our audience is awake. And so
exactly.
to the 20% of you that maybe are still fighting this, okay, buckle up.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Well, the first prediction was from Cliff High. It's called the Alien Invasion prediction. In 2009, he used his web software to that Donald Trump would eventually have an interview with Joe, and that this would occur as a starting point when it did occur. And it did occur. And at the time he made this prediction, Joe Rogan was not even very famous at that time. And President Trump.
What year was this again?
This was in 2009. So this President Trump was not even anywhere near office at that time. So it's an extraordinary prediction because it was in 2009, and he said that the moment that interview happened, and how he knew that interview would be important, nobody knows. But through the webbot software is how he finds these things out, and he found out that in December, and he said 39 days after the trigger event, which was the interview, there would be on December 3rd, there would be UFO wars in the sky. There would be UFOs wars in the sky. Now, he does not predict events. He predicts what people will be saying about the events. And
So
that was
chatter, sort of online forums and chatter. That's how his webbot software was working.
yes, and it crawls all these things, and it sucks up predictions from the language that people use, because his contention is that people are all intuitive, much more than they know already what's going to happen in the future without even knowing it. And it worked because he had 39 days just a little while ago. So
well, we'll play it maybe tonight.
A couple of weeks.
But I'm working on a project right now.
But it still started shortly after December 3rd, 2024. So that was extraordinary prediction, and that's just the first one that released. Now, also, I wanted to say to you guys that in Thessalonians, we have a prediction, fulfilled prophecy that says a strong delusion, so that they should believe. We have no less a personage than the great Chuck Missler, who is one of the greatest Christian scholars we ever lived. And he always said that passage had to do with staged alien events. So that was his feeling, and I always followed him.
Do you think that that's what this is right now? This is this that we're seeing, is it the large scale staged alien event? I mean, we have people all over the country seeing these things. Videos being shared every night. These are not airplanes, and some are, right?
Right.
You're seeing these massive drones that are accelerating at speeds we don't have anything that could do that. Physics, wise, it would tear apart a human being if they were inside a craft like that. Do you believe that this is the event?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, that goes into the next prediction that I wanted to talk to you about, which is the Werner von Braun, who was the head of NASA. He was the head of NASA. I think he was the first one, way back in the 40s. But when he was in the 1970s, he died in 1977. But in the 1970s, he predicted that the world elites, the cabal, they would need to have several worldwide conflicts to control the nation. He said the first one. That he wanted to put into his prediction was the fight of communism against the free world. The free world, communism against the free world, and that would be a worldwide conflict. He was talking about the Cold War. Then he also said there would also be, then when that peters out, there would be a war between the Islamic and the Western, and that came true in the War on Terrorism. Okay, but then he said his prediction that is called "Find the Last Card." The last card. It used to be called the last Trump card, but he said that the world powers, the cabal, the Illuminati, the control of the nation, he said their last card, when their backs are up against the wall, they don't know what else to do, would be a staged alien invasion. That's how he put it. In 1970s, he told his protege, Carol Rothschild, that this would occur. And he said it would be a fake UFO threat from outer space. He said it would be then a buildup of military forces, the what do you call this? The global weapons complex that we have, military industrial complex that we have, would take this wonderful excuse to build up their weaponry all over the world, and then the staged alien false flag event would occur. And that's what he predicted. And he said this would be used to unify the entire world behind the elites, behind the cabal. And that's
well, we know that they want to
government. So this is not a conspiracy theory at all. Just look at the documents of the 2030 agenda. Look at the World Economic Forum's documents. This is not a conspiracy theory. They put it in their own documents, and they outline in their own documents that it needs a massive event, a Pearl Harbor style event, in order to be enacted. So this isn't, again, it's in their freaking documents.
Right.
I know there are people out there that that's just conspiracy theories. As we say on the show, conspiracy theories are just 6 month spoiler alerts. And we've seen that repeatedly now. So, as a mass casualty event, though, I kind of circle back to something we said at the beginning. Where does that come into play? Is it being used as sort of a catalyst? Who is going to carry out a mass casualty event in your estimation? What do you think that will look like?
Well, it could be what we call a slow kill situation, slow kill, which really means it would be mass casualty events stretched out over long periods of time. So, because that, as we found out during the, I'm trying to be careful how I say things. As we found out during the last pandemic, they found out that if you kill people slowly, in large scale, then for the most part, they don't. And we have, many industries helping, like the medical industry and others, helping to put up excuses that, oh no, this isn't because of this particular purpose, it's because of something else. So they learn all of this. So for that reason, this mass casualty event that I'm talking about may not be all at once type event that will be super dramatic so that everyone will be able to say, hey, wait, look at that, what happened? What if it's a slow kill situation where they use what we call dirty radiation type bombs to slowly spread this radiation. And let me just, this is a good opportunity to tell people how I get information and the necessity for creating my information with a lot of different sources. And I am involved in a network of many former, and current officials in the national security structure, the intelligence structure, which means various different agencies, not just the FBI, but many other various agencies. And what we do is we share rumors. We share rumors and raw data. People who have not been in the intelligence structure don't know that a simple rumor can save many people's lives if it is correctly placed and correctly given to someone. And that we've seen that many times. Because when you're not getting real official information that has any value to the like right now, then all you have is basically rumors and raw data. And you have to be able to place that and reinforce that, and then take those rumors and corroborate with many other sources. That's how we share information, because that way we can never get in any trouble for sharing top secret information from files and things like that. We can never be accused of that. And that's because that's all that we share. So in that vein, I wanted to tell you the last series of predictions, which come from my book, The Exponential. And I can tell you right here, one of my predictions was that we would change UFO to calling them plasma.
Holy smokes!
Yeah.
Over the past 40, that's crazy because over the past few days, that's what we're now seeing. They're starting to call them plasmas.
Right. And
holy smokes!
And when I wrote about that, what I did was I said, okay, we need to start calling. I gave the examples throughout my book of why we need to start calling these things plasmas, because I gave examples of many I have observed and also that many other famous cases, corroborated cases have been observed. And one of the things that I noticed was that the genuine UFO, when they show up, they're supposedly they're in these metallic type discs. In these real cases, you could barely even see any of the metallic quality because these things were so filled with light. It was a light that had a special quality to it, sort of like gaseous type light, and converting to different forms of energy, and you could barely see the metallic ship underneath all this light, and that was one of the things that really lit up light bulbs for me. That okay, we need to call these things something else. But here's what I did. The reason that I it's very important to talk about this is because apparently the cabal read my stuff about read the explanation about the genuine plasma, the genuine UFO, because one of the things they did was they copied all the qualities of real orbs and plasmas and creating their own copies of the real UFOs, the real plasmas, and that's what they did. When I wrote about that we need to start calling these things plasmas, I actually gave a lot of information, apparently, to the cabal about this. I called the replacement for UFOs, I called it plasmas, and I gave it an acronym as well. I said these are going to be paranormal, living, aura reading, soul printing, mobile aerial scanning. All of that's a lot of information about these things. In other words, I believe that the genuine UFOs are actually alive. They are conscious. They have no one inside. They are accompanying alien visitors, kind of like as familiars and carrying out small tasks for them. And some of the tasks are these things. Soul printing, aura reading, the ability to record collectively a blueprint of the human soul from the reference. Things like that. So apparently I gave them a lot of information that they now use to duplicate these things. And so that's part of the prediction. But of course, the main part of my book, The Exponential, is the central thesis is, of course, that alien visitors and UFOs are not physical. They're not physical. And that leads directly into the notion that if someone tells you, oh, we have these physical UFOs that are real UFOs, they just showed up at the White House lawn, and they're just hanging out. It's a lie. Because why? Because alien visitors and UFOs are not physical. They can maintain physicality for short periods of time. That they can. For very short periods of time. We saw that in the Miami Mall incident from 2 years ago. It's like 2 years ago, where we saw these alien creatures come through this portal, and then they went throughout the mall in Miami and created hysteria and fear, shooting at them. It was crazy. But then some of them actually walked outside the mall. They were observed by law enforcement, and they disappeared because they can't hold that physicality for them. So go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just was thinking about this mass casualty event and how this is being used by people like whom. So you said it's not the United States, it's not the Pentagon. It's this. Is it this sort of global cabal in coordination with something that we simply just don't understand? It's trying to carry this out in order to put in place some sort of a martial law, some sort of one world government. We know that if the president of the United States is removed, or if there's some sort of an invasion to the United States, the president of the United States is pushed aside in favor of NORAD. The head of NORAD becomes basically the de facto United States president through the continuity of government, right? So, and that's well established, right? So, if there is an invasion, national security threat, the president of the United States is pushed aside in favor of NORAD. Is that what we're seeing here? And I know it seems crazy to be talking about this, but here we are.
Absolutely. And that is where we are. We're in a situation where they are working with the cabal. And one of the great goals for the cabal is to try to stop the inauguration of Donald Trump. They feel very strongly about that, and that's what they want to do, and that's why we're seeing all of these drones. And I would like for people to look at a map, because we're all asking these questions. Why? I would like people to look at a map of the East Coast, which I've been staring at for quite a while, and just the upper half of the East Coast, and just look at it in relation to New Jersey. What we know about New Jersey is that there has been a saturation. These drones and these orbs in the past are showing up all over the world, not just in the United States, but in all the major cities and across the world. So this is a global operation, all right? Even Werner von Braun didn't predict the scope of this operation, but it is. It's global. But there seems to be a saturation point in New Jersey for some reason. And if you want to see why, go look at that map on the East Coast, the upper half of the East Coast, and you will see that New Jersey is central to all other, many other states that are controlled by the cabal, and that also have gun control, that will not be shooting, that will probably not be shooting at these drones. That's one of their major concerns. If you saw
So the areas of these states, you're not allowed to have weapons, basically. Right?
Pretty much.
Point. Yeah.
Pretty much. Officially, you're not supposed to have weapons in New Jersey and in the surrounding states. And guess where the surrounding states, where they end at the bottom, is Washington, D.C. Okay? And I believe that Washington, D.C. is the ultimate target. What they're doing is this. If you look at that map, it shows that this is a war action that is being taken. Because what they have done is they have chosen the major saturation for these drones, for these plasmas, and these orbs. They have chosen New Jersey, which is going to be central to all these states they control, including Washington, D.C., which is not a state, but it's at the bottom of this group of states. And what they have done is they have established a beachhead in New Jersey for them to jump off operations into the surrounding states, including when they're ready to saturate Washington, D.C. They've already had several drones and so on, because I believe that Washington, D.C. is the ultimate goal, and that they're very possible they may be looking for a way to destroy Washington, D.C. And that's what we're looking at right now. And it's very dangerous. It's a very dangerous time that we're in right now. Because
it's very dangerous. Why is the United States, or are we not caring about it? Like scrambling jets and trying to shoot these down, and I haven't really seen too much interaction at all. I've seen just a brief. So why is this not happening?
If you want to see the answer to that, you just have to look to the statement by the Biden administration spokesman the other day. Yesterday, possibly.
What was it, Mayorkas? Or the Department of Homeland Security statement?
Not Mayorkas, the other guy. Mayorkas is just No, this was the former Navy admiral. The former Navy admiral was a spokesman for the Biden administration.
John Kirby, yeah.
Correct. And he came out with the most insane statement we've ever heard from a politician. He said, we have very carefully examined this. We have looked at it very carefully, and our assessment is that these drones are fully legal and lawful
We have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or a public safety threat, or have a foreign nexus. The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI are investigating these sightings, and they're working closely with state and local law enforcement to provide resources using numerous detection methods to better understand their origin. Using very sophisticated electronic detection technologies provided by federal authorities, we have not been able to, and neither have state or local law enforcement authorities, corroborate any of the reported visual sightings. To the contrary, upon review of available imagery, it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully. The United States Coast Guard is providing support to the state of New Jersey and has confirmed that there is no evidence of any foreign-based involvement from coastal vessels. And importantly, there are no reported or confirmed drone sightings in any restricted airspace. Now, that's it.
That's it. That's all he said. So he had fear in his eyes because it's obvious that the main thing he was concerned about is people shooting at these drones. So he was basically saying, if you shoot at these drones, you're going to be arrested. That's what he was getting, what he was trying to get across. And the reason why, this is a double trick also. The reason why, I don't think these drones can be shot down. But the problem is, in case somebody does shoot them down, I think he's concerned about a lot of radiation released from these drones before they're ready to do that. Okay? He doesn't want these drones to be interfered with because I believe they carry a lot of radiation somehow. We don't even know what their power source is. These drones, their power source could be some kind of fusion for all we know, a fusion reactor of some type, because they don't, the noise tend to have tremendous special abilities. So I think that's what he's really, because they don't want any of these drones to release their radiation pretty much before they're looking to get it done. So you see, that's part of the reason I'm talking about this mass casualty event that may not be dramatic one-shot event. It may be stretched out over a long period. We have right now, the administration is, instead of protecting the American people, which is not what they're doing at all, instead of doing that, they are planting stories. They are planting stories like the story I heard you reading on the show the other day. We have a nuclear waste material went missing in New Jersey around December 2nd, 2024, and was reported to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection and Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The shipping container carrying the material was found damaged and empty. So all of this radioactive material is out there somewhere. And we need to find out why. And then there's another story that's read from the intelligence. It goes around every couple of years, but now it's going around again. It's the story, the mystery concerning the missing nuclear warhead since 1991 in Ukraine. Over 80 are supposedly have mysteriously vanished. And in 2020, we have had no further developments with those. Nobody knows where they are. This rolls into the story of this case as well that are missing. So the question is, why are they retreading all these stories now? And people in the audience have probably been hearing these stories for years now. They decide to retread them. And at the same time, as we know that they're planting all these stories that the drones are doing things for our good. They're out there and they're actually sniffing for type weapons that have been planted around the East Coast. Why would they? And here's how we know that's not true. Because we in the intelligence community, we have many WMP teams that's nuclear at the Department of Energy, at the FBI, at many other intelligences. They are actual flight that have the constitutional responsibility to anywhere that there's a weapon of mass destruction possibility. They have to go there and grab them. None of these teams have been active. None of them. So how could
they know it's a lie. It's a whole fake story.
Of course, it has to be a lie because we have seen these teams in action before when there have been actual and they travel with blacked out helicopters on the whisper completely silent. They travel in at night, but they only use cavalry, air cavalry helicopters, and they use them. They fast roll troops in special weapons teams. They fast roll them. Then they go and they get the nuclear radiological device, and they get it, bring it in a stretcher, bring it out to the helicopter, and get out. And they get out. And they are ruthless. They are ruthless in doing their duty. And none of these teams have been activated. So how could it be? All of these things are absolute lies. And it actually adds to the problem of how much can these drones do? I'm sorry, these LSDs, 100% LSDs, large super weapon drones. That's what they really are. And they have many abilities. We just had the New Jersey Governor, Phil Murphy, just said, how did we start looking at these drones, and it's like they know we're looking at them, and all their lights shut off, and then they disappear because we're looking at them. So he said, how is that possible? It's almost like they're alive, conscious somewhere. It's like it's not even, and yet we
that's being reported in multiple scenes over the past couple of weeks. People interacting. One video viral of him talking to one of them floating in the sky. He mentions Jesus Christ. Have you seen the video? And it's flickering back at her. She says, "Oh, it's unbelievable." So,
and that was very interesting sighting because what the woman missed is that if this was plasma orb, and if the orb was set at the name of Jesus Christ, or the orb of the name of Jesus Christ, it would give off the exact same signals. It would start terrible oscillating. So she doesn't really know the orb liked what she said, or it hated what she said, because it's the same. It's the reason that polygraphs don't work. They really don't. All they do is just gauge emotional reaction, but they don't gauge whether someone is telling the truth or not. They just gauge if someone is uncomfortable with a topic. That's it. And you can be uncomfortable with the topic because you hate it or because you love it. So it's the same thing that I experienced with this lady who observed this thing. There was another video, and this is I'm trying to put out as much information as I can. There was another video of a person in New Jersey. I don't know how they got this in New Jersey, but they were shooting at one of the drones, one of the typical LST, large super weapons, and he was shooting at it with tracer rounds, which for people who know are just large caliber bullets, very large caliber bullets that have an incendiary on them, so that they light up as they're hitting to see if they hit the target. And this person shot many tracer rounds at this drone, and it looked like most of them missed, but a few of them seemed to connect. But what I saw is that this drone, this super weapon drone, had some kind of shielding, because when the tracer round connected, all I saw was spark, sort of a spark. Like there was an invisible shield there, and the LSD right there, no doubt, it just sailed there. It took the bullets. The bullets seemed to be blocked somehow, and then it just sailed on its own. So these drones really are super light, and they are incredibly powerful, and that's before you even get to the plasmas boards that are accompanying them everywhere that they go. So that's where we are with this. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what's going on. And I really liked that 4chan post that you put on from 2022, which was the one that explained exactly what's going to be going on with these drones in 2022. And they actually said these will be radiologically attacked. So not necessarily could be oops, could be dirty bomb, radiological attacks, and go into permanent lockdowns. This one, permanent lockdowns and medical restrictions that will be made. Imagine instead of having to wear a mask, you have to wear an astronaut suit. You know, one of those level 5
Hazmat suits. Oh,
yes,
that's what's
yes.
coming.
And that prediction on 4chan also said that mainstream media will do the heavy lift on spreading fear, so that people will say, "Oh, well, you wear the hazmat suit to go out to the supermarket during the lockdown. It's no problem. I have to do this."
Will it be real? I mean, that's the point. Like with with COVID, you didn't have to, like, the mask was a sham, of course, right? So will it be real? The media, of course, will push this. They already are. They're doing their heavy lifting on this. If I don't wear a hazmat suit and I say "F you," I'm not wearing this garbage.
Yeah.
Will I be irradiated?
Yeah, and they will. And yeah, because radiation is going to be real. Aliens are not. The aliens are not real, but everything else, the danger, the destruction, the radiation, and like that post actually said that the MSM, the mainstream media, will show people radiation burns on their bodies, and they will show people on the news. They will say, "This is why you have to obey the lockdown, and you have to wear the hazmat suit, even to go down to the corner grocery store." And people will obey. People will obey. We saw it during the pandemic. People will obey. Crazy when you pump them with enough fear, and that's where we are. Another person that made these predictions that I wanted to point out was Dr. Stephen Greer, because again, I always have to take the information that corroborates the and Stephen Greer actually said this going on right now has been a 75-year strategic plan from the cabal. I'm not sure who used the word cabal, but from the cabal, unfurled before our eyes right now. And Stephen Greer said these vehicles are not from the United States. If they were, the United States would be using them against other nations, which is absolutely true. We would they're only studied for a very short period. That's where we are, and so I really respect that Stephen Greer made that prediction, and he's always stuck to it too. He's always stuck to it. That this, he called it. He didn't call it false alienation. He called it false disclosure. False disclosure and classified. Yes, and so that's where we are. So many predicted things, happen.
Well, I spoke to a source in September.
How you living, Big Jake? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Into a specific program, and he gave me the dates when this would happen. That there.
Yo, dog, what's up?
He told me in September. He told me the dates.
I'm well, thank you. We're just watching a documentary. Feel free to enjoy.
And he said that after the election, the success would be a fake alien invasion. We have the dates. It was ready to program. And I reported that at the time, and here we are. And you on our show a year ago said this was going to happen, and here we are. So,
let me anticipate one of your questions that I'm pretty sure I would get at some point, which is who made the LSTs? Who made the orange and the plasmas that they're doing? And I can give you that answer because this is corroborated separately, not just just creator, but also conversation as well. And what people who make these orbs, these LSDs, these plasmas, are basically skunk works, McDonnell Douglas, DARPA, Raytheon. They basically copy how to make plasmas and orbs, and they created them. And these are not
from alien technology, from
reverse engineered,
reverse engineered craft that they have recovered because we have a crash retrieval program which has now been confirmed by Congress.
Exactly. And so they are the. What I want you to know is that these are not American organizations or American companies. People think that they are, but they're not. They work directly for the cabal, and they are providing services to the cabal. That's what they're doing. They're not doing it for the United States, because if they were, the United States would be using this against our enemy.
I can confirm what John is saying here from multiple whistleblowers and sources that I've spoken to who have been involved and witnessed these craft, who worked in parts of the United States military, but they were treated like garbage. They were United States military whistleblowers that I've spoken to who've seen these craft, who worked on these projects, told us to me they were treated like garbage by the sort of cabal who was really in charge. It wasn't the U.S. military. I mean, we think like the U.S. military was up here. They were like really low on the ladder, and that's been confirmed to us here on the show as well.
That sounds absolutely right.
So I'll get you out of here. What do we do next? How can we stop this? I mean, how can we prepare for this? I mean, this is happening before our eyes. I don't see this disappearing. I don't see this like going away unless we can have a mass awareness of it where we can all call attention to this and call BS on this.
Oh, absolutely. And here's a question. I see you, but I see you give. You're always interested in motivation. So you always say why? Why is the deep state cabal doing this? What is the reason? Okay. And one of the things that happens, I'm a big movie buff, and I find that sometimes it's easier to illustrate things to people, especially with movies that I've seen. And now, here's where we are. There was a movie called Star Wars Episode 2, The Attack of the Clones. Right? It was in 2002, and the whole point of the movie was to show how Senator Palpatine, who is trying to become the emperor, how Senator Palpatine has been developing a giant army of clones, and supposedly developing them to serve the Republic. Now, there's a scene in there where he actually decides to reveal his army to someone that's called 1,000, 2,000. He shows that he has 100 clones, and then he says, and they all serve me personally, and that's why I'm going to be the emperor. Senator Palpatine, interestingly, he looks just like George Soros, and it's very predictable model, because then he says, and when I have clones, which sounds very much like drones, when I have all these clones, they do not have free will. They will obey my orders. They will obey my orders in any war without a threat, because they will follow my orders. They really have free will. They are clones. And that's kind of the same thing with drones as well. They come up with a way to be able to use these drones that have no free will. They will follow any order, and they will do anything that they can. And so we're in the cabal, where the cabal is declaring, look at my army. This is my army right now, and I'm going to use this army against you. That's where we are. That's what we're trying to do. And the way to use it to try to stop DJ Trump. He knows it.
Welcome.
That's where that is the big why. It's unbelievable. It's incredible. And
yeah, I mean, they clearly don't want him in power. They let money taken out of their pockets, a multi-billion-dollar industry that they'll be taking out of their pockets. They've tried to assassinate him. I don't think it's all about Trump, of course, but I think it's definitely about this massive cabal, Agenda 2030, all of these big pieces that he threw a whole wrench into the works by being elected once again.
Another individual that has confirmed many of the things that I've been working on is a person named Gordon Chang. He's CCP dissident. He's an expert in U.S.-China relations, and he's just uploading that. And as of yesterday, he's been putting out a lot of articles, a lot of different publications. And what he said is, we have to look at the common patterns with what just happened, the spy balloon crisis, where the Biden government follows the same protocols that they're following now. And this was definitely from China. And then Gordon Chang tends to see all cabal activities as being from China. That's just how he is. He's a very big commentator in a lot of conservative think tanks. But what's really
many times back in my days on Fox News, yeah.
Oh yeah, he's terrific. One of the ways that surprised us in these last few days is that he didn't say these drones, these boards, plasmas are from China. He said, which we all thought he didn't say. He said this is from a collection of American all working together to do this. Basically, it's just another name for the cabal. And that's what he says. So that was very surprising. He's a great thinker, and people should see him. Also, another person that I have seen, I saw yesterday, who is just another brilliant person, is while most scientists are trying to muddy the waters, the majority of scientists just will say whatever the sponsors tell us. But I saw this one great scientist yesterday named Ashton Forbes. He's a plasma technology expert. Have you spoken to him before? Have you had him on the show?
But yeah, we've done a deep dive with Ashton here on the show on MH370, and actually we have a big interview with him coming up in just about a week or so on a lot of these plasma technologies and zero-point energy technology. He's a good friend of the show. Yeah,
excellent. Because the shocker that he said yesterday, he was on the Next News Network yesterday, and the shocker that he gave us was he said, "Yeah, our intelligence, tech community has been able to create plasmas and orbs for years now. Those plasmas and orbs are definitely created by our military-industrial complex, tech division." And he says, that's absolutely true. And that's a shocker to hear a scientist you can trust. And that's instead of, while all the other scientists are trying to get us to say this ridiculous word plasmoid, which is absolutely ridiculous. Plasmoid doesn't mean it means natural phenomena, like all light. That's not what these things are. So it's a complete distraction, and it's a confusion of the language using MSM to also amplify that. We're trying to get people to say plasma. Well, I want people to say LSTs, large super weapons. That's what we should say. And plasmas and droids. That's what we're facing. So that's Ashton Forbes had a great little piece of this puzzle, and it was great that he actually put that forward. So yeah, and so just to tell, I can tell you what the question was. What are I don't remember these issues. And I'll tell you. Number one, stay away, because we're right now life saving. Say as many people as we can. Number one, stay away from these LSDs, the large super weapon drones. No shooting at them because it could release radiological material if you shoot at them. It's possible. That's why they're very concerned about it. Stay away from. I have a lot of people who are now observing the drones with military hardware, but that's fine because they see a lot of them, and they're very far away. If these LSDs come over your house, get away. Get away from it because we're going to be seeing. We already have people who have symptoms of radiation sickness. Yes, they're out. It's just anecdotal, but they're out, and they have said they have symptoms of radiation sickness, and not the severe one, but they have the mild one, and so that is happening. And so stay away from the LSD. Number one. Number two, also stay away from the plasmas and cure, because they are also man-made, and they could make people disappear sometimes soon. Also, the plasmas appear to have shape changes too, so that they can change into fixed. It looks like fixed wing aircraft. It looks like they can change into UAP type vehicles as well. So just be aware of all that too. Also, number three, I would probably skip the inauguration at Washington D.C. Even if the tickets are free. I think a lot of people going, "Hey, the tickets are free. We're gonna."
Yeah. No, I know it as well. I'm like, well, yeah, it's kind of terrifying. I'd love to be there. I'd love to see it, but
no, don't be. And yeah, and number four, of course, don't listen to anything the U.S. government tells you when they start telling you about shelter in place. We have lockdowns. Wear that astronaut suit. It's for your own good. Instead of just a pass. Just don't listen to anything the government says right now. And we have to keep listening to Donald Trump to see what he says. He's very, very limited. He's very limited. I mean, so far he's only said 2 sentences about this, and it was just basically to basically command the Biden administration to say something to the people, because he said, "You guys know what wrong. You're refusing to tell them. You have to say something," and they did. That's when they did know that statement from what's his face.
Nothing further. John Kirby's nothing further statement. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I think you should do. And I think you should not go to the inauguration. So just don't do it. I honestly don't think Donald Trump is going to the inauguration either. I think he's going to have an alternate site set up and ready, and he's going to do whatever he has to do there. Because I don't think they're going to be able to save Washington D.C. at this point. I just don't think so.
What's happening in this world? Oh my God. Unbelievable, John. I know. I'm sorry. I'm going to go, after the show, have a conversation with my family and be like, I can't believe that I just, the conversation I just had. But like I said, you were right last year. You said this would happen. We are. You've written all about it. And now, and multiple other people also predicted and dates certain when this would actually happen. And they nailed it. The letter. So, conspiracy theories be damned. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is actually happening.
Yeah, because the last thing that we need to do is we need to continue to do the motto is called expose, defeat, deter. Expose, defeat, deter. In other words, we have to keep talking about this. We have to keep telling each other, no matter if we get ridiculed, no matter if the New York Times says that we're idiots or whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Or CNN comes after us, it doesn't matter. We have to keep on exposing this so that that can be a part of the solution ultimately. So that's what we're doing. That's part of it. I have more if I could tell you that.
Well, this is a lot for us to swallow today, John. So let's digest this, and we'll be keeping. This next month is going to be one of the craziest periods, I think, in American history. Until Trump on the 20th. So we'll be watching closely, John. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on this. Thanks for sharing your sources on this and all this information, as always. John Souza. Thank you so much, John.
Thanks so much, Mike. Great being with your audience.
Very interesting, Apollo 13.
Right.
I kind of want you to kind of.
Well, I appreciate that.
What is the technique of mirroring? There's a lot of things that just kind of jump around. That's mirroring. Mirroring is like it's one of the most.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
The simplest facts. Just is somebody said Jesus Christ.
I stopped it. Go ahead. You know, I don't have one. I don't know what they are. I wish I could tell you some inside information. I don't know what they are. If I had to guess, I would say that they're otherworldly, but I don't know. The reason why I say that is they don't leave a heat signature, and they they move at very fast speeds, like faster than anything that humans have been able to create. So if anything, I think they may have some type of extraterrestrial origin, but I don't know for sure. They very well could be something else. Right? I wish I could tell you I had a really good opinion on what they are, but I just have no idea what they are. Today is the 2nd. Well, you'll get credit for it, my man. You'd get credit for it. Word dog. Wish I had a good I wish I had a good answer for you, but I don't. Word dog. Yep, right here, man. I'm just working on these robots. They're working correctly. The like I created them, and I have to make sure that they work, and I have to reprogram them if they don't. They seem to be working pretty well, but you never know. Yeah, we play at night usually. I have some guys who come in and we play miniature golf. No, I don't play anything like that. I'd like to, but um, like basically you need some high powered computers or consoles and things, and I don't have those. Yep. Yeah, I focus on my stream and networking and such, and I feel like if I get into games too much, I will just be a gamer, and that's sure. Very cool. Yeah, I understand. And I anticipate I might be one of the world's biggest gamers someday. But as of right now, I have to focus on this. I mean, if I have people who come in and we talk to them, and if I'm in the middle of the game, I'll just be like, oh, okay, well, see ya, go away. And I don't want to be like that. I want to be personable and inviting to people. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but if you're in the middle of a game, then I'm like, okay, well, hold on, wait till this game's over, or wait till I'm done with this. And you have to focus on a game.
What I found is people that really like it love it because it's so simple and so effortless and invisible. They typically, for lack of a better term, tend to be both high IQ and high EQ. Like I'm not a high IQ. I'm average. I like to think that I can learn. In EQ, emotional intelligence is a skill you can build, and I'm always working on building. But a lot of regular average people who are like, I like doing that. And I don't know why they're like, but when I find somebody that loves computer, I'll always ask, how's this going? And typically now I don't know why that combination attracts people to marrying desserts. It's 9 skills. 8 from hostage negotiation, and the 9th really was tone of voice. And we just define that as a skill. And each one is different, focuses on different components of the conversation. And a lot of people don't like to hear it so awkward. Like I'm not particularly strong. I got to do it intentionally. I'm good at labor. But does it also work? Oh yeah.
Yeah, it feels like awkward, but it's true. There's got to be ways to signal that you're truly listening.
That's part.
I think if your body language, yeah, there's a lot of signal that, but mirroring is probably just this trivial little hack.
It kind of.
Hey, you know what? It's a situation that I had a conversation with God, who's a historian, and he would say my name a lot throughout the conversation. He'd be like, "We have to understand this. Is that if there's some reason that makes me feel really good?" I was like, "He cares about me," and I wonder if that key, if everyone has that key, and that could be his name. Using people's name could be powerful.
Using a name is really context driven. It can be extremely powerful for someone who's genuine, and it comes across in your demeanor, and it's used in a way that you can tell is meant to encourage, as opposed to exploit. And the people that are really exploiting will also do the same thing.
So you have to avoid using the things that people that are exploiters, manipulators use, because it might signal to others that this person is trying to.
They're very good.
What label do you like?
Not, I said earlier, the whole progression. You sound angry, but it's probably going to make you angry. Do I know? Labeling is anal label on an emotion or an act, and then just calling it.
Is that almost always good? Could it be a source of frustration when a person's being angry and just constantly living on it? Call out the elephant. Is it possible that would lead to escalation? Is that healing versus resolution?
Well, what would make it bad? Like, if I'm pointing at it like that, blatantly, like if I say,
I need to get up, sit down, put a bag, and make the time. Just stand talking. Somebody will. I need to get on the phone with this person and make it. And they go, sounds like you're. Yeah. That'll be it. It's just so certainly that there's no insight in your brain. It is as soon as you're demonstrating awareness or something, what is either you or them. Now we're making progress. So we only have the label today to be counterproductive. It's like if you actually listen, and the label indicates that you're not listening. You know, I'm teaching labels. You know, one of the kids in the class, he just wants to take the skills, make his deals, and just hustle them. And he just looks for hustle. So he writes up a paper about, you know, he goes, there's some malls, I think he's like Palm Springs or someplace, some other malls, a lot of people go places. So he goes in there, and he immediately starts to bargain that my book teaches, with no income. And he's like, throws a price to get the guy's like, and he throws another price to get the guy's like, no. And then they just the guy behind the counter, sounds like we could. Like, no, it doesn't. I just got down everything you said. If anything, sounds like what you're trying to do. But he tried to use this label manipulation. Now the guy didn't get mad on the side. It's like, clearly this dude's not listening. And at the core of everything, you have a bunch of, you know, almost like hacks, like techniques you can use, but at the core of it, that's when you'll be able to just sit there and just see. Yeah, for instance. You know what helps? Where like people sitting there chilling with a drink, looking up at the stars. There's a moment. The silence makes you kind of zoom out and realize you're in this together, as opposed to playing a game or some kind of like chess game or negotiation. You're in it together. I don't know. There's some intimacy to the silence, and like if I left the question and just let the other person sit there in silence before they answer, or the vice versa. They ask me the question, I sit there in silence. So it's a big, feels like a big intimate thing. Yes. And the other types, until they've experienced are afraid. And what I'm actually going to do is, one of the reasons I'm really comfortable with silence, I think, because I've experienced its effectiveness, and also my son Brandon, like he's a king at dynamics. Like he coaches people, he says, you know, go silent, count 1,000. Don't stop till you run out. Good line. He is. That is. And so there's so much to it. But the other two types of ask, well, why are you against it? Why? Until they've experienced it. And, you know, you got to instinct, intuition is giving you data, which you've experienced. But your amygdala's kicking into gear. Again, sorry, I realize it's more complicated until you've experienced it. So, combination, hope-based. How do they sit? Silent. So when you get silent, they're scared to death you through. Because that's how they the assertive thinks to use analytic silence because you want to. But important fact, you're thinking or, and I love your description, the feeling of intimacy and silence and experiencing the moment. Because I'm actually going to factor that into trying to get the accommodate love shared intimacy. They love with you. And I can see them being very compelling and be willing to cross that chasm and experience something and see how it works. Yeah, it's nerve wracking, which is why you just start to voice the other person. You know, we're actually going to do so. We got to say 10 seconds ago. I mean, there are tricks to it, I guess, the private tells us to just calm it out and realize the data that
there's intimacy to it. I had a friend of mine, he lost his voice singing, so he couldn't. The doctor said he can't talk for a week, just to heal the voice.
Yeah.
That's a little. But he hung out with people, with friends, and didn't talk to them. He just hung out, and he said it was a few years. They both didn't talk to each other. They just sat there and enjoyed time together. I don't know. It's a thing to try maybe with all the people in your life. Just hang out and say anything. Like as an experiment. Don't say anything the entire day. It's I had
Yeah, definitely.
interesting. I haven't tried it myself. Seems it's kind of like a retreat, but more active as part of like your everyday life. Anyway, is there other techniques we talked about here? So, for example, creating the internet.
Yeah, it's principally, by asking what and how questions. Because people love to tell others what to do out. There's a lot. That was really the way when the book was first written. That we really thought about what and how questions. To give the other side to control. And there's a lot more to it than that we've discovered. I mean, it triggers deep thinking, where it's being found. Deep thinking can be exhausting.
And you want what's the word of exhaustion negotiation? Is that ultimately?
You gotta be careful. Some people exhaust intention. One of my negotiation heroes, a guy now who's unfortunately suffering from dementia Alzheimer's. John Domenico Pico, he's the UN hostage negotiators. They call some of the Western hostages out of Beirut. And he wrote a book called Men Talking Up. And according with him, at this point in time, I don't think he has any memory of who I am at all. But he writes in his book, one of the great secrets of negotiations is exhausting the inside. Political negotiations have to be times very deferential. It was in the middle of, in the 80s, leading up to about 1986-ish. Every negotiation involving warring parties in the Middle East that you can imagine. He was in Cyprus, he was in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Iran. The Iranian government had tremendous trust in it as a Westerner, a representative of the UN. Got all the Westerners out of Beirut, and he was just ridiculously nice. And this, I found exhaustion, but often find exhaustion.
So exhaustion can't be a component of finding resolutions and negotiation.
If it tamps down the negative, often exhaustion tamps down negative. If it's getting, the real trick is really getting negative emotions out of the way, because you're done in a negative frame.
So the goal is always positive emotions. That's the way you always chase it together.
I think so.
And that's right.
Yes.
Like, whatever you're triggering, whatever the chemistry you're triggering in your brain. So good.
I think so. Long-term success, absolutely.
How's the word fair used? And
Take care, Apollo. Come back soon. Thanks for sharing the information. I appreciate it. Take care, buddy.
When you go back into a corner and you can't come up with a legitimate reason as to why they're going back into a corner. Like, nobody uses the word F-bomb. Nobody uses the word fair when they've got criteria back. So consequently, when somebody starts dropping it, you got to realize the other side's got no legitimate outside criteria. They're feeling very vulnerable. They can't explain it. They feel defensive. And it's saying, hey, look, I'm giving you a fair offer. Here's a way to knock you off the game if you're not aware. So a lot of country negotiators are going to use it on you to knock you off the game. the NFL strike probably now, it's been a good 2 years ago. And maybe even longer. One of the sticking points was the owners were not opening the courts for players. Players weren't sitting. And in order to not open their books, they just sent a press conference and we get the players a fair. Well, if it's fair, you if you gave them a fair offer and it was justified by rules and courts, you would open it. So what ends up happening though is that what the owners give the players a fair offer starts to get picked up. And then it's not getting people. And now that different people on the playing side are going, yeah, maybe they have different because people being insecure about their own position. It's an enormously powerful word that can be used. And it almost always comes up in every negotiation. Shocking the number of times it comes up with people who don't really understand how or why it's coming. So usually it's
a grammatical placement in negotiation.
Without question, I'm completely convinced that if the person using the word is a means of getting what they want, then either accidentally or on purpose, either got or ignorantly in a bad position, or they got us afraid of it. Do I use the word? What I'll say is, I want you to feel like I'm treating you fairly. And if any given point in time you think I'm not treating you fairly, I want you to stop me. And we're going.
Big ridiculous question. How do you close the deal? How do you take the negotiation for time? Is it implementation ultimately?
You got to pivot to agree upon implementation. To move out of kind of negotiation. And I might say, how do you work? And if you don't know, I might say, no one to question. Is it a ridiculous idea? But share with you some ideas of how to proceed.
And then the agree on the actual steps. That's the implementation side, just philosophical agreement. Actual steps.
The big problem in all negotiations is the lack of discussion of next steps.
It's deep. Who's the negotiator?
Yeah, actually, probably was great.
Yeah,
he's ridiculous. I mean, he's ridiculous. And yeah, he's, what was this? A quote book, the town clerk says that, people just noticed it, started getting good at it. No such thing as a child prodigy. This guy insisted when they were a kid. I mean, Brandon started learning how to negotiate when he was 2 years old. And he's been in it and immersed in it, since it can make complete sense. Before it can make complete sense. He's ridiculous.
What's his future? What's he want to do?
He has been involved. He's run and built the company. And now he's going to be an affiliated licensee run his own operation. Pretty much going to end up doing very much. He's going to offer his entrepreneurial opportunities to do whatever he wants and not hesitate and say no.
And do a better job than that.
Most likely.
Yeah. Okay. Do you see some of the techniques being talked about as manipulative?
Manipulations whether or not to explore universe. Am I trying to manipulate an bank robber to let me save his life? Yeah. So manipulations like what am I trying to do?
So, but you must take a negative connotation. Like you're trying to bring a better future through manipulation.
It's not if I'm trying to bring a better future, being genuine and honest, like I compliment you. If my compliment is genuine, that's not manipulation. Like if I think you got a pair of shoes that are the deepest different things I've ever seen. And I go, what a great shoe. No, that's really good.
So there's this guy's like some Warren Buffett, what big integrity. What's the role of lying
Lying is just bad. Lying is bad for a variety of reasons. First of all, there's really a chance the other side is utilizing information right off the bat. Secondly, they could be doing it for friends. Thirdly, chances are they're going to find out they're lying. So eventually, they really are. And then penalties for the taxes are going to be way higher than what you had. So long term, you won't have a reputation of something with integrity. The more you lie, the harder it is to maintain a reputation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what's the, let me just return to that question. What's the difference between a good conversation and a good negotiation? Can we, I think just reading your work, listening to you, there's a sense I have that the thing we're doing now and just conversation on podcasts and so on is different than negotiation. It feels like the purpose is different. And yet having some of the same awareness of the value of empathy is extremely important. It feels like the qualities are different. Or no? Really close, one leg. I rolled in here not having any expectations, not looking for anything other than having an interesting conversation. And to hear what was behind the questions you were asking and what interests you. And then also your description of silence, the power of silence, something I'm going to take away because I learn and help learn to teach others. But I come here, I suppose, in negotiation, we're both aware of the problem we're trying to solve. Right, there's no problem in the world. Right, to solve, except maybe like the human condition and insight. It was learn. How do you train to become better at negotiating? In business, just small stakes practice for high stakes results. You decide what kind of negotiating business. What's that mean? Small stakes practice for high stakes. The small little incremental picking up girls at a bar. Really quick. People that's nice. So, labeling one of the basics is great negotiation. Labeling your paraphrasing something. So you start labeling people that you just have a regular interaction, just to gain a feel for whether or not you can read somebody's accent or how accurate it is to get better. And so, label the lister or or the person behind the at here. So putting a label on that, or throwing something at them that, because negotiations is terrible, comparison is so emotional intelligence is terrible. So see if you can indicate that you understand her. One of my favorite labels is for somebody who's, maybe 3 level. I might look at somebody who looks distressed and I'll go, tough day. So several years ago, I was at the counter at LAX. Well, I'm waiting on to get to them. And a lady behind the counter is clearly making a point to not meet my eyes so that I can come. And she looks, and so, like, you know when you're next in line and they're making sure that you don't meet up. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, so they're having a great day. So I walk up, and as soon as I approach the counter, I go, hey. And she kind of snaps her with me. She goes, no, how can I help you? She goes out of her way to help. Now I'm practicing, but I also want to make it too. To relieve some stress. So now I'm going to TSA. Most people have a day. It's a good place to find practice. And I'm going to the line, and I realize that it's a late block on any one of these guys. And this guy watching the bags come out of the entry. He's just kind of got an indifferent look on his face. And I go, tough day. And he kind of, I can see from his body language, like, oh. And I go, just another thing. And he goes, yeah, just another thing. He felt safe, but I missed, and I'm practicing.
and I'm trying to stay sharp. So these
Just
are
a
the
few words. Just a few words. Just trying to quickly localize the impact.
nice. Very, very, very animated. Not letting it
I love it. Does the same apply to just conversation in general? Just how to get better at conversation. I think a lot of people struggle, they have insecurities, they have anxiety about conversation. As funny as this to say, I have a lot of anxiety about conversation. Is that it basically do the same kind of practice,
Yeah.
simple techniques?
Yeah, it can be. Just trying to make sure you hurt somebody else.
What's the best conversation on this? Except this one, of course.
Wow.
What I mean, not the best conversation, but what stands out to you? This conversation that changed you.
There's probably been a lot of them along the way. I mean, one that I remember on a regular basis is actually there's two. But when I was in the bureau, I'm in Quantico, for assistant in the captain's bureau, buddy of mine named Ron, and we both trying to decide on that one, trying to get into profiling or negotiation. Because they're both about human dynamics and both of them like human dynamics. And we're sitting around talking about it, and we're talking about several things, and he labeled it. And I knew he didn't know what he was doing. I think he had picked it up. And I'd been talking about my family, quite a few things. And he said to me, and I never said this directly, that we were close. But he said to me, it sounds like we were really close. And I can remember in the moment, like this feeling, just like I felt great in the moment. I mean, what he said just drew together everything that I didn't say and nailed the essence. And I have a very clear recollection of how good that felt in the moment. So a couple of years later, I'm on a suicide hotline. I got this in the back of my head. You know, line, technique, reaction, read, whatever you want. Guy calls in on the hotline. And I could tell the dude is rattled by his tone. And he just hit him down. And he goes, you know, I just trying to do a little in the day. I'm trying to put a little in the day. I got to do a little in the day. And I go, you sound anxious. And he goes, yeah. And he came down a little bit. And he was a guy that he was telling me about it. He was down with disease and paranoia. And he's going to go on a car trip with his family the next day. He knew that on the car trip, he was going to, you know, twist himself in the house. And so the night before, he's twisting himself. And he's laying out everything that he's done to try to be paranoia and how much his family is helping. And he's going on a car trip with the family because they're going to take him to see a doctor. And so I hit him with the same thing that my buddy was Miles. He goes, it sounds like his family's close. He goes, yeah, we are close. And we love a lot a little bit more. And then he started taking off all the things that he was doing to try to be paranoid, and he sounded determined. And so I said, you sound determined. He goes, I am determined. It'll be fun. Thanks. And that was all I said. So those two conversations, they're overlapping conversations, those two things really stick out.
Do those things, like all the different negotiations, conversations you've had, do they kind of echo throughout? Like you basically, because when you empathize with other human beings, you start to realize we're all the same. And so you just start to pick little phrases here and there that you've heard from other experiences. They were all about, if we all wanted to be close to other human beings, we all want love. We're all, I think we're all people on the inside. We're looking for connection. We're just, if we're honest about it. And so all humans have that same, all the same different components of what makes them tick. Because you kind of see yourself basically just saying the same things to connect with another human being.
Yeah, there aren't that many different things that we're looking for understanding or connection or satisfaction. There just aren't that many of them, regardless.
And so, yeah, you're looking forward to manifest yourself in some form or another. And you really take a guess on whether or not these people seem to be.
What tips would you give to me to be better at these conversations? To me, it's other people that do kind of interviews, podcasts.
Well,
I really as well. Is there kind of it's a lifelong journey in this process?
yeah, well, I think I would advise you to that part, which is your coach. You care about it, you're very curious about it. You see it as a lifelong journey, you're fascinated, you enjoy learning about it, and you definitely do see it as a lifelong journey as opposed to this is what I can, if I can acquire this,
I mean, I call them both. There's a kind of deep connection, like wonders, especially when I'm preparing. The more material the more you get to fall in love with them ahead of time. You get to really understand them. Not understand it, but what I mean by fall in love is appreciate, also become deeply curious. That's what I mean by fall. Like, you appreciate the things you know, but you start to see, like Alex, you start to see that there's all this cool stuff you can learn, you can interact with them. And then when you show up with you realize more and more. It's like physics. The more you learn, the more you learn. It's really exciting. One of the things are great because you have to say goodbye. Goodbye, I hate goodbyes.
saves time.
Yeah. It makes me happy. Like things end, good things end. It sucks. But then it makes the moment delicious. You know, that you do.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to kind of completely forgot about the message, but it's the 7, 38, 55% rule. It's really interesting. Is there an all truth to it? That 7% of our messages conveyed from the words used, 38% for the tone of voice, and 55% for body language. Is that really true to that?
All right, so Albert Moravia, I think is the name of the UCLA professor that originally proposed a 38-55 ratio and discussed it in terms of that it wasn't the message, how much he called it liking. Like, are you not that you're getting this coming across, but you're liking up the message? And so it's been extrapolated heavily by people like me to this meaning of the meaning in 738 when liking is the meaning. What I see regularly is people that communicate verbally, their speakers, Tony Robbins, 738 he's grocery shop. So that's exactly how the message comes across. This is how we got to balance it. This is how we got to do it. Those that communicate principally in writing, so the meaning of the words are much more important than them. So they're deeply uncomfortable with 7 big words because the content in words and meaning of the words when you're writing is so important that you have to prove that. So I first of all, I 1,000% believe it's an aggregate ratio. But the real issue is not what the ratio of things are. It's what's the message when they're out of line. Like what's the message when the tone of voice is out of line with the words. Like it don't matter what the ratio. You got a problem if their tones not match their words.
That's hard to put a measure on. Even in writing, I mean, it's not just even in writing. It's not just the words. It's the words. It's like style underneath the whole thing.
Right.
And there's something like body language, representation of the body. But yeah, I'm a big fan of constrained mediums of communication, like writing ins or voice, like Clubhouse. There's a personality to human beings who just hear their voice. But it's not just, you can say it's the tone of voice, but you can make, what is it? The imagination fills in the rest. Like when I'm listening to something, I'm imagining someone was being right, dude. When they get angry, I'm imagining anger. I don't know what
exactly.
If you, well, and so you may think of a fun story because we were talking about your buddy Elon before, and I told you, about, that I didn't write the Wisconsin senior executive. So I know that they love working with him, and he's an interesting guy, and they realize that he's funny, and he jokes around. So they're telling me, on this conference call, just words, and I get on the air for Alliance says something, that was wrong, but wasn't bad. And so they said they're on the phone, and Elon goes, "You're fired." And then everybody in the room with him can see that he's shut. But the person on the other side, and they all go, "Hey, wait! They get some good look on your face right now. You gotta stop. Because the guy on the other side is dying right now. He doesn't feel like you do." So there was words in the tone of voice, and but black, and visually go with it.
Nevertheless, it's probably funny.
I'm sure he was very good.
Maybe, yeah. Just as an interesting task, I don't know if you're following along with the developments in large language models. There's been something called ChatGPT. It's just more and more sophisticated and effective and impressive chatbots, essentially. They can talk. And they're becoming more and more human-like.
Right.
Do you think it's possible in the future that AI would be able to be better negotiators than humans? Do you think about that kind of stuff?
Well, so definition of better or versus less full. Like the chatbots have been at there for a long time, and probably about 5 years ago now, a company approached us. They were doing a negotiation chatbot, and they said two things. First of all, I said, why are you talking to us? So, well, for a fact, we already spoke to the people that are teaching quotes, the Harvard methodology, and the rational approach to negotiations. That's a lot. Rational approach is that's not it. Our chatbots are not getting it. But we're showing in around about 80% of the interaction a higher success outcome with these chatbots. And they showed me what they were doing, and it was still a lot deeply flawed emotional intelligence wise. But the reason why that they were having a higher success rate is the chatbots never in a bad mood. And you can reach out for a chatbot in the middle of the night. So if you're talking to somebody that was never upset and was always available, then you can have a higher success rate. Negotiations go bad when people are in a negative frame of mind.
So the natural ability and one chatbot to be positive is just going to give you a higher success.
Yeah, and they're not going to keep trying to argue it. You say with chatbot, your price is too high. Chatbot is designed to come back with a speed. Yeah. You say with person, your price is too high. How dare you? I'm trying to make a living. They can do all the people.
Unfortunately or fortunately, I think the way chatbots become now, they will come back negative. Because they're becoming more and more human. That's the whole point. To be able to pass the Turing test, you have to be negative. You have to be wrestle. You have to have boundaries. You have to be insecure. You have to have some uncertainty.
Well, it's different between boundaries and being negative. Like I can, you can propose with me. Before I say no, I'm going to say, look, I'm sorry, that just isn't right. I'm going to set up a real clear boundary without being there. So, a lot of people really struggle with setting boundaries without being there, without name, without indignation, without giving yourself.
But see, there's when you show that you're not getting that, I'm not just seeing that. I'm seeing a flawed human that has underneath it a temper, underneath it the ability to get upset, but chooses not to get upset. And a chatbot has to demonstrate that. It's not just going to be cold and be this kind of corporate, blank, empty, sort of vapid creature that just says, "Oh, thank you for saying that." No, basically, you have to. Chatbot has to be able to be lead and choose not to.
I don't know. I'd be willing to see that play out and see how.
But I guess what I'm saying is to be a good negotiator, you have to have the capacity to be a bad person and choose not
Really? I think we just gotta have the capacity to set boundaries.
Interesting. Because I think it's hard for me to trust a person who's not aware of their own demons. Because if you say you don't have any flaws, you can't trust them.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's a lot, right?
Right. It's not going. Yeah. So you have to have a self-awareness about that. But to be able to control it, don't should be able to control it. I mean, this is humans, humans, intelligent, effective humans are able to do this well, and chatbots are not yet. And they're moving in that direction. But it makes me think about what is actually required for effective negotiation. That's what AI systems do, is they make you ask yourself, what is it that makes you special? And just, what is it that makes you special? Chess and Go games, which AI systems are able to beat humans at now. What is it that makes them effective at negotiation? What is it that makes them effective at something that's extremely difficult, which is navigating physical spaces? So doing things that take for granted, like making yourself a cup of coffee, is exceptionally difficult in robots.
Yeah.
Because of all the complexities involved in navigating physical reality. We have so much common sense reasoning with that. Just about how gravity works, about how objects move, what kind of objects there are in the world. It's really difficult to describe because it all seems so damn trivial, but it's not trivial. Because a lot of that we just learn as babies. We keep running into things and we learn about that. So AI systems help us understand what is it that makes humans lose. What is the wisdom we have in our heads? And negotiation to me is super interesting. Because negotiation is not, it's about business, it's about geopolitics, it's about running government. It's basically negotiating how do we, different policies, different bills and programs and so on. How do we allocate money? How do we reallocate resources? All that kind of stuff. That seems like AI in the future could be better at that. But maybe not. Maybe you have to be a messy, weird, insecure, uncertain human and debate each other, yell at each other on Twitter. Maybe you have to have the red and the blue teams that yell at each other. In the process of figuring out what is true, maybe AI systems will not be able to do that. But figure out the whole mess of human civilization.
Yeah, well, I mean, two thoughts that I had along the way was, anytime you're talking about systems of scaling, you're talking, my belief is chatbot systems, things that don't require decision making, just following the instructions. At least 80% of what's now, the remaining percentage, whatever it is, does it require the human interaction and what's required. Like I am not pro conflict, and I also know that there's a case to be made in the creative world that some of the best thinking came out of conflict. Reading interviews on YouTube, their admiration for some of the biggest, best music came when they were fighting. And the song War Octune, which is, I believe, from the album Octune Baby. Those guys were fighting. I mean, they were on the verge of breaking up. And their appreciation of conflict could create something beautiful. And then when I was in crisis negotiation, my last 7 years in the FBI, there was a guy that named Vince, great. And he and I used to argue all of it. And then when we had a change in the guy who was in charge took me off to the side. He said, I can't take you, it's fine. And I said, well, I got news for you. I think we'll come up with much better stuff as a result of our battles. And he said, this is the same thing.
And I'm like, well, we don't have a problem fighting over it. Why do you? But yeah, there's something there that sometimes the most difficult insights, you rack your brains as to why someone is so dug in something that's so easy, is so wrong. Yeah, maybe there's something to it. I think there's something to it.
There's something about conflict and drama that might be a feature, not a bug in society.
Right?
Do you think there will?
Yeah.
I believe there will always be a need for negotiators and negotiate.
Well, as it turns out,
Why do you think there will always be one? Is it what's the intuition about human nature?
yeah, just we're basically 75% negative, and then, for lack of a better term, I call it two lines of code. Like somewhere where everybody would move forward. Somebody planted two lines into our head. We don't know what got it. But somebody said something to us and stop. And there are a lot of people that had some really negative garbage dumped in their brain when they were little. And just based on the numbers, what kind of opportunity they were given afterwards, did they ever have a moment when they genuinely believe they can get themselves out of it? Like, what is it? One of Joe Dispenza's book is Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself. You know, like, how do you get it at two lines of code that either mean or well-intentioned but stupidly speaking adults hit you at the wrong moment planted in your brain? Like, how the chances of everybody on earth getting that out, even the majority of people getting that out of their heads is really small.
What advice do you give to a young person about how to have a career that comes out of like maybe something in high school, college, trying to figure out their wings?
Yeah, it's probably takes the cliche of do what you love, but if you figure out your ideas and pursue your ideas and stick to them when it costs. Like a guy I admire very much, Michael Mobile, runs this Operation Christmas video in Atlanta. In one of his talks, he would say, core values are what you stick to that cost you. It's not a value that matters to you, it's cost. And stick to your value. Now, when I was in the FBI, I worked really hard at the number one core mission for the FBI is protect and defend America. So I could pursue that value at all times, which I did, or I could follow the rules. You don't have time to do both.
When did you know that you found what did you fall in love with? Whatever this process is negotiating.
I think it was in the conversation on the suicide hotline I was talking about earlier, the guy who was from, when I thought I can have that significant of an impact on another human being in this short of a period of time. That's really cool.
How hard is it to talk somebody off? So this question is a big question. Why the hell live it off? How do you have that kind of deeply philosophical, deeply psychological, and also practical conversation with somebody and convince them that they should stick around?
Well, it's more clear than the clutter in the and let them make up their own. That was what volunteering suicide hotline was really about. Because let me see how quick they clear out the clutter in the head. If you're willing to have it cleared out. Like, did you call here because you were actually looking for help? Or did you call here to fulfill some other agenda? So, are you willing to do the clutter in your head? Not everybody is.
So once you clear the clutter, is at least somewhat hopeful chance that you'll continue another day?
Yeah. And like, if you step back, like, very few people that commit suicide physically are up against it that hard. Like, most of them, by and large, are pretty intact physically. They struggle with emotions. But it's an emotional issue, it's not a physical issue. So if you can be a complete person, like, I got him a very good example, a guy named Mark Potts, born great athlete, lost his eyesight and then became paralyzed. Like, he's an emotional leader. He's about helping people thrive and live great life. Like, Mark was born just spectacular. And first he lost his sight in one eye, then he lost his sight in the other eye, and then he fell out a window in a tragic crash. Like, if there was ever a dude that would say, like, living sucks. You know, if there's any doubt in my mind, something worse happens to me every few years. But Mark's about being alive and inspiring him. So the hard part was navigating somebody who's tossing it in because they're chemical. It's the way they're interpreting the world. There's clutter in their head. Like, how can you help clear that clutter?
Help them by themselves, inspire them to reinterpret that world.
Yeah.
It's one more thing.
Yeah.
What do you think is the deep way? Why live? What's the good reason?
Well, I had very strong religious beliefs. Spiritual. You know, I don't 1,000%. If you were to try to confine me in a box, I'd be a Christian. And I have tremendous respect for the Jewish. I don't think any religion's got a name. Exactly. Again, you know, I keep mentioning I'm kind of a Bible Christian. I think Bible is like what, and I'm getting closer, but you know, my belief in Jesus is what I've got after Christianity. You know, the dogma of man's application of the spiritual beliefs. So, but that being said, I truly believe that my life is a gift, and there's a purpose here, and you know, so my creator decided that I woke up in the morning because he saw that some cool, interesting things for me to do.
And you have gratitude for having the opportunity to live that life.
Yeah.
Well, you do one good job at living those days. I really appreciate your work. I appreciate the person you are. Thank you for just everything you've done today, for just being empathic, honestly. You're a great listener. You're a great conversationalist. It's just an honor to meet you and to talk to you. This is really awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with us, guys. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, we leave you some words, John and Kennedy. Let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear negotiate. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello. How are you?
All right. Let's see what we got. Pull up the chat.
Hi.
All right. I am Drew Ashman, founder of HCY.com, a fluency guide, and we'll give people a minute to find later. Today we're going to talk about how to keep talking. Crazy things that get that message. We used to get asked by FBI people. And the answer would be, I guess people get okay. Now dissecting the statement, it talks about the
The Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello. Can you hear me? We're watching a Joe Rogan Experience. Nothing else important is going on in the entire world right now, except Joe Rogan and you. What's good in your neck of the woods? Hello. I didn't want to talk with you anyway. Nothing I want you to do less than speak with that motherfucker right now. Sober baby. That's it over. How sweet it is. Tastes like sugar. Why isn't there a watermelon bowl? That'd be a sick ass bowl. All the bowls should be fruits and stuff. Stop him. There should be a watermelon bowl. That should be the biggest bowl. Like the championship should be the watermelon bowl. Or the golden bowl. The cool name, the golden bowl. Hey, how are you? No fucking way. I would bet the house on this. I would bet the house on this. Oh. The $3 in my bank account. I would have bet everything. Everything I own. Which isn't a lot. I would have bet everything. Oh man, I would have bet it all. This is bad. No fucking way. Let's think about that realize first. Exactly. What's my boy? That motherfucker. I'm really tired now. Beautiful. That which is beautiful. No, fuck him. It's the biggest one. 31 years? 32 years? Is that? Yeah. Better that. Didn't they beat Clemson a few years ago? Yeah. Okay. All right. Interesting. Interesting. What happens when this happens? Come on, bitch. Come on. There we go. We're rocking. All right. Delete. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
Good job. Rogan experience.
Trained by day. Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. All right. Now what?
It's a pleasure and honor to meet you. And Brian, would you explain your relationship and how you guys know each other?
I had a civil service career, started in Kentucky, and the last few months involved me role as the chairman, executive director of the Kentucky Opioid Crisis Advisory Commission. Within that role, I designed the lack of better term, Kentucky Avenue. The state had received $842 million in settlements that we paid out over the next 15 years by opioid distributors and manufacturers for their road creation and education of the opioid. And as the Kentucky Avenue project was developed and executed, I was introduced to Governor Perry as someone who was a believer and advocate in the medicine, and I developed a professional relationship. He was a vocal supporter and participant in the initiative itself. He appeared by video, testimonial, immense potential around the and he also was so wonderfully helpful as to procure an op-ed in Newsweek magazine in October of last to endorse information. He has been a tremendous supporter, mentor, and privileged. And Governor, how did you get involved in this?
It's kind of a long story, so we got the time. If you don't mind,
Sure.
I'll just take you back. 2006, my wife made me go on vacation, which I don't necessarily do very good because I have a little bit of ADHD. And vacation, sitting on the beach, someplace is not high on my list of good things to do. But anyway, I went with her. And she took me to Coronado Island and the Hotel Death, which was a fascinating, interesting place. But my security detail went out early, and they were stopped there, I think, on Orange and Orange Drive, the little breakfast nook, and then walked in where they were supposed to meet the California Highway Patrol to do our advance. And there was this big guy looking like you, all buff and slicked off head. Pretty healthy looking boy, and they thought that was the patrolman they were supposed to meet. They went over and introduced themselves and said, "Are you here to meet Governor Perry?" And the guy went, "No, but I vote for him, no chance I get." This kid happens to be a JTAC, he was SEAL Team 5, who was a farmer that was an FAT driver who was assigned to SEAL Team 5 to go out on their next assignment. And they just met him by the grace of God. And the kid gave him his card and said, "Hey, if the governor would like to go on a tour of the Special Warfare Center, I'd love to give him a tour." Well, the detail shows up next day, says, "Hey, we met this kid," and that's right down my alley. Rather than sitting on the beach, take me over, show me what the Special Warfare Center does. And on a Saturday morning, we went over, got that tour, and this young man led the tour. And he had a big old tall drink of water with him in his camera that assisted with the tour. It took about 3 hours to finish this tour. We finished it, and this young man says, "Did Marcus tell you where he was last weekend?" I said, "No." He said, "Yes, sir, once, and no, sir, once." He said, "Well, he was at the White House receiving the Navy Cross." I know what the Navy Cross is, and I went back to the hotel room, looked it up on my computer. There's no mention of this Marcus Luttrell anywhere on my computer. And we had asked him to go have dinner with us that night. Just time.
How are you, Ass Punch? What's good?
Friend is asking him all questions about what was it that he did. And during the conversation, Operation Red came up, and we finished dinner. I tell him, I said, "Give you your mom's phone number. I call it when we get back to Texas. If you're ever through Austin, I'm not seeing, right?" Which I would tell to, I probably told hundreds of people, Joe. If we'd known each other in those days, "Hey, Joe, if you're ever through Austin, come and see. Fat chance you're going to come and knock on the door of the government, right? You can't do it." So it's a nice thing to say, but realizing that you're not going to show up. Well, I went back, looked up Operation Red Boy. That's when my computer kind of blew up, and I figured out who this young man is. And you remember in 2006, nobody had heard this, what the Marcus Luttrell was. So, going about our business, they leave, they deploy, go back to Iraq with his twin brother Morgan. Morgan and Marcus, they deployed together on that. And the young man who led that tour that day was Lieutenant Commander in the Navy, of 18 pilot, by the name of Jake Elsey. So, incredible small world for me. It started totally by the grace of God, meeting these boys in Coronado Island. And I called his mom when I got back to Austin. Said, "Hey, saw your son. Doing all right. I never had to." Went on about my business. That was August of 06. The following May of 07, the phone rang in the government. The security detail said, "Young man down there." Said, "You told him next time he's going to Austin, Texas, come by and see you. He's here." I said, "That's hilarious. What's his name?" And Marcus Luttrell. I said, "Yeah, I told him to see him." That was in
May of 07, and he lived with us for the next 2.5 years. In August of 09, he left, and that's what started me and my wife on this long journey, this adventure that has taken me to sitting at Joe Rogan's table talking about veterans' mental health. We've been down literally dozens of rabbit trails. Frankly, the both of them, they were interested. They really didn't bring me out. We learned about the brokenness of our government's ability to help people. And Marcus literally was separated from the Navy without the ability to have tri-care. The only place he could get his health care was at the VA. And he had to have some very specific surgeons on his back. Highly technical surgeons. I told him, I said, I'm not going to go to the VA done the offense, but I said, I'll go raise the money and find somebody that we can get you the type of help that you need. And I went to Houston, talked to a doctor there, Stan John, who's the chief medical officer for a stem cell company now, Cell Test. But he had heard of this idea. Marcus's book had come out, I think in 08 came out, and went to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. People started to know who Marcus Luttrell was, his story, and we were able to get him the medical need. I also intervened at that time with the Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mays. I called Ray. Ray was the governor of Mississippi, so I known him through that role. And I told him, I said, here's what I've got. I said, this kid was a legit American people. And I said, our government just completely dropped the ball on being able to take care of it. And I said, I don't want to embarrass your boss, but I said, you need to get this kid back in, reevaluate him, get him not fit for duty so he can get eligible for tri-care, of which they did. And our hats off to them for doing that. The sadness of all of this, from my perspective, is Marcus Luttrell was just fortunate in a lot of different ways. That by the grace of God, he had a guy that actually intervened and make a difference. Literally thousands.
Welcome, Zoo.
Men and women out there today who have mental issues that don't know again, don't have any. And that's why I've spent 17 years helping, being open to all the different ways that we could help the community. Back in 07, I helped create a foundation that buys homes. It's called Military Heroes Support Foundation. And they've given away 1,000 homes. George Strait gave away one of their homes in every one of his concerts. But even if you are living in if you're in a mansion and your mind's where it needs to be, you're just a lonely person, a sad person, a broken person, in a beautiful home. But I've become a complete believer in plant medicine over the course of the last 5 to 6 years in particular. And the compound ibogaine, IBOGAIN, that most people never heard of before. That's good and bad. It doesn't have a bad rap. Nobody's heard of it. My job, our job, is to be able to educate the public about this plant medicine, this psychoactive plant medicine that absolutely is showing stunning ability to bring people back to normalcy, to reset their brains, to literally get their lives back. I made the decision that that's what I'm going to do for the rest of however many years I got left. This is where I want to spend the bulk of my time. Telling people about it, explaining to people how this conservative, right-wing, knuckle-dragging Republican governor became a spokesperson, willing to go publicly talk about this plant medicine. That literally, the data is, I think the data, you can't argue with that. We'll talk about the trial that they did out of Stanford last year. But that's how it went from basically being a guy that wasn't even open to having a conversation about. In 2013, I got talked into talking to a mother who had a son who was epileptic. And she said the only thing that we can give our son that's relieving of this is THC. And I was against any of the use of marijuana, medical or otherwise, in 2013. That mother came and sat down with me. I looked at the data. I listened to her powerful story, and we passed Texas medical use of THC for cases of epilepsy. And that's my point with all of this, is that I'll never be, if I do, I may not agree on this, I'm not for the legalization of drugs. I love Rick. Rick and I have been on multiple stages together, and a lot of the work that he did at MAPS is I'm a big supporter of. And I tell him, I said, but I'm not going to get there on legalization of drugs. It's not. And I don't want to get that confused with what we're doing here. This is medically diagnosed, medically dosed, having the proper medical people there, the treatment, the follow-up, all of that. And that's one of the reasons that I think that our government, and thank God, Donald Trump won. I'm very open about this. That Donald Trump won this election. He's putting people into place that are open to plant medicine being used for our veterans' mental health. And so I know I've covered a pretty broad piece of landscape and all of that. I just talked about this. That's how I got here. Over a 17-year period of time, I went from absolute, don't even talk to me about these drugs, to being the Johnny Appleseed of Ibogaine today, where my wife actually gets tired of going places with me, and the next thing she knows, I'm talking to somebody about plant-based medicine and what I've seen, why we as society need to be really pushing this, talking to our congressmen, talking to our senators, talking to the people that are decision makers, and the private sector, educating the public about this so that they know that there is help out there. And when you add to this the clear evidence that this works for addiction, and we're talking across the board, then the population that can be infected in a powerful and a positive way is substantial. And that's what God does in this earth for, is to be good servants. And this, I believe, has the most powerful way to affect most people in a positive way. Anything that I've ever seen in my public service, my 40 years of public service. So, I am committed to it. I'm completely and absolutely convinced that the data back up what we're talking about. And we'll visit about this in the trials, I'm sure, in the next couple of months.
All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. Also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. That's why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, folks, check it out. We've all been there. You're hungover, thinking about all the dumb stuff you did last night, wondering if anybody remembers. Unfortunately, someone does remember everything you do online and they've got receipts. I'm talking about your internet provider and data brokers and every shady marketing company that gets their greedy hands on your private activity. But this year is going to be different. Give your online privacy a fresh start with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an easy-to-use app that encrypts your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers, keeping your browsing history private from third parties, and it hides your IP address, making it impossible for data brokers to use it to track you. You don't have to be a tech genius to use ExpressVPN. No matter what device you're using, phone, tablet, laptop, or smart TV, just tap one button to make everything you do online private. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in 105 countries around the world. So, forget dry January. This year, you're going to do private January with ExpressVPN. Get 4 extra months of fresh, clean privacy protection with my special link at expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan to get 4 extra months completely free. Tap the banner to learn more. Well, I think it's a great introduction to people that don't understand the concept of plant medicine, because ibogaine is one of those drugs that is not a heavy drug. No one uses it recreationally. It has there's no potential whatsoever for addiction to that drug. In fact, it actually cures addiction somehow or another. It rewires the brain. And do you know how ibogaine was introduced to the zeitgeist? I don't. It was Hunter S. Thompson. No, Hunter S. Thompson in the 1970s when it was Ed Muskie and George McGovern. When McGovern was running for president, when during the primaries, he spread this rumor that Muskie was addicted to ibogaine and had a Brazilian witch doctor come to visit him, and it tanked Muskie's political career. I thought fake news was a new thing. No. Hunter S. Thompson was the beginning of fake news. We called it gonzo journalism, you know? And what he would do is just mix in a bunch of very obviously fake things along with real things. But he was on the Dick Cavett show. See if you can find that. It's actually pretty fun. That's hilarious. This is him on the Dick. He clearly decided to take this guy's political career by making up the rumor about it. I never said he was. I said he was. Which is true. When I started working on it, he said they read it all out. I couldn't believe it. Just repeating itself over and over. But yeah, it's in Gonzo, the documentary. He just decided that he was a big one, and so he made up the story about being addicted to ibogaine of all drugs, which is kind of crazy. And so that's how the public got introduced to ibogaine.
Now, Schedule 1 says there is no medical purpose for this compound, whatever it might be, and it's addictive. And ibogaine is neither. Right. Clearly, as a matter of fact, if there was a definition of a compound that was not Schedule 1, ibogaine would be the top of the list.
Yes, but yeah, it's Schedule 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think the purpose of educating the public, we go back to in the early 70s, what Nixon was using these compounds for political purposes. That he gathered them all up, swept them all up, put everything under Schedule 1 so he could go after his political enemies, using these compounds as the vehicle to do that.
Yeah, and for the last 50 plus years, people have been imprisoned for that. That's a giant problem, particularly for veterans, which is, I think, the most important use of these things, because it's going to open eyes to people that would never consider the concept of plant medicine or psychedelics. They would never consider it. But most people are so compassionate about the needs of veterans, the demand that they face, and the trials that they face when they return, the mental struggles, the amount of suicides, the amount of addictions. It's overwhelming, and they don't get the support. And people are kind of desperate, and that's what opens up the door to people considering things like yourself, considering things that would not normally entered into your went.
You look at you look at the history of how I got, and I grew up on dryland California, about as conservative part of the world as you be. I went to school at Texas A&M. I wanted to be a pilot in the United States Air Force. I mean, drugs, absolutely not anything that I wanted to have anything to do with. At that particular point in time, in the early 70s, and the mid 70s, we got drug tested on a monthly basis. No notice drug test. Go pee in a bottle, they test you. And if there was one time that you didn't pass that drug test, you were done. And so the fear factor of drugs was driven into us. You go forward with the political messaging through those years, your brain on drugs, just say no to drugs. I mean, and on the one hand, that's a good message. On the other hand, when they're used just for political purposes, and you put compounds on Schedule 1, like I did, and it can't even be used for clinical trials. It can't be medically used to see is there some good that can come out of this. And the fascinating thing, Rico, is that Mexico, this is a compound that can be used. Canada, I think Australia, France. I mean, there's a host of countries around the world that allow for ibogaine to be used for clinical trials and for medical purposes. Yet, we're sitting here with 20 plus countries killing us. Yet, we have a compound that clearly the data shows that this compound appropriately used, appropriately overseen, can absolutely change lives, can save lives. And for me, to be able to know that and still see government say, no, we're not interested, is really frustrating. And it's why I'm so excited about Bobby Kennedy, Jay Buckachar, Dr. Austin, Nolan Williams, individuals may come to this administration at very high level that are supportive of plant medicine. So I think we've got this great opportunity to get this gift, and I hope we got members of Congress that are supportive of this on both sides of the aisle. This isn't a partisan issue of any sense of imagination. So I'm really excited about the potential of being able to get clinical trials done, move this off of Schedule 1 into worst case scenario Schedule 2, and even Schedule 3, so that we get broad amount of trials so that people who have questions about it can be answered. They can see the data. We'll talk about this clinical trial out of Stanford. It's just stunning results.
Well, let's talk about what ones that Brian, you want to get that one? You want me to take it?
I don't mind taking it. In 2018, how's that? All right. In 2018, individuals named Amber and Marcus founded an organization called VETS, Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions. Marcus had been a special operator, and he had done multiple tours in both Afghanistan and Iraq. When he came home, finally from war, Amber described an individual who bore no resemblance to the man that she married. He came home as a severely traumatized individual and was met by a system which could not in any way effectively address the nature of his trauma. Recognizing that his life was at stake, as well as the future of her family, she became desperate and went online and discovered the existence of a compound called ibogaine. She made arrangements for Marcus to receive treatment. An individual by the name of Martin Marco, who operated on a clinical operation
condition called mission. Amber has a lash that saved her. Sent him to Mexico to receive navigate treatment. She said when he returned, he came back as the man she remembered marrying before he ever went to war. As learned other friends of ours who were coming back home with similar circumstances on the verge of familial dissolution. With Marcus, his friends, the verge of suicide, they began to, as a friend group, to put money together to send their close circle of individuals down to receive this treatment. They came together to form vets, and since 2018, over 1,000 veterans traveled to Cameo clinics in Tijuana to receive advocate treatment for symptoms of traumatic brain injury, post-traumatic stress disorder. Because the miraculous outcomes which were endorsed by the veterans who were receiving this treatment, a group of philanthropists funded a study at Stanford University that was led by Dr. Milton Williams. And over the course of several years, a cohort of 30 veterans were evaluated before and after navigate treatment. They were evaluated comprehensively through the administration of psychological tests to quantify the nature and duration of their symptoms. They underwent pre- and post-treatment MRI scans. These scans were compared against a database which had been compiled of hundreds of thousands of healthy adult brains covering the human lifespan. And through an algorithmic assessment, the question was, what was the physiological effect upon the human brain, if any? To explain these miraculous outcomes were veterans on the verge of suicide who had been paralyzed by symptomatology associated with profound anxiety, profound depression. In many cases, veterans who were prescribed an array of habituated pharmacology, which ineffectively addressed their symptomatology, were not just back to what they could do before they experienced their trauma, but had been liberated from that pharmacology. The results of this study are nothing short of miraculous when it comes to the way in which Abigail has been revealed to have significant neurodegenerative properties that impact the human brain, with profound implications for conditions for which there are no effective treatments. Specifically, the white matter that covers the surface of our brains, which is the highway across which all of our thoughts and impulses travel, grew in size across the entire surface of each of these veterans' brains. The centers of the brain responsible for emotional regulation and executive functioning grew in size. The average reversal of brain age among this cohort of 30 veterans was 1.5 years, with the top 5 among that cohort seeing a reversal of brain age of almost 5 years. Right now, individuals have offshore from the United States who are using Navigator to effectively treat symptoms associated with multiple sclerosis, Lyme disease, and Parkinson's disease. Just about 2 weeks ago, Governor Perry and I had the privilege of spending some time with the research that was based out of the University of Zurich in Switzerland. This research has developed a protocol for the treatment of Parkinson's symptoms with Navigator. We had the privilege of visiting one of his patients who wishes to remain anonymous, as well as a family member of his patient. We were shown a video whereby this individual had developed Parkinson's disease at the age of 41. It had advanced aggressively by age 51. This gentleman was completely bedfast. As a licensed surgeon, he underwent an invasive intracranial surgical procedure called deep brain stimulation, where they drilled holes through his skull and implanted electrodes, which were designed to stimulate the production of what is called glial-neurotrophic growth factor, which essentially stimulates dopamine receptors to produce dopamine, the absence of which is implicated in the development of Parkinson's disease. And all this was one of the bad facts. He was not able to volitionally control his bodily movements. The video we saw demonstrated his attempts to stand and walk, and the ability to walk was non-existent. After he had undergone the deep brain stimulation, he signed up for euthanasia services in the country because it is illegal, and he was in his right. He underwent a 4-week course of open concentration with low dose ibogaine that did not produce a psychoactive experience, and at the end of those 4 weeks, that gentleman was able to stand, walk, and function as a normal being. The outcome is nothing short of miraculous.
His mother said that he probably doesn't like every day. I mean, I'm telling you, Joe, this is the most stunning. I mean, it's a short video, you get it, you know, but for my purposes, it was just backing up what we have seen, what we learned about how ibogaine, the treatments down in Mexico were flood doses. This was a microdose that they did over there. But again, gets to my point, and this is exactly why we, as the United States, with our medical, capacity in this country, need to be doing this type of clinical trial so that we find out, is this really what we think it is? And if it is, this needs to be widespread treatment for MS, for Parkinson's, for addiction, for PTSD, traumatic brain injury. I think we're on the cusp of some extraordinary medical breakthrough because of this compound.
Dr. Williams said, and I agree, that ibogaine is the most sophisticated medication on the planet. The results of our Stanford study were published in the top 5 medical research journal called Nature Medicine on January 5th, 2024. An organization called the Brain Behavior Research Foundation named that study as its number 2 study in terms of neuropharmacology in the world for 2024. I am convinced that any system which maintains ibogaine's criminality is in fact criminal and needs to be torn apart.
It does seem like a miraculous compound. And what's fascinating to me is like how little is known about it until just basically a decade ago. It started making its way into the zeitgeist. And primarily, I heard of it from people. My friend Ed Clay was the first person I heard. He became addicted to pills, back injury, and he started talking about it. He went to Mexico and treated, and then wound up over in Mexico. And since then, I've done quite a few things, mostly with drugs that they've been right there with other veterans, guys who've gotten help, or new friends that have gotten help in a way and sent them down there. And every single one of them, that have come back was a miraculous result. But it's almost like too good to promise. It's like when you're talking to people like, oh, there's so many people probably listening to this that are at their and they're here don't get my consent for this miraculous thing, because nothing will happen.
It's too good to be true. It's probably too good to be true. Right. But I would have said that myself till I've seen with my own eyes. I've been studying this. You asked a little bit more about in 2017, I went to Washington to be the Secretary of Energy. I asked Morgan Luttrell, Marcus's twin brother, former Navy SEAL, was working on his PhD in brain science, if he would put that on hold and come with me up to DC to work in the Department of Energy. And Morgan did. And he was over in a part of the agency where we have oversight of all the supercomputers in the bulk of the supercomputers in the United States, our national labs have, and we have some partnerships with different universities, University of San Francisco, University of California, San Francisco, and a researcher out there, Jeffrey Mann, MD, PhD, and he was doing some studies on the brain, on the traumatic brain. And they were scanning the brain using our computers at the Department of Energy. And Morgan was helping him oversee that as one because of his obvious background and his study on brain science and what have you. And that's the first time I ever heard about anyone going to Mexico treated plant medicine through Morgan. And I kind of picked it up, in a conversation that he was having. And, it kind of put me back on my heels a little bit. Morgan, you be careful with it. Yes, sir. But anyway, that was where I heard about ibogaine first time, probably late 2017 or 2018. And then as I started educating myself about it, I was curious about it. Does this work and why does it work? Then it's led to this study. Dr. Nolan was PhD, MD at Stanford, oversaw the study that Ryan just did a fabulous job of laying out. 30 vets, they all had moderate to severe PTSD. They were all given a clinical psychological exam to put them into the moderate to severe PTSD range. Who had traumatic brain injury, some of them had alcohol issues. I think 8 out of the 30 had tried to kill themselves. This was a highly overseen group that were treated, and the results, 88% of those individuals 6 months later had zero, not a little bit better, they had zero symptoms of PTSD. And I talked to Nolan a few days ago, and it appears that after a year that these symptoms are gone. This is stunning, powerful. And again, I sound like a broken record, but this is the reason this country needs to put this into place. So clinically trial it in various places in this country, as the VA, some of our great medical institutions, the private sector. If this is what we're thinking, this is the greatest medicine brought to mankind in history.
It takes someone like you. It takes a Republican, straight-laced guy who's a governor. When you're coming out and talking about something like this, that's gonna open up.
I had a political consultant when I first started being public about this. A young man, in this case, called me up and said, "Hey, young, I heard talking about this plant-based medicine, use the psychedelic. What do you do?" So you're fixing to throw away 40 years of building up a good conservative reputation. So, you need to be really careful with this. What do you do? And I told him, I get your concern. I understand. But I said 2 things. Number one, I have spent a lot of time studying. I said, I've read, I've talked to people, I've been to Mexico multiple times to observe this, to see it. And I said, I'm convinced of what I've seen is true. And what I've studied, I've gone down and really put my arms. I said, I'm convinced that this data is what it is, and we need to move forward. But I said, I'll tell you what's even more important for me. My reputation is not more than their lives. And that's what drives me, is that what I've seen, I believe, and I'm willing to put my reputation on the line. And I think when we see people like Marcus Rothschild and Morgan and other members who have been treated and publicly talk about it, they have been to Mexico and they've been treated. Morgan will tell you it saved his marriage. Marcus will tell you it saved his life. That's powerful.
It's powerful. Do you know Sean?
I know who he is.
Yeah, Sean Ryan had a very similar experience. Obviously a veteran, Seattle, just has a huge amount of customers. There's so much stories. It's too much to it. It's again, it's veterans, the people that we owe the most to, that have been ignored the most, and they come back with the biggest burden, and there's no help for you. But yet there's this thing, and for some asinine reason, from 1970, it's put on a Schedule 1 list, and because of that, we can't look at it, consider it as a treatment.
It's interesting what you just said, how we mistreated our farmers. And I think this is really important. Flying firsthand over Kentucky. I mean, you think about, I started going down to the Brooks Army Medical Center in the Burn Center down there in 2005, when kids started coming back from IED blast and burn, traumatized. And my sister-in-law worked down there. I'm the governor. I'm going to go down, checking on some of the Texas kids who show up there, kids that from other places as well. But that's where I started seeing, I'd walk in the person and there'd be a kid with a lollipop. There was no, and our government started literally handing out sackfuls of opium and patting these kids on the butt saying, we'll see. And we literally addicted generations of our war veterans. We've got wounded both physically and mentally. And the government was giving them all of these opioids. Then they're masking that with alcohol. And we're sitting around going, gosh, I wonder if I did it. And Bobby killed us. And we were the reason, because the government did such a poor job of dealing with this issue in the mid-2000s. Because we were, we've been at war for 50 years. I mean, when I think about the history of civilization, has there ever been a time when a group of warfighters were ever in this much conflict for this long a period of time? I can't think of it. You go back, all the way to prehistoric times. We fought wars for a short period of time, and we spent a lot of time walking from one place to another. You just go back into America and the Revolution, and then the Civil War. My grandfather was engaged in that, and he wrote a book about it. He talked about walking for weeks through mud, bad conditions, and then they fought for maybe 48 hours, and then then you go up into World War I, just a little bit more time to combat. World War II, we started seeing people who were affected, what we call it, shock, World War II. Then Vietnam came along, and these young men were in conflict for a long period. We have literally had, particularly our special operators, the Force Recon guys, the Delta Force guys, the Navy SEALs, Army Rangers, where they literally are in combat for weeks at a time, months at a time, and even when they're out of direct conflict, because of that environment that they're in, they're always, their hormone levels, through the roof, because they're always on, head on a swivel, looking around. Is that person walking in here with the shawl on?
Son of a bitch.
Explosive in it. Always on the fear of being attacked, being harmed, through the roof. And that's, these kids are all guinea pigs from the standpoint of how these traumatic events affect them. And our government fails. And this is an opportunity for our government, both at the federal level and in the state level. That's the reason that Brian is coming to Texas to help us with the Texas Navigating. We're going to be introducing to the Texas legislature an initiative for trial, navigate. I don't know all the details of it. Brian's probably got a better handle on it than me. me from that standpoint. But I look at this as we've been given this great gift of a parallel track federal government with these individuals that hopefully are going to be coming in at HHS, all of the under agencies that are involved there. And at the same time, Texas going with a parallel legislation to both educate the public about Ibogaine and to do clinical trials so that we've got the data to back up the education process that's going on.
Brian, can you explain what is the unique pathway that allows Ibogaine to help people with addictions? Because it's a very unusual thing that it does to people.
If I might provide some historical context on the reality that you have just articulated. In 1960, a heroin addict by the name of Howard Rothschild, whose widow, Norma, is still living in New York City. He was part of an underground subculture in the early 60s, known as the Hippies. And Howard came in Ibogaine in 1962, and he took it out of curiosity just to see what would occur. After he took it, he discovered that his desire for heroin had vanished despite a 9-year hardcore dependency. Howard neglected by the name of Bill, and also Dr. Hugh, with original who essentially engaged in a decades-long process of developing observational field data, which